the Kiev Post, and Jason did cooperate on this, and there's a couple more guests like that we're discussing at this point in time. There will be another follow-up tomorrow, and we'll post this out on our host account in just a little while. We're actually quite happy, I have to say, that we receive more and more interest from a number of Ukrainian voices who beforehand were very careful as to how they appear on Twitter and how they engage with the media. And we fully appreciate this. But then again, we have been here online with all of you since the very day when this started, this phase of the invasion. And you know where we come from, you know what we've done in the past. You by now know pretty much our voices, to the extent that you probably don't even speak to your friends and your pets as much. And as a consequence, I think you know what you're getting into. And we try to be as calm, as composed, and as dedicated to the cause of creating information awareness as one can be. And I'm very glad that the volunteer army here collated at MriyaReport continues to work in such fashion 24/7. And it is an absolute pleasure, because we would not be doing this without you. That's the whole point. Without this community, without those many people interested in asking questions, coming up with suggestions, and helping us to say muster support for Ukraine. Because that's one of the key purposes of our task, that we want to generate more awareness and support for Ukraine amongst those who are in the electorate and those who make decisions. And we are trying to generate as much donation capacity for our friends at MriyaAid, because that brings non-lethal aid into Ukraine and helps the Ukrainian soldiers fight their fight successfully. So we're very, very glad that you're all with us. I have hands up from, hold on, Shaggy, Piotr, and then August. Shaggy.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that interview, actually. He was a very, very composed guy. Anybody thinking he could put pressure on him, a spy master, I think it was makes me laugh, actually. I particularly liked his insight into Lukashenko. So Lukashenko is a puppet. So just before he came on, I was talking about maybe Belarus being used as a base for training for the mobilization, and got told, no, not really. But he kind of put that on its head. I still think it will be, actually. So yeah, I was really impressed by that one. So yeah, one of the better speakers. I really enjoyed the Finnish guy. I think it was yesterday as well, the general. Can't remember his name, but he was brilliant as well. So yeah, well done, MriyaReport. And I'll drop down now. Thank you very much.
Much appreciated, mate. Thank you very much. Piotr.
Thanks, Axel. Yeah, now that I've had a little bit of time to compose myself, yeah, it's no, I thought he was really, really interesting. That's why I wanted to pop up and ask him something, because the his comments about Lukashenko were, I'm not sure if I fully agreed with them, mainly because Lukashenko has developed a way to consolidate his power, particularly in the 90s, in a way that wouldn't have purely just been as a puppet. And what I mean by that is that during the 90s, you know, he thought that Russia was going to come through to be more of a, you know, prosperous country than it took it. Putin took it, and that's why he pushed for this political union between Russia and Belarus to such an extent. And now, in the past 15 years, 10 years, he's been in a bit of a tricky situation where he's trying to balance being on good terms with the Europeans so that he can obviously trade with one of the biggest single markets in the world, versus, you know, having good security and sort of ideologically being close with Russia. And so that's when he won won in 2020. That was really, I think, the beginning of his end, or his position being untenable, because it was like, okay, I'm now either I have to pick going like Ukraine, I have to either pick going more European or more Russian, because of what Russia is doing as the big dominant bully in the area. And so, unlike Ukraine, which decided to go westwards because of annexation of Crimea, Belarus decided to go the other way. And that's made Lukashenko look increasingly like a puppet, which in the past few years he definitely has been. But his position's changed, and so I would have liked to have challenged the guest a little bit more on that, because I thought it was quite interesting, his take. But that's all.
Okay, well, Lukashenko obviously is a very, very specific character, if I may say so. And as dictators go, and as harsh dictators go, he is certainly way up there. The level of suppression, and spoken here in Estonia many times over the past years with colleagues and friends in various functions, as you can imagine, and those who then at a later stage, when more recently the Ukrainian opposition rose up, saw yet again that there was another turn of the screw, making the suppression, the torture chambers, the intense intrusion into even private life on a level which cannot even be fathomed other than reviewing back the times of the Stasi in in the so-called Eastern Germany, or Soviet-occupied zone, I would call it better. It is very, very, very difficult to appraise Lukashenko without this massive, intense torture regime. I mean, there are things very well known about him and his henchmen, which make even Pinochet and the Argentinian junta pale. It is outright astonishing. So one has to be very careful. Yes, of course, he has different strategies and had to pronounce different kind of policies and warm up the neighbors here and there and whatnot over the course of his regime. But at some point in time, this dictator made the decision, which was obvious, that he would align himself ever more closely with the regime in the Kremlin, because the Slovakia had managed to completely and utterly undermine even his security service to the point that there was nothing left. And one still has to go back, and I think, Piotr, you will remember this, that more recently, the son of Mr. Lukashenko, who seemingly had been, shall we say, retained for having a closer look in Moscow, was then finally conveyed back to Turkey. That was an interesting form of release, if I may say so. And there were various speculations about it. I tend to believe that Mr. Lukashenko is not quite acting out of his free will, despite the fact that he has been resilient in his resistance to commit his troops. But maybe we should leave it at that. August. Oh, sorry, please. Yeah,
it's a good point. I mean, one, it makes me question the dynamics of the government, or the regime, what the intricacies are. I mean, I've read reports of Putin trying to put political pawns in parts of Belarus for, to just try and sustain that support. I got the sense that Putin wasn't expecting Belarus to ever fully commit troops, at least in the earlier phases of the war. As shit has hit the fan even more, that I think has a bit like Putin's probably surprise over Kazakhstan. I think his surprise over Serbia and Belarus have all come together in the sense of just lack of support. Former Soviet states are, not Serbia, I guess, willing to commit to the flailing Russian campaign. So no, that's a good point. It also makes me wonder about Turkey and just sort of what Erdogan is playing at, in terms of, he really is trying to play both sides off the West, as a peace negotiator versus, condemning Russia and all sorts. The other thing I just wanted to add as a tag on, as a side note, is just when we're talking about, engaging with Russians, right? I do have friends who own Russia, and some of the stuff that I've done to try and get information from people. So I shared a video from a friend of mine, Alexander, in Novosibirsk. Novosibirsk is the third largest city in the country, and the Russians are protesting actively in the city. And I've even had friends of mine stating that some of their family members have been trying to make flees to Kazakhstan. I'm sure you've all seen the video now of the massive queue towards Finland, as that's the only border open that visas are still accepted at the moment. And so Russians are turning to sort of Kazakhstan and the central stand states to try and do that. So, there's a lot of information you can get from on the ground. And I try and do that by bringing that to this conversation. I'm not trying to open that can of worms again. I just want to add that again as a sense of
no worries.
Anyway, thanks.
And we've seen, by the way, Piotr, this is a very important point. We've seen that the oppression ongoing in Russia is now triggering, at least in certain areas of the country, finally a little bit of resistance, but albeit that it comes too little, too late, and it comes in a fashion which is very narcissistic, if I may say so, or protective of your own interest. I do fully appreciate if a mother of three in Khabarovsk now feels disinclined to hand over the next two after the first one has already been incinerated or returned in a coffin. If he has been returned, maybe the Russians haven't even taken the body back. But on the other hand, that is a consequence of war, and it's very unfortunate. There was absolutely zero opposition, especially in Khabarovsk, Tomsk, Omsk, Irkutsk, as long as the payments were flowing, as long as the pensions were kept up, as long as the support was given in recent years, despite the kleptocracy. Of course, these people were, compared to Moscow and St. Petersburg, treated absolutely shabbily. But when you highlight Novosibirsk, for example, one should think that there is a lot of elite there just as well. And with that, let's go to Adrian and then Rika.
I think I was next, Axel. This is August.
Oh, sorry, August. Apologies. I didn't see. I'm not so sorry. I didn't mean to be a bit sorry. Please, yes, you were, and I just didn't see it on my screen. Apologies.
Well, you got so excited, so that's okay. And I just wanted to give my perspective as a novice, and I mean a novice of not having a military background, not knowing a lot about Russia or Ukraine, that when you have controversial guests come up, I really appreciate it because I get to hear not only their position, the position of the host, and the opposition. And I listened to that podcast with Jay, and then there was another podcast with some folks that were concerned about them being showcased. And it really helped give me the language around how to position my views in also opposition of some of the things. So I really appreciate that you do have those types of guests on. Now, of course, you're not going to do it 24/7. That's not the goal, but occasionally to bring up some of these high profile personalities, it allows us as the audience to educate ourselves and then also shape our opinion and be able to maybe speak against it if we also feel that way. So I hope that you will continue to feel comfortable doing that.
All right, I shall let that stand. Adrian.
Hey again. No fights this time, friends. Just about Belarus, because whenever someone speaks about Belarus, I feel compelled to speak. I think someone made the point before many times on the space, and I agree with it fully, that in a way Belarus has more repression and more secret police violence against its citizens just because than Russia itself, because the difference between the two countries, Russians generally support the regime, while in Belarus, I wouldn't say they were 100% opposed, but they're definitely not loyal to it. And Mr. Lukashenko is literally grasping a fistful of sand now, which is his country, and it's falling from his hands. Unfortunately for the Belarusian people, until Russia is defeated, he can't do much. There are still plenty of Russian troops there, right? So as far as I know, plus bases, air bases, and so on. So as long as they are there, unfortunately, it's not going to happen. But since it seems that Ukraine's victory is inevitable with the many decisions that the Russians make, the many bad decisions they seem to make, I see that Belarus liberation is inevitable in the next few years, maybe earlier than many of us thought, because essentially Lukashenko without Putin is just nobody, in my opinion. And I believe that the Belarusian people, once they see Russia defeated, will rise up again. There were 1 million of them on the streets of Minsk in 2021. But Rosgardia...
Where are they now since the 23rd of February?
Yeah, well, that's a good question, Axel. That's a good question. I'm also asking myself that. They have Russian troops there. I don't know. That's a good question.
I'm sorry.
Have an answer.
Can I interject briefly? Because right at the beginning of the invasion, I think there was an election in Belarus, and And there was footage, there was a whole bunch of footage of these goons in black shipping people away after they just voted or when they were protesting. And there were significant protests against the war in Russia, in Belarus. So I don't know where, and bear in mind also that there is an opposition government in waiting outside the country. So I don't know where this sort of hostility towards Belarus is coming from. At least it's people.
No,
Certainly
sorry,
you know.
that may have come across the wrong way, Lantam. I apologize. But Adrian and I, because we both like our friends in Minsk, we know a lot of people. Adrian has spent more time there than I have, but still, there are people who know Minsk well and who have seen also the exiled Belarusians, and they have seen and spoken to the Belarusian opposition. We very much appreciate the sacrifice they've made. Absolutely, 100%. But we do not
Okay,
see
fair
is
enough.
that the remainder of the opposition has not yet, while seeing, and they do see it, they know it, they read about it, they have VPN too. They have not actively rebelled. There is a number of people, partisans you may call them, who have taken it upon themselves to fight. And they have done magnificent work in destroying switch yards, rail yards, and the likes. They have done it at great cost, at great risk, and we sincerely respect them. There's no question whatsoever. We very much respect the high grade, hard fighting, superbly courageous and professional, very professional Belarusian detachments fighting on the Ukrainian side. The Belarusian Legion, if you want to call it this way, is considered to be amongst the top foreign detachments. They're extremely committed, they're training hard, they're fighting well, and they're giving it all. There is no question about it. What we do not see is that the rest of the population of Belarus has been inspired by it as they were inspired beforehand. That is what is so disconcerting, because the opportunity is there. The government, I think Adrian will confirm this from his perspective and his first-hand knowledge, the government over there is, yes, hard, harsh, suppressive, but at the same time fragile. And the army, whilst weak, has men who are sons as well. They are not just spun out of a Russian dream. So one would think that part of the population may well be able to convince part of their army to change tack. That's where it comes from. I should have done this in a more elaborate fashion, because we had this discussion in late March and April, and I didn't want to regurgitate it, but that's the approach.
I think I have a small theory, Axel. Why didn't they rebel? But I might be wrong because I didn't do revolutionary studies, thankfully. The repression in 2021 was so hard. Like, I've heard accounts from friends, and I've saw a few films on it and talked to people. Incredibly hard. People were killed in prison. People were heavily tortured, taken from their homes and tortured. There is a famous account of a guy who had a shotgun and shot the KGB as they came to take him, and then obviously he died. And this repression was also aided by Rosguardia and Wagner troops. And it's just a question, because it's just a theory. Wouldn't a revolutionary movement heavily repressed need some time to reorganize, to redo, so they don't repeat the same tragic scenario, since they have Russian troops? I mean, even if there are a million now go out on the street tomorrow, wouldn't the Russians in the country aid the Belarusian government to just repress them and do it all over again as in 2021? Just a theory.
If I could just coming on the end of that, that's exactly it. I completely agree with this theory, as you put it, because ultimately, you know, there's a constant sort of process of selection happening, right, under repressive regimes, where people are brave enough and organized enough to step forward, and then the regime represses them and kills them or injures them or what have you. And it takes time to recover that. And it's exactly as you say. I mean, I saw people being dragged off to be by the little men in black. And you don't just wake up the next day and go, okay, I'm off to protest again in the streets. So it's I think people forget how hard it is sometimes.
Mic check.
I am here.
Yeah, sorry, chaps. I literally had lost connection for a second. Mikola.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Just wanted to kind of share a bit of thoughts on all the situation, because it seems that people in Moscow seem to panic. But the interesting part is that actually this all partial mobilization was already being conducted for months now, even being secret one. So the Russians, they don't like when something comes directly to them as a threat, and being recruited in these forces is a direct threat to them, because they were avoided for quite a long time, right? As we know that the people who were recruited, they were from different areas. Now, we should remember that it takes quite actually a long time to prepare another 300,000 future packages for all those Russian soldiers. So having such a substantial number of people, and remembering the fact that actually maybe it's not even 300,000, because there is a eighth little point that was not provided to the media and everything, which states that the number may actually increase in the future. We should remember that the equipment that they're supposed to get is actually where it's going to be taken from. So Russians were already struggling with their ammunition, and Ukrainians were saying that the ammunition that the Russians were using was already created in May and April. So in order to supply those 300,000 people, it's really hard and difficult. Now, we should remember one really important factor, and that's what wasn't discussed, and it wasn't really discussed with Belarus either, is that imagine how Russian soldiers right now in trenches, in Kherson, in other regions are feeling. So if they know that there is a mass mobilization, that means they cannot leave the ground. They cannot. So they will stay there. Now they know that there are protests in Moscow, St. Petersburg, other big cities, and imagine how they feel. So their own fellow brothers who are supposed to, help them and everything, they are not ready to go and fight with them. And frankly, they don't give a shit about them. They didn't help them at the beginning of the war. They didn't collect the stuff. They didn't prepare the ammunition. They were not trying to lobby the interests of those soldiers and trying to get them better things or anything. Imagine how those soldiers in trenches feel. And now imagine how the people in Russia are going to be feeling, knowing that in trenches, Russian soldiers are not waiting for them as well. It's literally a preparation, like in First World War, what happened when Tsar Nicholas II, just before he was killed, because you're going to have a civil war. You have literally people who are in a war now for almost 9 months. They cannot leave it. They are demoralized, and they know that the future Russian soldiers who will come, they're also going to be demoralized, and moreover, they don't want to fight. Imagine what's going to be the clash. Coming back to Belarus again, it's exactly the same thing. If we're talking about the Russian suffering in Kherson, imagine what Belarusians are feeling right now. Some of them are thrilled and kind of unhappy, because it means that Russia doesn't have a capacity to sustain its own empire. It cannot sustain its own empire in another country with its military might. Imagine how their soft power will gradually start to decrease. Yeah.
Thank you, Mikola. That's much appreciated. Let's go to Rika.
Hello. So, sorry to interrupt for a small piece of news from Finland, but like 1 hour ago, our foreign minister said that Finland will turn its decision to be the transit country for Russians. So this is I guess it's only said in Finnish now, so I thought that I will translate it a bit. So what he says was that we do not want to be the country via which Russians travel freely to Schengen area, and neither will we accept Russians with visas from other EU countries in. So actually,
Rika, when did this come out?
He's now somewhere abroad, but he published this 7:15, so it's like 1 hour plus.
Okay, so nobody has disputed this, and there's nothing on Yle saying that this is not true.
No. I mean, it's in Iltalehti already.
Perfect.
Yeah, so
Excellent.
it's true, but I mean, it will not happen today or tomorrow, but I guess everyone in Finland has been worrying today because we know how many Russians are trying to come into the country, and they are just expecting with their cars behind the border now.
Did they say when this takes effect?
No. What he says is that Finland is like designing this now, but it will be what was it? That it will come to work quickly, whatever that means. What he says that several ministries today have been working with this, so it might be tomorrow or day after. I hope.
Well, one would hope, because normally quickly in Finland has two meanings. Quickly in national emergency means immediately.
Yes.
And quickly in all other environments means what, Rika?
It might be 1 week, 2 weeks, but I hope not. He only says that this is going to be quickly. So and the work has already begun. So the parliament must do the decision also. So it's not just that he can decide it.
Well,
but Finland
that
is
is
still
good news.
hoping also the EU decision over this thing.
Come on, Rika, you and I know this topic. The EU
Yep.
will not decide that.
I know also. But this
Well,
is
in
what
that regard,
they are saying still, because they want to keep their faces.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the good thing is that the argument, which I've been making here many times over, and many others have made the same argument, that national security trumps EU bureaucracy and laws. And that is exactly right. And that's how it should be. And the national security of the Baltic states, Poland, Finland, Romania, and definitely the free world trumps the bureaucracy in Brussels and the opinions in Berlin and Paris. That's perfect.
Exactly. And because also we have a Russian minority in the country. So we have the same situation as what has the Baltics, that we really don't want that to grow for a huge one. It's not very big now, but it should keep in that level.
I was just about to say, those 84,000 are really not an issue for a country like Finland, right?
No. And they have been like quite nice ones, I would say, most of them. But we still don't want to have like thousands or tens of thousands of Russians coming to the country daily.
Well, the next step is evident, and that will be the rescission of any and all permits, temporary or long-term resident permits of Russian citizens all across the EU, and hopefully the coalition of the West, because no Russian citizen, unless he or she is willing to sacrifice their citizenship and is willing to pursue asylum, which evidently means you can never go back to Russia, ever. Unless they don't seek asylum, they should not be in the West. If you want to enjoy the fruits of the West, cut your ties with Russia.
This is exactly how it is now, unfortunately. I mean, I also have Russian friends, and I have been studying with quite many Russian friends, especially when I was studying business. and also earlier when I was studying art and fine art. But this is just the situation we are now, unfortunately.
Well, here's to progress one by one. So we have, Chris, Nick, Robert, and Martina. Chris.
Hey, thanks, Axel. Just a quick question. Just curious how Russian civilians how are they, how do you say, personally armed, I guess? Thinking like America, everybody owns 10 or 12 guns each. How are they in Russia? Are they have any ability to fight any kind of civil war?
Nope.
No.
The thugs and the Soviet the Russian authorities, they have the guns.
Yeah, that's too bad. I'm not necessarily an advocate of guns by any means, but yeah, you can see that predicament being a problem. Thanks.
Much appreciated. So we'll go to Nick.
Hi. Unless I missed something in a 5-minute break, I bring further good news. Did we have the prisoner release already?
No, we haven't spoken about this because we had the interview and the likes. Please.
So in the last hour, breaking in the last hour, 10 foreign non-Ukrainian prisoners have been released, apparently after, or exchanged, I presume, for Russians, apparently after mediation from everybody's favorite butcher, Mohammed bin Salman, but you take your support where you can get it. And included among them are definitely, so do you remember there were the three soldiers sentenced to death by the so-called DNR or DPR, 2 of whom were British and 1 of whom was Moroccan. And I've seen direct confirmation that 1 of the Brits and the Moroccan is among them. And I think I am 99% certain that the second Brit is also among them. So all of that stuff from back in, my goodness, was it May? When
yes.
So the April they were captured in Mariupol, I think.
They were
captured.
They were captured in end of April or in April, and in May they were paraded and bandied about.
Right. So it's only 10 people, but it is. Let's have a look. It says the group includes American, British, Swedish, Croatian, and Moroccan nationals. Now, 5 of them are British, so that only leaves 5 for the other 4 nationalities. As part of a prisoner of war exchange mediated by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, peace be upon him, and so I mean, good news. And I remember the atmosphere here on the space when they were sentenced to death. I remember trying to be upbeat about it and saying won't happen. And for once, I've been proved right on something that I wanted to be proved right on. So yeah, the second is a guy called Sean Pinner, and I will look to see that. I haven't. The BBC report doesn't include his name, but other reports that I'm seeing from sources that I would normally rely on suggest that Sean Pinner is also included. So that would be, I mean, just tremendous news. And it's interesting, this is happening today. So, this, I mean, maybe they've already flown home 2 days ago and there was a news embargo. But if it's just been, if they've just been exchanged, then maybe it's, the better than most of the news of escalation that we've had today. Anyway, so yeah, I know the space cares about these people, so good news for them.
Thank you, much appreciated. Please stay around. So, Martina, I think. No, Robert. So apologies, Martina. I apologize. Very, very sorry. Robert, your hand up first. I apologize.
Thank you, Axel. Rika, thank you for being here and bringing us such good news. It is wonderful news. I'm in the Pacific time zone, and so I missed all of the discussion before our esteemed guest. So I have so many questions. I'll start with a question about Belarus. Is there still a easy way for Belarusian partisans and fighters to make their way from Belarus to Ukraine? And I have a second question on the economic ramifications for the troops that are already in Ukraine when the Russian troops that are already in Ukraine, when those territories that they're in revert to, quote, Russian, unquote, territory. Did you discuss, or can we discuss what happens to them? Are they going to get the pay cut people are talking about? I have a lot of other questions, but I'll hold my peace.
The last question, I mean, the Belarusian question is easy to answer. We do not know. We just don't know to what extent the border is sufficiently permeable for the Belarusian partisans. We shall hope that there is sufficient capacity for them to be protected if and when crossing a border or trying to receive additional supplies, but we do not know anything about it, so it's very hard to address. If we ever hear anything about it, I'll put a pin in it and I'll highlight it here on the space. The second question, I apologize, I was driving, as you can potentially hear, and I didn't quite catch that. Would you mind restating it?
I saw some posts that said once the referendums are held and Russian claims all those oblasts for their own, and I assume they're going to claim the entire oblast, that now becomes Russian territory, and the pay scales of the Russian soldiers fighting in Ukraine will dramatically drop, and the pay scale for newly mobilized soldiers will also be much lower than all of the existing soldiers, and I'll call them mercenaries.
Is the pay scale of the Russian soldiers a concern of mine, or if the pay scale drops and contributes to further downward shifts in morale? Absolutely, and therefore I appreciate your question. Thank you. But other than that, I think it is a nothing burger, because the Russian forces do not even fully occupy any of the so-called territory. Any of those oblasts they then will claim, and that's fine. They shouldn't, and they won't, hold them either. They may not even be able to declare those oblasts without further gains to be made by the Ukrainian armed forces. And we should be very carefully looking at a few things which are about to happen yet again in the southwest as well as in the southeast. All right, if I may, let's go to Martina, who just was patiently and carefully waiting. Martina.
Good evening, everybody. So I originally wanted to say exactly what Nick already perfectly said. So I just add something to this. So I think also 50 Ukrainians were released against 200 Russians, and then plus the foreign people Nick mentioned. And yeah, it's interesting that Saudi Arabia somehow brokered the deal. And then I also wanted to mention that so because I follow on Facebook the wife of, her name is Katarina Popochenko something. So she is the wife of one of the Azovstal defenders. I think he was like also like a leader in this of Azovstal. I don't know exactly his rank. And she and like two other wives seem to be doing like a liberation campaign. So she's currently in the US meeting with a lot of relevant people trying to get her husband and other Azovstal defenders released. So last post she posted seemed to be relatively hopeful. So maybe there's also some progress on the Azovstal guys. I don't know, but yeah, you know, you always hope that those guys also get released.
my favorite word, nothing burger. And with that, I guess I'm going to ask you, do you think this whole speech by Putin was a nothing burger? I kind of do. I mean, I heard the build up to it on most of the media outlets. You guys had it in balance, and I appreciate that. But it seemed like pretty weak tea to me. The call up or the mobilization really isn't anything much more than they're currently doing. He just verbalized or vocalized what they're already doing. Even the sword rattling was pretty weak compared to a lot of what they've kind of hinted at in the back, the back channels of Telegram and other places. It just seemed like really, really weak tea, almost like a political statement to try to silence the Telegram opposition and TikTok people that have been just ripping them in the last couple months. Everything I've heard this morning from your guys suggests that it's not even going to be effective what they do. I mean, it's just going to be more of the same problems. What is your thought? Do you think it was just something to silence the people and also just to have an answer, a visible answer to Biden's CBS interview? Because that got quite a bit of coverage, and I'll listen.
Yeah, I don't think that this was a response to President Biden. I don't think that Putin really cares. He never really did. Communication is predominantly towards the domestic audience at that time, but also, as all communication done by the Russian Federation, it has two. It serves two purposes. It created, yet again, and this is what matters a great deal for them, they were able to manipulate the media cycle in the West. Yet again, the utterly, completely bereft of any sense media in the West fell for it and took the bait of a speech and a major announcement. Escalation, nuclear war, what will happen? And as you just said, a nothing burger. But they still play the game.
Yep. Well, that was my thought exactly. So I'll listen to what you guys. I just wanted to hear, confirm, and let other people.
Yet again, yep. We are not. You and I are not surprised, right? I mean, come on, please.
No, I was not surprised. I mean, there's not much he could. I mean, I worry more about what they do than what they say. When they say nothing, then I start to worry more. When they're talking, it's all lies and hot air. So the fact that he was going to have a speech to me suggested, yeah, they got nothing. Because if he was going to bring something, he'd bring it. At least that's my opinion.
100%. I'm fully with you on this one. As we saw with the invasion in this case, as well as the real first invasion, whenever they do something, there is a lot of silence going on, and they do something. In this instance, they're running out of money. They're running out of stock. They have no capacity to really attack. They are losing. We know it. They know it. We know that they know that we know. That's it. They have failed. And the strategic defeat, and we said it here on this space, in mid-March, the strategic defeat is now being followed by a complete degradation of Russia, the Russian armed forces, their political class, and their capacity to ever rebuild. And they know it. And they know that we know, and they know that we know. Right here.
Thank you. I'll listen.
Welcome. So, Rusty, Antti, and Nick. Rusty.
Hi. So, if Finland is closing their borders for the Russians trying to flee to Finland, then we might actually see that they try to come to Norway, because they have the option to drive really far up north to cross over to Norway. And when Europe closed the border for trucks from Russia, Norway didn't do it as quickly, and suddenly a lot of truck drivers had driven all the way up to Kirkenes in northern Norway to cross over and drive from Kirkenes down to France and Germany even. So we might actually see an uptick in Russians trying to cross over to Norway. But
Not anymore, Rusty. Not anymore. Norway is already discussing in its own national security establishment what to do about it. You'll be surprised what happens in the next 48 hours.
Okay, I haven't seen anything in the national press, but I'm not sure how much you've spoken about the subject, but there seems to be protests in Moscow and St. Petersburg. NRK that have reporters, that's a Norwegian version of BBC, that have reporters in Russia are saying that at least 400 have been arrested today.
Rusty, how large is Moscow?
I can just check it up for you if you want, but I think there's a comment here.
Do you know how large Moscow is roughly?
I can't remember. No.
It's more than 400 people, right?
I see where you're going with this, but it's a
Let's take the following, Rusty. How many people do you think were on the streets during the putsch when Yeltsin was essentially at a later stage on a tank? How many people? What do you think, roughly?
I would actually imagine it wasn't that many people.
About 1 million.
Okay. Okay.
400 people incarcerated. Yes, that's terrible. And I salute them for raising their voice. I do. I really do. But it's 400 people. When 1 million people in Moscow demonstrate, this regime is finished. They know it. We know it. And actually, the Russians know it. The Russian population knows what to do. They are unwilling to do it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that this will change anything. I'm just when our broadcasters announced that 400 have been arrested, it's likely a low number yet. So, but I'm not saying that this will change anything. I'm just even though the Russian government went out and said that anyone who protests will suffer consequences, some people took to the streets. That's yeah, that's interesting.
All right, let's go to Antti and then to Nick.
Thank you, Axel. I just wanted to note that kind of a different direction, but basically part of the same issue that Riikka mentioned earlier is that there has been quite a lot of wrong information about what is happening on the Finnish border. That there are masses of Russians fleeing to the Finnish border, and I would just like to point out that as of now, there are no indication that there is nothing out of the ordinary going on at the Finnish border and on the crossing points, according to our border guards. And I would suggest to everyone that who wants to have information on what is going on at the border, Finnish border guards have their own Twitter account. I suggest you give them a follow. It's called. Well, I mean, you can find it, and you can DM me if you want to find it. But the thing is that there is quite a lot of information flowing, and old video clips and stuff like that. So there is currently nothing out of the ordinary going on at the border, and there are no, as far as can be ascertained at the right now, there are no extra long queues forming at the border. So that is, as far as I can tell, is misinformation. What will happen in the next 48 hours is a different story, but I would only trust information emanating from our border guard and other official sources right now, because this thing has been a bit blown out of proportion. I wanted to make a note of that. Thank you.
All right, so let's go back to Nick.
Yeah, I agree. Just to say that I agree with Dry Fly. I saw an I've never known how to pronounce this word, and it's my own language. Exegesis. EXEGESIS.
Exegesis.
Yeah, where you analyze a Bible verse to try and work out what the authors meant.
It's what you do when you're a good Bible studying, caring Catholic in Oxford.
That's right. Well, anyway, so I saw a sort of exegesis of the speech, and it was pointed out that Putin said, I have to. It didn't even say like he was very enthusiastic, but it was something like I have to agree with the request from the Ministry of Defence to call up the reserves, sort of pushing it onto them. It's the Ministry of Defence deciding to call up the reserves. If it all goes pear-shaped, blame Shoigu. The reason I put my hand up was just to confirm just a little bit extra information. So this story of the prisoner swap, the story was released when the plane landed at Riyadh. So they've been in the air for the last 5-6 hours. So the actual exchange took place, either today or perhaps last night. And all of the prisoners concerned are now in the relative safety of Riyadh. Presumably they will shortly be trying to get a transfer to somewhere else so they can have a beer. But yeah, they're all there. The 3 prisoners who were sentenced to death are kind of confirmed freed. And yeah, it's a happy day. It's a happy day for their families. And I think for everyone on this space who was around back in April, May, when we were going, what? How can you be sentenced? So that situation has been resolved. And I'm cooking my dinner. I'm having myself a cocktail, and I'm going to have another one because it's a good day.
Cheers to that, mate. Cheers to that. All right, so let's go to Adrian, who's been waiting patiently.
Hey, thank you again, Axel. I hear some people are having trouble with getting up, so I don't know, guys. Update the app because it happened to me today. I kept dropping, and after I did an update, it seems to work fine. So, a little public health announcement. Yeah, I've been watching the protest videos from Moscow and St. Pete's, and I'm completely unimpressed. I honestly don't care. I don't care that they got arrested. Maybe I sound extreme, but this is an obvious question. Where were they for 7 months? Now that their sons are being sent to the war potentially, now they decide to protest. Talk about Russian selfishness and watching your own ass, which is a complete characteristic of their society, and not reacting until it personally affects you. Which tells you a lot that they have a lot to do before they join the civilized world. So even if I saw 1 million of them on the streets and they took down Putin, I wouldn't be impressed, not in a second, even if the press and the useful idiots in the West will say, oh, look at that, the people on them. I wouldn't be impressed because they had 7 months to do something and they didn't. So that should be always remembered. What did they do during the invasion? A few of them protested, got arrested, it petered out. What did they do during Bucha, during Izium, during the shelling of Mariupol, which is a predominantly Russian-speaking city? That's what the propaganda sold them. So yeah, I really don't care if they get arrested, beaten up, and sent to Ukraine. They can choose to become prisoners or become fertilizer. That's my opinion after 7 months of Russia committing genocide, of the Russian people committing genocide in Ukraine. Yeah. So if we're talking about the protests, I felt the need to share that.
Alrighty, gentle people. So we have Den John.
Yeah, thanks, Axel, and good evening.
Nobody is traveling by car into Sweden, right? That's pretty difficult from Russia.
You can, but it's a long way around, to be honest. And you have to pass a few other, like Norway or Finland or Denmark. I think those are the options. Anyway, so I want to disagree a little bit about the insignificance about Putin's speech and also the protest. And my view is that the speech had some good effects. Like here in Sweden, the Parliamentary Defense Committee were called in for extraordinary meeting, emergency meeting, and one of the MPs was asked after. I don't know if it was before or after the meeting, but anyway, he said that it's time to send heavier weaponry to Ukraine, and we might have archers to spare. And I assume he said archers because that's where all the focus is from the public. But as you know, we have other things as well, the CV90 example.
I was just about to ask, what happened to the CV90s?
Yeah, but the thing is that everyone not in the know knows about the archer because the name is kind of cool, and yeah, so that's why I think. And then when it comes to the protests, I'm like Adrian, I don't care what happens to those protesters. But if this is something that will bring down the regime, then have at it. I mean, cannibalism is encouraged here, I think. Because why? They do this for all the wrong reasons. Yes, to save their own children and their own skin. Agreed. But if they bring down the regime, whoever comes after will have the same problem. They can't mobilize these people because they simply don't want to risk their lives. So I think this is all good. And I don't care what the motivation is, as long as it ends the war quicker. Then I'm all for it.
Yep, I am completely in agreement with you. More upheaval, more chaos in Moscow and St. Petersburg is only much appreciated. As much chaos as possible. Let them be distracted. Let them make mistakes. The enemy makes mistakes. Do not stop them. All righty, so we have more. I'm with you. But Steve, please stick around and keep us updated as to what on earth happens with those wonderful IFVs, which, as we heard yesterday from Pekka Toveri, former head of military intelligence in Finland and a friend of the show, if he were to choose between the Martyrs and the CV90s, he would take the Swedish product because it's more modern, better gunning, and definitely swifter in handling and significantly better in terms of defense capacity. So there you go. Right. So, Craig.
Yes. Hey, how you guys doing? I couldn't help but listen in on this, the resistance and what have you, quote unquote, the resistance that is currently present in Russia. Okay. I can try and co-host for a little bit, guys. But I just wanted to jump on and just
said, hey. So
yeah, so there you go. Voluntold, so to speak. No, I would just say that the idea of this resistance, first of all, should be seen as nothing but a good sign, right? We're happy that there's something going on, but let's not overestimate its actual impact unless it achieves to what Axel had said in terms of hundreds of thousands of Russians marching in the streets, because authoritarian governments are very adept and they're very liberal with their use of force, especially on their own citizens. And so I wouldn't look for this to move the needle one way or another, but it's not going to really do anything until it reaches that critical mass. Until then, it's more or less just kind of a snippet, right? It's not really meaningful of anything.
So, Craig, what would you expect to happen in Russia at this point in time? And does it matter other than the upheaval?
No, I think what matters right now in Russia is that if their plan is to do this, then we have to think along their timeline to where they think this can make a difference. So where do the Russians want to be in 3 months is how we should be looking at this, right? Where do the Russians want to be militarily? What is their goal from today to, the 90th day? They have combat troops that are ready to go in, etc. I would look to try to focus in on how bad their logistics are, how confused everything is, but more importantly, this is kind of the shadow takeaway. When they are entering into this, it's not only going to create a problem within the people vis-a-vis politics. This is going to create a problem vis-a-vis the economy. And so the only way to actually move this amount of people in this short amount of time You're going to have to assets out of the economy to support this effort. This is not just standard operating procedure. You're going to have to pull trains off of civilian lines. You're going to start the economy. The stock market crashed 2 days ago because they saw this coming and they said this is going to be really bad, because now the Russian government has said we are now going to be, this war is now a full-on parasite to our economy, and we have to exercise the parasite by doing all these different things that we're going to do. And so, yeah, I mean, it's not only a political outcome, it's going to be an economic result as well. And I just don't want to kind of miss that aspect of it. People will riot, people will demonstrate, people will cause problems, but only once it crosses over from the political to the economic. Once it does, and that will be soon because of what Russia's doing, then we're going to start to see, I think, something maybe a little bit bigger.
See, that's the point. It's not good enough to have just 68,000, as it seems now, 68,000 dead Russians. It's not enough. No. Sorry. Parents of Russia, we understand. You have a different calculus. You really don't care because you have no culture. You're just rabid, utter, incomparably uncultured people. You have no humanity. We fully understand this. It's appreciated. But the 68,000 are not enough. No. They also want to make sure that we know that they only take care of any kind of matters which we care about, meaning creating a bit of our people if and when their bread's not buttered properly. Good to know. Now we know. All is good. Mikola.
Yeah, just interesting fact that also Peskov's son refused to participate in mobilization because he will try to resolve the issues on a different level. And it tells you about something, right? Even Stalin's son during Second World War was fighting. And actually, there was a famous case where Stalin refused to exchange German general for his own son. Whereas Peskov, who is the press secretary of Russia, actually son is trying to hide. So just to wait until you see also the divide between classes and specifically the elite, Russian fraudulent elite.
Well, that's the point. It's not just Peskov's son. Look at Solovyov. I think his son is standing there in vampire mode right next to him. Is he not? Or did we see him fighting? Oh, sorry. No, this is his son-in-law or whatever, the boyfriend of his daughter, right?
Yeah, that's more likely.
I apologize. Yeah, sorry. Well, okay, so he hasn't given the advice to the boyfriend of his daughter that he should die for the fatherland. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, but Solovyov is, no one. He really didn't decide anything. He's a puppet himself. And you'll see, he will be probably the first person who will be screaming, I told you, I was the one who was talking about Navalny mentioning his name, and everyone else was actually afraid. So just watch how he switches the sides.
Mikola, do you really think that he's trying to talk himself out of the game by saying, I was beaten up by them, I was forced to do it, but I was really always in favor of an ethno-fascist like Navalny?
100%. 100% later, he will try to switch the sides and he'll be the one who will be trying to save his skin. Just wait for
it. Mikola, you should stick around. I love it when you say that. No, but it's the key item. They are only consistent in one regard, in their inhumanity and in their thuggery, because that's what they are, inhumane thugs. Right, let's go to Bionade, then Petter, then Robert, then Denjon, then Rusty. Bionade.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yeah, good news with the prisoner exchange. Would be cooler if it were also a few guys from Azovstal, but yeah, maybe we see this in the future. The other point I wanted to mention about the demonstrations, I think we all know Russia is losing, and they have to say this somehow to their people. And if they would have said, "Oh, we withdraw, or we try to keep Donbass, or we focus on this and that," the people wouldn't be pleased. They would say, "Oh, we need more war. We need more war." Now they're saying, "Oh, we make a partially mobilization." The people are not happy about this, and maybe they stage some protests. And in a few days, they can set some other goals and say, "Oh, we achieved this and that in Donbass," and the people would say, "Hey, this was our own idea. We don't want really to send 300,000 more people." So it could play out this way. I'm not sure. It's only a game in my head, because I know these kinds of things are possible in politics, and yeah.
Nicola, did you hear the end of this? I didn't hear.
The last bit, no. That's why I was gonna say if it's possible to repeat the last bit.
Oh, okay. But until which part you heard it? Can you hear me? Mic check.
Yes, we can hear you. So the last bit that you were saying, just like two last sentences, because what happened is that the connection for a second just stopped.
Okay. Yeah, I said, yeah, that's the idea, that they sell it to the people like it was their own idea to stop the mobilization, and yeah, be okay with smaller goals. So maybe you implant this idea. This can be, but I'm not sure about it. It's just a possibility I wanted to point out.
The interesting part that was actually quite just mentioned right now on Twitter is that the Russia doesn't have any law that allows Putin to declare what he has done. So even though the laws were passed in the State Duma already, he actually doesn't have a permission to do so, because in the constitution of Russia, it states that the Russia is allowed to have this type of level of mobilization only if there is a threat to the country. So not only Putin, you can see how the propaganda machine starts falling apart gradually. So the first thing is that in order to declare what they did, they need to have a law. Second of all, they need to have, those territories that they occupied to be part of Russia, but they're still not part of Russia. That's why they were rushing with referendums, and those referendums are still not on time. So you see how this propaganda machine starts gradually collapsing, right? It's going to be really interesting to watch Solovyev and other propagandists for the next 2 weeks, because I don't know what they will come up with, because it's going to be really hard to justify all this bullshit on all the corners.
No, I would agree with that. I think that it's fair to say that in this instance, we have to be able to see through the mirage and at least have the self-awareness to admit that we're looking at a mirage, right? When we look at what Russia claims to be vis-a-vis what it is we know it to be, right? And so we need to have that self-awareness at all times. I think that's fair and accurate. We got a lot of hands up, so I'm just gonna kind of pick an order at random here, guys. So I'm gonna go Den John. We're gonna go Den John, and then we're gonna go to Florin, and we'll go from there.
Okay, thanks. So again, I have a slightly different opinion about the motivation for increased protest, because I happen to know a few guys in Moscow I used to work with, and I spoke to them just after the invasion started, and they were quite yeah, they were like, it's not us, there's probably a good reason for it, and blah blah blah. They were quite okay with it, and it was disgusting. And today I contacted them again, and they are in panic, absolute panic, and trying to get away from it. And also, the police is actually catching people on the street, not protesters, young men, and have them to sign up for conscription. And this is I mean, everyone knows that now. So there is panic in the population centers. Previously, it was not the population centers; it was the far out regions. Now it's Moscow, St. Petersburg, and others. So this could turn ugly, actually.
Well, I think
Well,
that's
it's too late. They can't train them. They can't equip them. They don't have the officers. They don't have the NCOs.
No,
they
no,
can't
no.
lead them.
No, Axel. No, I mean they don't want to go and fight. They don't want to go and fight. That's what I mean. They won't have anyone to train.
Beforehand, they were completely happy to tolerate it, and then 8-month-old babies could get raped by soldiers carrying the same flag.
Totally agree. But again,
Yeah, see, there you go.
I don't care.
So I have no pity. They should all
No,
die.
no, me neither. I don't have. But if it leads to chaos, I'm all for it. That's what I'm trying to say.
I am with you. No, absolutely, 100%.
I would just caution people on just one thing, right? So let's take a step back and let's contextualize this in time, not so much in quantity or quality, but just the subject of time. When these sanctions started, when the United States kicked these in, and the Russian ruble, quote unquote, was gaining strength, everybody thought that this was like some great like mistake that the United States played, and we don't have the resources and we don't have the abilities that we have. And then look at what happened to the Russian economy just last week, right? It went completely off a cliff. This autarkic way of doing business does not work. It never has worked. And so we have to remember that this quote unquote mobilization thing that's going to have its effect both economically, politically, and otherwise, we have to remember that there's going to be a time lag with this, right? And so what we see today and what we see in the coming days will only progressively get worse, right? But it will take time for those things to kind of work their way through the system and those teeth to really bite. Because right now we're only hearing kind of the bark. And I think that we need to show a little patience in what we see, but there could be a place where things look like they're getting stronger, things look like they're buttoned up, and then all of a sudden we could see a very rapid draw off. So just wanted to contextualize that in terms of time, not so much the quality of the troops or the quantity of them, but just that specific coefficient. Okay, so let's go to Florin, and then we're going to go to Robert.
Thank you. But Peter and Rusty were before me, so I yield first to them and wait.
Sure. All right, let's go with Peter and then Rusty.
Well, thank you. So I wanted to comment on the speech where the wannabe master strategist was trying to play chicken games of deterrence and escalation with the West. And the one sentence that struck me was when he was saying, "This is not a bluff," because the key to winning in a chicken game is to have credibility. And having to point out that you're not bluffing is showing that you don't have credibility and that you're trying to gain it, which is automatically losing. And the first thing I thought when he said, "This is not a bluff," is, yes, exactly, it is a bluff. And I think it gives away the whole game. And I thought that was the key sentence of the whole speech. So that was, I found that actually amusing. The other thing that was amusing today was on Twitter, people are reporting from Russian Telegram that there is panic about the Ukrainians laughing about this so-called partial mobilization. And they're asking, why are they laughing? They should fear us, blah, blah, blah. So I thought that was quite amusing too. So yeah, that was my comments.
All right, thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Rusty, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna try again and see what snarky comment Axel can make about the demonstration. But I'm gonna say that just to be ahead of him, I'm gonna say that the only real protest that I'm seeing in the world right now is in Iran, where women are actually going to the squares and burning their shawls or hijabs and so on, and even cutting their hair in public. So if anyone from Iran is listening, I'm rooting for you. But I actually have a question for Craig. So or first, I would say that right now they're saying that thousands have been arrested, and I was born in a village with 3,100 people, so to me that's a lot. So maybe that's why I was mentioning this. But the question I have for you, Craig, is logistics. You seem to be a bigger expert than a lot of people here on logistics. So I'm just wondering, if Russia actually sends 300,000 Russians in the coming months to the front, will it mean that the HIMAR clock is way more effective and just totally depletes their warehouses? Or can you actually see that Russia manages to adapt and not get struck by HIMARS every time?
Well, you know, it's a simple question, but there's a yes and there. If I could quote our resident Colonel Spencer, the issue is time and space. So time in terms of how much time does Ukraine have to interdict rail junctions and road intersections and bridges before those 300,000 troops even get there, because you can sure as hell walk them there, right? People are built for walking, but once they get there, what do they have to fight with, right? There's no warehouse to draw from that's relatively nearby that can do good dispersal of logistics, right? So that's your time issue for the Ukrainians, because if they start to do this, then you might as well start that strangulation operation pretty soon to make sure that when they do get there, when they do walk or get dropped off in a bread truck, quite honestly, then there's nothing there for them to fight with. So fait accompli that way. The other issue is space. Space in terms of the distance by which Ukraine can launch HIMARS into Russia and interdict supply lines as they get closer to the Russian border. So you take the same model that you're seeing now, and you just shift the color radius to the Russian border, right? Vis-a-vis Ukraine. You shift it to that border, that becomes a spatial issue, as well as kind of like an ammunition issue. But you can still interdict train lines as you move this model further to the east. You can do that with HIMARS. What that looks like for the winter, the truth is, I don't think Ukraine wants to have any of those guys to have anything waiting for them. So in terms of blowing up warehouses, I'd say sure, but I'd say focus on the rail junctions to ensure there's nothing in the warehouse to begin with. And what is there took 4 extra days and 15 extra trucks to get it there. That does have a cumulative effect. It doesn't seem like a lot, but you multiply it over days and weeks of combat, it's going to slowly start to tell the story. So that's my time and space answer for that.
So my follow-up would be, we all seem to think that Russia is using a push logistics system where they're pushing supplies ahead. Could you, to me, that would be a nightmare, right? Because when a warehouse is just filled up with different stuff and you can't actually say what's in the warehouse completely, and it gets blown up, isn't that like a nightmare for the Russians to be able to supply the troops with the right kind of stuff? Because to me, it would seem like a soldier could find that they have many guns, but no bullets, or just bullets and no guns. Is that the situation?
That's the goal that you want to achieve, right? The goal is to ensure that you have the highest probability of winning. That is what you might consider to be a multi-domain operation, right? So the end goal is to, I see what you're getting at, but the numbers are kind of more or less irrelevant when you are able to extrapolate that and then extract from that the idea that you have the ability to ensure that anybody who arrives there doesn't have what they need. And if they don't have what they need, then more or less everything is irrelevant, right? And that's the kind of the goal of this. Now, of course, some Russian units do fight. They will get ammunition there. But you want to focus more, I think, on the aggregate sum of what we're seeing, in that Ukraine has the ability to execute offensives in coordination with a multi-domain operation. One is intelligence, the second is kinetic, and the third is logistics, right? To operate in all phases of those are going to make sure the Russians that do get there are going to be just like what you said. Rifles but no bullets, bullets but no rifles. At least not the ability to sustain combat for longer than a week, and then kind of running like you saw in Kharkiv.
And a last follow-up, when they attacked in Kiev in the start of the war, people already spoke about the issues with logistics and the fact that Russia didn't have enough trucks. Do you know anything or have heard anything about have they beefed up their supply logistics by acquiring private trucks or anything to strengthen their situation?
Yeah, sure. So that's actually a good question, as a matter of fact, because the United States, as well as other countries, do from time to time, they do pay for, I don't want to say requisition, but they certainly pay for access to private shipping, private flying, right? So airlines and such on a mass level. These contracts are in place, and they're kind of more or less part of the strategic plan of the United States, is that they have airlines that they can have aircraft, commercial aircraft that can get to a lot of people in a place in a very short amount of time. And so, but that issue is more or less temporary only when the operation starts, right? Once they're there, you don't need those commercial flights. The equal to this is where I'm going with this, is that the Russia will do the same, but its impact on the economy will be far more reaching. And that's where I was kind of going with this, is that when I spoke earlier, look for the political battle, but then start to also keep an eye on the economic situation as well, because that usually tips people a little bit more than politics, if you want to know the truth. You want to understand that what Russia is committing itself to, at least in the very short term, is going to gobble up commercial vehicles, vans, train lines, and everything that its economy simply cannot sustain and cannot replace. So yes, it is going to use private vehicles. Do I see that helping them out? I don't know. I mean, ask yourself if the bread truck or the milk truck that delivered food today is enough that you would want to transport munitions in to an active battlefield, right? I mean, it's quite simply that. And it's a matter of also weights and units, right? How much does each unit carry for its weight? And then how much can it deliver and how efficient is that travel? So you can give me 15,000 bakery trucks, but give me 20 to 30 heavy HEPMETs and Oshkosh trucks. I'll take those 30 to 40 because it's going to be far more efficient and it's going to be far easier to direct traffic. So, I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. Hopefully that was a good summarization of that. Let's go back to, I think, Peter. Wait, hold on 1 second. Let's go to Robert and then Slava, actually.
Thanks, Craig. I don't know if you're still listening, Nick, but thank you for your very good news about the prisoner exchange. That's wonderful news. My question has to do with, you've already kind of been talking about it in terms of the difficulty of kitting out and supplying an increased Russian force in Ukraine. I read something about the ability of them to manufacture stuff, to refurbish artillery barrels and to build new ammunition is limited by their lack of access to Western technology. So they can't order new machine tools. They don't have the capability to build that stuff themselves. So are they sending these new troops with better demographic representation from Moscow and St. Petersburg into Ukraine, into the front lines, not only with inadequate kit, but with less artillery and less heavy ammunition to back them up with? I mean, is this going to be a bloodbath for them?
Well,
And with
first
that,
and
I'll
foremost,
drop down and
Craig,
tend to my day
before
job.
we go there, Craig, please. They are not sending anyone anywhere soon. If you have reservists, they are not sending them there because they can't equip them. They don't have NCOs. They don't have officers for them. They would have to train them. In every armed force, if you are out of service for a year, you have to be retrained. If you're out of the service for 3 years, you have to be retrained pretty much 3/4 of the way. If you're out for longer, you're typically considered to be new and unfit and irrelevant unless you have been in a mobility reserve which constantly trains, which the Russians do not have in that format. So the people they're bringing in, even if they once shot a gun, a rifle, or performed the task, they are now faced with different weapons. By the way, much older weapons than they ever used. it's highly unlikely that they can train up a force within the next 5 to 7 months. And the force will never be appropriate, as Pekka Torvedi, Ben Hodges, Nick Ryan, but also especially Colonel Spencer have said in recent days here on the space. There is no threat coming from them. So even this partial mobilization makes literally no sense. Yes, people are afraid that some of them, and this is the case, some of these troops may be thrown and cobbled together by these crazy Russians in order to throw them to the front central troops and the likes, and they may die, but so be it. But it's very few. There is no Fourth Army Corps being built and created in such a time frame. This is just not how it works. Not a single force in the world is being trained that way, not even the so-called Russian army. Craig.
Yes, so that's exactly what I was going to say. That I think the issue that we're kind of talking about is we're trying to nibble around the edges, but it's important to be as honest as Axel just was. Those 300,000, first and foremost, let me remind somebody of the composition of what that 300,000 is. The vast majority of that is support and logistics and maybe multi-crewed vehicles. That is not actual trigger pullers that are, doing these complicated battlefield tactical integrated maneuvers, right? Whatever you might want to call it, that they're going to be nowhere near the level of being able to do. It takes 2 years to train an infantryman and a Marine rifleman up to the proper standard. 2 years to integrate fully into the unit and become a solid part of that. That's when you kind of top out, at least in your like initial enlistment. But my point is that it's 2 years, and for one, so let's say 2/3 of that, or even half of that, is support and logistics, multi-crewed vehicles. That's 150. That leaves 150,000 combat troops. That's the equivalent of 6 divisions, give or take, in the United States Armed Forces. That's a lot of people and a lot of gear. Ignore the gas, ignore the bullets, ignore this, ignore that. Forget about all that. Are they even a cohesive force when they get there that they can operate in this environment? The answer is no, right? I mean, you just have to say it. And Axel is 100% correct. We just need to kind of like lay that down as a baseline. Axel is correct.
And I'm not an army guy. But Craig say, well, neither are you, given the fact that you were in the Navy.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. I was not. So let's go to, actually, let's go to Florin, who actually gave up their spot earlier to Peter before. So let's go to Florin, and then we're going to go to Slava.
Thank you. No problem. I'm a patient man. I think Putin's speech and his mobilization is a pure scare tactic aimed towards the weak part of the West, like Germany. And what I noticed today, Der Spiegel, Germany's biggest or second biggest online medium, had an interview with Sigmar Gabriel.
Left-wing medium in the German tongue.
And it's the second or first in the online media. Yeah, I think it has more views than Bild. Spiegel Online.
Terrifying, isn't it? Given the fact that Rudolf Augstein was always an utter leftist, and this imprint has been there.
Yes.
The friend of Willy Brandt.
Yes.
The Ostpolitik.
Yes, the big problem is the following. Now, Sigmar Gabriel gave an interview and saying we cannot exclude the usage of nuclear weapons. And the interview was done by a guy called Veit Midik, who has written about 7 leader articles in the Spiegel with usually don't give them weapons or don't give them tanks because Ukraine is not a video game. And I have a friend who's a journalist who said Veit Midik actually really tried all day to reach Gabriel to get the interview. And I think this is directed from the Kremlin. And I was wondering if something similar goes on in the French media. But I think Mr. Midik is extremely left, writes all these columns against it, and he's also at the Spiegel. So the guy was trying to get some of the SPD guys to give an interview saying atomic weapons. Careful. It's completely orchestrated. Of course. And I was wondering, like Ben or somebody, is something else going on in France? That French media is writing the same, bullshit?
The funny part is, you wouldn't believe, but French media, both Figaro and Le Monde, have a completely different tack. Somehow, it has permeated and percolated through to them that the French government is about to release anywhere between 3 and 5 dozen Leclerc tanks.
Mr. Tenzer was writing about that, correct?
He also, yeah, well, he's always he's a thing. But okay, leave it at that. Ben will come up and shout out how much he appreciates Mr. Tenzer. And
But
Nick
again,
will come up and
the French
defend him as well.
perspective.
That's fine. Yeah, Tenzer is an awkward character who I would not invite for dinner. Let's put it this way. At least not in my house. Or in any house I
Interesting.
know. But having said this, according to Ben, who purports to have knowledge as to how this works, Mr. Tenzer is a canary in the coal mine. I would say that the guy he quoted is definitely better informed. But there you go. Let's try to get Ben up and he can talk about this.
Yeah,
He
because
was just requesting.
Yeah, I was really thinking that the whole thing is aimed at the weak part of the West. Interesting also was Mr. Erdogan's reaction today, who said in an interview, the Ukraine has to recover all its territory, including Crimea.
Yeah,
So
Erdogan
it seems
has decided that he has now expected enough from Putin, sees the degradation of the economy, sees that the pipeline policy doesn't work, sees that Azerbaijan is taking a different tack that he wants, and he has seen that in Iran, things are not going quite the way he thought.
Yes, but I was really surprised how fast this German sort of tanky faction in the left-wing media is actually putting it up. While there was in noon, there was a different video of Carlo Marsala, the professor from the University of the Federal Armed Forces.
Don't get me started.
Yeah, but at least he really said, "Don't be scared," and so on. So I think he gave a relatively good interview in the sense how we would judge it. But what's your opinion
Ben
of Mr.
Hodges?
Marsala?
Ben Hodges has a view on these matters and on opinions stated as often are heard from Mr. Marsala. I'm very glad that somebody of his stature is at least around, given the fact that he has not really been, shall we say, I'm not quite sure that he would stand a chance in the competitive sphere of military excellence and
Hey,
analysis in the US.
Axel,
No, he's not a military guy. He's a professor of international politics who knows something about military.
I beg your pardon.
What he does.
I just beg your pardon, just very briefly. I don't mean to interrupt, but we do have our guests waiting for us, Axel, and I'm having issues with Twitter, so I can't lift her up.
All right. So Maria is there. Okay, let me try to get her up because I tried to see her beforehand. Hold on, Maria.
So here's what we're going to do. Yep. Here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to try and drop some people out of the speaker slots to make sure this connection is solid. So don't be offended. I'm just going to drop you guys out now, but then just re-request once we make sure the space is stable. And with that, Axel, please go ahead.
So, Maria, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello. Good evening.
Excellent.
Or good morning.
Welcome to MriyaReport. Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Maria. Thank you very much for joining us. How are you today?
Thanks for invitation. I'm fine. Despite, let's say, all the news which have, let's say, concerned the entire world. From a Ukrainian perspective, everything is rather predictable, and let's say we are more certain in what will come next. So I'm fine. Thank you.
We had one of your former directors of the SBU here earlier this evening. It was a great opportunity to talk to Valentin in that regard, and we discussed obviously the internal security and stability. Now you have a different strategic remit, but nevertheless, I think you would probably agree that Andriy Naumov being captured in Serbia with what, 600,000 euros, $350,000, and a couple of diamonds. It's quite a thing, but it showcases what kind of risks the Ukrainian society, government, and its military and its intelligence service had to deal with and had to sort out since this part of the invasion begun. How do you see the security position of Ukraine in that regard? I mean, with Russia's suppression, infiltration, its active measures.
First of all, I think that their domestic work or homework in order to find and counteract all these infiltration agents, let's say, is as active as never before. But at the same time, Ukrainian society has lots of questions to authorities why these groups or these agents were not so actively identified and persecuted, which is very important previously. Because as we can see from some signs from, for instance, Kherson region or Luhansk region, there were some people who might have been working for the enemy before the large-scale invasion, and now we have like some negative after effects, for instance, in this precise regions. But at the same time, what we need to understand about moods within Ukrainian society regarding these issues is that people are very sensitive about any suspicious people, persons having links with Russia. Everything is verified, not just by security service or intelligence service of Ukraine. We have unprecedented professional, it's very important, objective work of non-governmental organizations identifying people with specific posts, specific affiliation with even sometime public services, and having some serious links with Russia at the same time. They identify them, they collect all the data, made it public, and actually bring everything as the ready case, ready for the trial and all other following persecution procedures to the respective bodies. That's very important, that tolerance towards this kind of, let's say, citizenship, having dual citizenship with Russia, tolerance is zero when it comes to public servants, politicians, or just businessmen. There is zero tolerance towards people having any other political ties with Russia or even economic ties. And that's why I think maybe a bit later than it was needed to prevent some negative developments, but at the same time the work is being done very intensively, not just by public institutions, but also by people who just support and back the investigation process, being in non-governmental sector, for instance, or being journalists, for instance.
I think that you have the perfect point there, because we could essentially go two paths with the interview now. Let's select a little detour very quickly, because what you just highlighted is that the civil society is now taking up the role of exposing the misdeeds, the intransparencies, the collaboration, and bringing the cold light of day and shine it on a number of people, which has not always been the case before. I think it seems to me, at least, that my Ukrainian friends and colleagues all simply, now that everybody is fighting against this invasion, will not tolerate any kind of culture of infiltration and corruption anymore when the Russian suppression and their efforts go away. This seems to bode well for a future of a civil society, doesn't it?
First of all, we need to understand that in Ukraine, the civil society, meaning not just organizations working as non-governmental institutions, but actually people, citizens, and communities as the real, as representing the real nature of what civil society is. They have been so zero tolerant towards corruption or some suspicious political or other types of ties with Russia since 2014. Of course, I couldn't say it was real for the overwhelming majority of the society, because there were still people, especially in bordering with Russia regions like Luhansk region or Donetsk region, where people were thinking about, let's say, some ties with Russia as those which can be brought to normality. And that's why some connections with Russian media, Russian business, or Russian even political circles for certain groups within the society were still not the red line, but something acceptable. But let's say generally, Russia is not something which you should be absolutely calm if you have any affiliation with after 2014. And after the large-scale invasion, situation is almost equal all around the country, because any ties, any work being done in the interest or directly for Russia or Russian actors, different ones, is accepted as something normal. It's absolutely unacceptable, generally, regardless if it is the west of Ukraine or the very east of Ukraine. And that is why, by the way, after these 7 months of ongoing invasion, we have the unprecedented situation when Ukrainians in all the regions in Ukraine, in the framework of face-to-face public opinion poll, which is representative for Ukrainian society, besides of occupied part of Kherson, Donbas, and Zaporizhia region, they are thinking that after victory and after liberation of entire territory of Ukraine, Ukraine should break all the political and economic ties with Russia. And that is why, because people think or about the future relations with Russia as about relations not between partner states, not between neighboring just states, but between two different systems where we don't need to look for closer relations. And having this in mind about indefinite future, of course, people will be much more sensitive and will react in a very painful way if it comes to some agents infiltrated into Ukrainian public service system, for instance. And that's why society is keen on idea to break ties and define people who work in the interest of Russia. And by the way, recently Ukraine, not recently, but actually after large-scale invasion already, Ukraine has made some amendments to Ukrainian legislation regarding collaboration and collaborators, and have amended the criminal code of Ukraine with stricter persecution and penalties for being involved in collaboration with occupational administrations or with Russia directly. And
that is it's a natural reaction, isn't it? That essentially in such a moment as a civil society, you cannot tolerate this.
Absolutely. But you know what? Ukrainian society has also was also going through different stages of attitudes towards how we should react to people who are in favor or who were in favor of, for instance, self-proclaimed republics, and who helped them to emerge in 2014. And that is one of the main mistakes of Ukrainian authorities and of Ukrainian security service in 2014 and 15 was that those collaborators, in fact, for instance, people who helped to organize so-called fake referendum in May 2014 in occupied at that time part of Donetsk and Luhansk provinces. Those people, only few of them were really persecuted and brought to the court. And that was a huge mistake, that this real penalty and the real persecution didn't happen in absolute majority of cases. On the one hand, there was an overall frustration of authorities at that time, and everything was in unexpected way, and that's why everyone in Kiev was trying to settle down the issue by political and diplomatic means, and military force wasn't used in a proper way in order to tackle terrorists as terrorists when they captured, for instance, administrative buildings in Luhansk and in Donetsk, and captured security service with some weapons there inside, and started claiming that this is not Russian occupation, but this is so-called separatist movement in Donetsk and in Luhansk. The reaction was much slower and much more diplomatic than actually was needed according to Ukrainian legislation at that time. And people who were in so-called electoral commissions in fake referendum on May 11, 2014, they were, in most cases, they were not persecuted, and some of them became, they tried to explain afterwards that they were just, ordinary people. They did nothing against constitution, and state really didn't show that the rule of law should be prevailing.
Why was that?
First of all, there was the political reason I have explained. So the authorities in Kiev, as well as our partners abroad, really didn't believe that Russia would really occupy Crimea and part of Donbas. And that's why the entire spring 2014, when there was already occupation of a number of districts in Luhansk and in Donetsk region at that time, the reaction of authorities was like, let's talk, let's try to negotiate, let's not send army there, because army actually started moving much later than Ukrainian army started moving in the region much later than the buildings were captured, that Russia started organizing this so-called referendum when the whole cities were occupied. For instance, Slovyansk was fully occupied like from the very beginning, and occupational administrations were declared. Very famous war criminal Girkin, the former, and actually it's not former, he's not former,
yeah, we know Mr. Strelkov.
Yes, it was the first reason, but the second reason was actually, in my opinion, again, political one, why those collaborators were not seriously persecuted, because lots of people from local authorities, directly or indirectly in 2014, either participated in this collaboration or, were indirectly influencing the general process, trying to be a side, but in fact they were influencing the process. And those people were from local deputies, sometimes mayors, sometimes representatives of local administrations. And actually the central and regional and authorities were a bit frustrated, because they were afraid that in case we have unstable situation in Donbas, in case we have already Russian army and Russian forces there, we have armed people in the region. So they were trying, regional and central authorities, they were trying to not to make the conflict with other actors, influential actors in the region, to make it more, not to make it more visible and more tough, let's say. And that's why they were trying to negotiate with these people. Some of them became started witnessing against some other officials who were under the court. Some others were just playing the local games because they were backed by public support, as for instance mayors, and they were trying to sell out, let's say, the stable situation in their small settlements, or sometimes not so small settlements, in exchange of being not persecuted for direct or indirect help to, for instance, organization of these fake referendums at that time. And now this is a completely different situation. So all the lessons were drawn from that time. And now what I have been observing from my sources from occupied territories, especially in Donbas, to a less extent in other parts in Zaporizhia or in Kherson, it's a bit different situation there. But even in Luhansk and Donetsk provinces, collaborators from recently occupied territories, especially in Luhansk region, they know that they have just two ways right now in case of, or actually when, as we hope, Ukrainian defense forces will liberate Luhansk region. They have either to escape to Russia, or they will be brought to the trial. There will be no toleration of collaboration with Russian occupational forces. But this, of course, this lesson is based on a very painful experience when these collaborators were not properly persecuted 8 years ago.
Yeah, it's like passivity allows the, shall we say, the infliction of measures of infiltration to go on. It's like if you allow a virus into your system, you don't fight it. And in this case, it then simply spreads. And I think what you've described about Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, a lot of people evidently have fallen prey to Russian propaganda with this massive media push over many years. And we've heard it even from those cities which were just within reach of this, Sloviansk and Kramatorsk, where people constantly were being bombarded with Russian propaganda in addition to this, so that the general population would take in the Russian narrative, whilst the local politicians would therefore more easily fold. And then there were those who were actively collaborating. Now, recently, when the panic started, even in Luhansk Oblast, we've heard that many of those collaborators actually tried to get their families into cars and tried to get into Russia proper, but were held up at the border. It seems to be that treason doesn't pay off, does it?
Important detail. This year, there were only a couple of mayors or heads of local administrations who betrayed actually Ukraine and changed the side. I mean, the current mayors or head of local administrations, not former officials like Mr. Saldo, who represented no one before large-scale invasion, and he was, brought from nowhere again to political scene. But from among the acting officials, there were just couple people, both from all of the regions which were under Russian attack, like Kharkiv, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, to betray their real position. But speaking about attempt of some collaborators to escape, for instance, that's very important, that they have no way and no opportunities to escape anywhere. Actually, this is the only way to preserve their life or the life of their families. But Russia is not that kind of stupid when it comes to occupational administrations. They don't need these people to escape anywhere. And what we see now, that lots of these collaborators, especially in southern part of Ukraine, Kherson and Zaporizhia region, are just I don't know even how to say so. They are not.
They were facing an ordeal. They didn't give up. If you look at Ivan Fedorov, from the mayor of Melitopol, he was captured, held in captivity, tortured, psychological pressure extended massively, and there were attempts to force him to continue working under Russian occupation, and he defied them. Now, that is civil engagement. This is a significant commitment. This is not easy. Let's put it this way. And he chose the right route.
Of course, it's not easy, but at the same time, there are dozens and hundreds of people who were without such a famous, not famous, who didn't become such famous, heroes of ongoing situation, but they were brought to captivity and they were tortured, and now Ukraine is getting from time to time these tortured bodies in exchange of bodies of Russian soldiers. Especially it is the case for Kherson region, because Kherson, Russia miscalculated with lots of things when it comes to large scale invasion of Ukraine. But Kherson is one of the biggest miscalculations of Russia, because it's purely Ukrainian, pro-Ukrainian, culturally, socially, from identity point of view region. And what we know now from intelligence work, or from expert network work, from local sources still staying on occupied territories of Kherson, is that situation is absolutely not stable for occupational administrations, exactly because they don't have loyalty and sympathy from local population. Yes, people stopped going to mass rallies and stopped open protests like it was during the whole month after Kherson was occupied. So people didn't have any fear in front of armed soldiers of Russia. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that you can make people cooperate, that you can make teachers easily to start even the teaching process in the schools. And it means that there are lots of people gathering information, bringing it to intelligence service of Ukraine, organizing some sabotage operations. And that is why, in my opinion, that was one of the reasons why in Kherson region, Russia was trying to organize this fake referendum for many times, but ended up with this decision only now, when other factors appeared and triggered this rapid decision.
But we are safe to assume, I think, and we will agree quite easily, that the rapid decision currently is done in view of different objectives, targets, and it's panicky, it's irrelevant, it's unacceptable anyway, and it doesn't change one thing. That is the resolve of both the occupied population, especially in Kherson, as you quite rightly say, and of course, the fighting force coming to free the city.
Yes. This decision is was not something unpredictable or unexpected for Ukrainian side, and actually for people working with this conflict. But of course, it was, and it is explained why it was so rapidly and so quickly made this decision, and why it is going to be implemented like these days. There was the general idea, in my opinion, the general idea of Russia tactically right now is to fix somehow that these territories belong to Russian Federation politically, because militarily Russia is under the real perspective and under the real risk to lose control over these territories, like Russia has rapidly lost the control over Kharkiv region as a result of super efficient counteroffensive on the side of Ukraine defense forces. And that's why, in order to try to prevent somehow, or to create the picture that there is a ground to prevent Ukrainian army to move forward with the occupation of these territories, is to declare that they are annexed by Russian Federation. This is the political, let's say, tactical idea. Secondly, it's also political idea why this decision was taken now. Technically, Russia needs some time to regroup, to find some human resources to continue with its offensive in Ukraine. And Russia needs at least couple of months to do that. And for that precise reason, they need some, let's say, decrease of military activities on the ground. Russia is fully slowed down with its offensive in Donetsk region. They don't move anywhere. They just shall erase the city like Bakhmut, but at the same time, they do not move. Moreover, they have lost two important cities like Liman and Svятогірськ recently as a part of, let's say, Kharkiv-related counteroffensive. That's why any kind of activity on the ground right now is mainly related to counteroffensive of Ukrainian forces. Slowly, but still very well planned and straightforward in Kherson region, and which is most risky for Russian Federation, the probable counteroffensive in Luhansk province. And that's why they need to somehow freeze the situation on the ground before Russia will try to found several other dozens of thousands of soldiers mobilized in the framework, for instance, of this so-called partial mobilization in Russia. They need some time to regroup, to bring new people. And after that, Russia will use another argument, which is partially political, partially military. As soon as they annex these territories, they can easily declare that they have either replaced already nuclear weapons on some of these occupied territories, or that they can do that. And this also serves for the political reason to make Ukraine stop with even thinking about counteroffensive, and to influence the position of Western allies of Ukraine, to make them think that Russia will use nuclear weapons in that way in case they will try to restore Ukraine's control and to help Ukraine to restore control over these territories. That's why this decision was not unexpected, but the very moment is explained exactly by specific counteroffensive operation which is being conducted on the ground by Ukraine. It was triggered by that. I'm originally from Luhansk
we don't
region.
disagree, Maria. We don't disagree. We've actually discussed exactly this point also yesterday in the evening with General Pekka Toveri, the former head of military intelligence of the Finnish armed forces, as well as more recently with Ben Hodges. You're absolutely right. Completely agree with this, that these are reactive measures by the Russian side. And they're predictable to an extent, which also showcases how clever the military strategy of what the Russians often call the AFU, but ZSU actually is. And Zaluzhny's general staff has done a tremendous good for the Ukrainian cause by framing, shaping the enemy, pushing them, and leaving the Russians very few options left. So what you've been highlighting is that essentially they feel compelled to react politically because they can't win militarily. And when they do so politically, they expose their weakness even further. Because nobody in Russia can create a strong, modern, combined armed forces army in such a time frame. They haven't done it in the last 12 years. They won't be able to do it now in 3, 5, or 9 months.
Exactly, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the real calculation which Russia counts on with these political instruments, they also will fail, in my opinion, because the logic which is being used by Russia with this, political attempts to fix their control over these territories, it is based on previous experience with annexation of Crimea or part of Ukrainian Donbas in 2014, when this blackmailing that this is our territory, don't try to restore your control over it partially worked, because Ukraine and its Western allies were dragged into political negotiations for 8 years about possible reintegration of these territories, and Ukraine was trying to find different ways how to this all Normandy talks, Minsk trilateral contact group, and Russia thinks that the same blackmailing scheme, like they will announce this is our territory and no one will invade there, this will work. It will work, but it will not, exactly because this is not 2014. And as of now, Ukraine is fully supported by at least strategic allies of Ukraine in its intention not to start negotiations until there is the real perspective they will be constructive. And the understanding of constructive negotiations is very simple now. It's about withdrawal of Russian forces. If they do not want to speak about that or discuss it diplomatically, then it will be done militarily. And that's the case right now. That Russia is miscalculated with this
Absolutely.
political blackmailing.
Yeah, I think you have the right point there. And we discussed it here also with a friend of the space, Peter Doran, who is currently amongst our listeners in the past, is that Ukraine very deliberately, very carefully, and very methodically is pushing forward with its own capacity. Yes, well supported by a global coalition of the willing, not always as supported as it would like, and as I would like personally. And if it were up to me, trust me, we can talk about having 250 Leopard 2s being committed by at least 19 nations if Olaf Scholz were to release them. And I'm quite sure that our very capable friends in the Ukrainian armed forces would be able to man them and drive home, meaning drive home to free Luhansk, and drive home to free Donetsk, and drive home to make sure that the last thing these tanks see is the ramp to the Kerch Bridge. We're not quite there yet. The French may do a few things in the coming days. The rumors from Washington are good as to M1 Abrams. Let's hope that it comes. But in the meantime, it is all due to the Ukrainian armed forces having achieved this, because they are actually executing it on the ground. And what you've been highlighting quite literally is that the population in the occupied territories now has a choice. Those who have been living under occupation for long obviously had a harsh life. Some of them have collaborated. How do you think that will change the perception by the Russian armed forces and those who have collaborated? When is the breaking point? When does the panic, which we've seen now a couple of times on Crimea after the strikes on Saki, in the area of Luhansk and Donetsk, as well as in the whole oblast, when the forces in the Kharkiv oblast came under fire heavily, and both were forced to retreat as well as to flee, a lot of people moved out very quickly. At the same time, we can see that there's a lot of Russian troops who are moving their families back out from Melitopol. So the panic is already setting in. When, at what point in time do you see various people uprising heavily against the occupation? How far is that in the future?
On the one hand, I wouldn't expect that there will be, let's say, very visible, huge uprising against occupation. I think that the oppression which Russia is being made on the local population is so severe, and we have witnesses from the occupied territories. We have real facts proving that people, they can participate in indirect or sometimes direct, if it is about sabotage processes or activities against Russian occupational forces. But at the same time, I wouldn't expect that we will definitely see, let's say, some I don't know, protest or mass rallies. But at the same time, there is a reason or there is a trigger which is most probably will make the position of occupational forces as unstable as it is just possible in under current circumstances. This is about this general mobilization on recently occupied territories in Luhansk and in Donetsk region, because these territories are number one in a row to be fully mobilized. We know that the general forceful mobilization is being conducted on that part of Donbas which was occupied in 2014. So far, Russia didn't start the same mirroring like general mobilization on recently occupied part of Luhansk region, for instance. There were just separate cases, I know about them, when people were mobilized, but it was more individual cases like personal, personal processes between people when someone was trying to bring to prison or sent to the army those who are considered to be personal enemies, or they found some people whom they thought they were suspicious or had some links with, let's say, pro-Ukrainian activities. But general mobilization hasn't started yet in recently occupied part of Luhansk province. But technically, it has been prepared for a long time. And people in those communities who stayed there, even if they are against, or I would say, even if they are not loyal to occupational forces, they know that they are the next. And they are now thinking what to do, because the only way out in this situation is just to change the place of living and simply physically hide, because it's not possible anymore for men to leave the region. In February and in March, it was still possible using bribes, some corruption schemes, when there were some drivers who helped these men leave the occupied part of Donbas to Russia, for instance, or even further. But now it's not possible anymore at all. So the only thing is just to change your apartment, to make no one know where you are, not to use local mobile phone, which is operated by local operators in Luhansk and Donetsk. So local authorities have full access to this information and mobile signals. So, and that's the scheme which is being used by men who are threatened by this perspective. And this might trigger, this not necessarily will lead to some huge mass rallies, because this is authoritarian, even totalitarian regime. It is much stricter. We have to understand it. It's much stricter than we can imagine about Russia itself. And people are really pressed and they're really afraid, but it might trigger dissatisfaction up to the level that local occupational authorities will feel that they have unstable situation, they don't have any support, they have not supporters and adherents, but actually enemies in front of them among local people. And it will take place because people don't want to fight. What Russian occupation forces say to other citizens in Luhansk province, for instance, we have liberated you. So now it's your turn to fight for the rest of Ukraine, and that's why to access that to Russia. And of course, this is not what is in mind of people living in the area. No one is going to fight, and this might bring some serious processes against occupational forces. But collaborators will escape as soon as there will be first steps of Ukrainian army in Luhansk region. And we have seen that already, because when Ukrainian defense forces were approaching the border with Luhansk province, what Russians and Russian collaborators did, they withdraw from all the towns and settlements in the northern part of Luhansk region, like Kremina, Svatova, and even in some in northwestern part of Luhansk province like
Exactly.
Starobelsk.
Exactly. It's very good that you highlight this, because we had this discussion here on the space. In those days when this massive panicky retreat occurred, we saw very quickly that troops withdrew from Kremina, and Svatova was essentially nothing else than a way station. Russian troops passed through it. Occupying administration officials went into their cars and drove either north or to Starobilsk and onwards, but definitely not staying. So
Yes.
the clear understanding on their side is already there. So when Ukraine is unable to press the advantage, these people will leave. The question is, what happens to everybody else there? One issue which has come up, and many questions in that regard have been fielded already here on the space. What happens to those who haven't collaborated in as much, but who have stayed on site? For example, let's take those who, since the occupation of those territories after 2014, have grown up to become, let's say, 18 or 19 or 20. Young men who couldn't run away, who may have had their families there, who have grown up and now have been press ganged into becoming cannon fodder. They are in units where they're told, you take this Morsanagar and you go there and you shoot at the enemy, which is absolutely crazy. It's another form of genocide, forcing people to shoot on their own just because they're young and they can't change. How do you think Ukraine as a nation will be able to treat those young men and also women who've been forced into that service at such young age after the war? Ukraine will win. There's no doubt. But the question is, those who remain, who have not been killed, who've been taken in as prisoners, and they're 18, 19, 20, and they have not volunteered for it, but since about April, they were forced, and with Wagner troops or Chechens behind them, were pushed forward. What should Ukraine do?
Ukraine is not a unique case when it comes to international military conflicts, when the invading state is using some of the locals to fight against actually their compatriots and other citizens of the same state. So the very first idea which came to my mind to reply is that we shouldn't expect that there will be the general scheme how to react to all these group to the actions of this, let's say, general group. There will be individual cases anyway, both from legal point of view, because there is a difference. If, for instance, there is a difference between soldiers who were let's say video recorded,
recruited and trained, and those who were put into service.
There is a difference. Not just, we don't know whether the person was voluntarily or forcefully recruited. Actually, any recruitment, any conscription is directly forbidden by one of Geneva Conventions, because it's treated that as even propaganda to make people be conscripted, be mobilized, is directly prohibited by one of the provisions of Geneva Conventions when it comes to civilians living on occupied territories. So, but we don't know, let's say, if it was forceful or if it was voluntary from certain person to become a soldier of Russian army, unoccupied part of Ukraine. But at the same time, there is a big difference. What is going on next? If the specific person, for instance, is famous, I would say in a very simple way, on TikTok or on, I don't know, Facebook or whatever, on Telegram, records the video how he fights. I will not repeat how they name Ukrainians, and so on. And then he is in a captivity. So this person is absolutely obvious not a victim and will not be treated as a victim of Russian propaganda or of Russian forceful mobilization or whatever. But at the same time, there are ordinary citizens, there are ordinary men who were forcefully brought. They do not support it. And they are, for instance, they found themselves in a captivity at some moment, and they want to cooperate, and they say directly that they were forcefully, and there is no signs that this person was, happy from participating in the warfare against Ukrainian defense forces, and there will be a different individual case, I would say. So it's a long story. It's a complicated story, but the legal framework right now is that from Ukrainian side there is a message, legally based message. If you can, go to the captivity. Ukraine has organized the specific procedure and specific hotlines even to get information how to do that for Russian soldiers and for forcefully mobilized Ukrainian citizens in occupied territories. Now this is being done among citizens in Crimea and in occupied Donbas, not yet in Kherson and in Zaporizhia, but it will take place as well. In case you cannot, then try to omit this mobilization at any price. Hide, escape, cut all your ties, because the real perspective to be killed at the very first week of participation in a warfare is more than 50%, I would say. Exactly because these people are used as the unskilled cannon fodder by Russian forces. They are going and throwing on the front line first. But legally, according to international humanitarian law, according to Ukrainian legislation, what Russia is doing with our men by forceful mobilization, it's violation of the law against. It's the criminal. Is the criminal activity against civilians, and Ukraine has the legal framework. It's not perfect. It still needs to be developed, but generally you can count on, let's say, investigation, and that you will not be treated as the person, as the Russian soldier, let's say, if there are no signs that you were doing this voluntarily, happily, and that you supported it. The same story, by the way, with fake referendums. It's very important. I was these days when I was giving comments and interviews to local Ukrainian medias. I know that people in occupied territories are following what we have been saying. One of my messages was that try to omit. Not only, I don't speak about collaborators who will organize these fake referendums on the level of any settlement. I'm speaking about people, ordinary citizens, who might go just to vote. Try to omit it at any price. Lay down at home like being completely ill or whatever. Try to omit it. But even if you feel that you're under pressure, you are forced, and that's the real case on occupied territories, and you have to go and become a part of the crowd.
This will be very hard, won't it, Maria? But the private currently, or the corporal, if there is such one, in that occupied territories and these forces, they will have very few options, and they may not have enough communication. Yes, Ukrainian armed forces and their Serbs are trying to reach out to them. I understand this, and the hotline is open, and some Russian soldiers and some soldiers from, or let's say militants from the occupied territories have used that opportunity. It hasn't quite spread yet because the numbers, from what we've seen, are still relatively small. this is one of the more difficult pathways in the future, because Ukraine will have to reintegrate a lot of young people who have grown into this conflict. That's why I asked the initial question. Between 2014 and 2022, under occupation, there are many, many people who had absolutely no chance of developing their own independent opinion.
I would. I have been analyzing and working with public opinion in Donbas, sometimes including occupied Donbas, but generally frontline. During all these years, and I'm originally from the region, so if I may,
No, that's why I'm asking you.
Yes. So I would be brave to pretend to feel the very nerve, let's say, of local moods. And in my opinion, there is one very important peculiarity of public moods in Donbas, which I believe hasn't changed in occupied part of Donbas after 2014, or didn't change significantly. And this peculiarity, I will explain what is it now. Generally, this peculiarity was always a problem for Ukraine and for, let's say, for relations between some groups within the region. It was a problem before 2014. So what was that? That was rather passive when it comes to civic engagement, when it comes to some, civil activity. The general atmosphere is like we expected. I mean, generally, people in the region, the largest share of local population was simply counting on social and economic welfare, and did care much less about influencing community life, participating in civil processes within the society, controlling authorities, whatever. And before 2014, that created a problem for Ukraine. Of course, it was not a catastrophe, let's say, but it was visible that large amount of people is rather passive. That's why, in case they have stable income, which is not necessarily enough, proper, or high, but still this kind of stability, and they are fine with that. And in 2014, in my opinion, and basing on the real number of public opinion polls, that was the main share of local population with this position that we are staying aside from what is going on between Russia and Ukraine. We are, and that's why Russia succeeded with creating this propagandist picture that that the whole region was separatist, because absolute majority of the people was pro-Ukrainian, but they were so passive to go out, to protest, to participate in the mass rallies, that they were simply invisible, and they didn't have enough experience of being socially active. All the protests which ever happened in Donbas in the times of independent Ukraine were related to economics and social welfare. For instance, when people didn't receive salaries for a long time in 90s or even after 2000. And when it comes to some identity or political issues, despite being absolutely against separation from Ukraine and accession to the Russian Federation, it was a crazy idea which was not supported by locals. There was an absolute minority with about 15-18% who really wanted in February and in March 2014 to separate somehow from Ukraine, and either to get more independence from the central authorities or to join Russian Federation. But it's absolute majority. but they became like the face of Donbas and of Russian propaganda about Donbas exactly because the largest share of local population preferred to keep silence at the critical moment. And it was always a problem. But in my opinion, this rather passive atmosphere will allow, and this orientation on social and economic welfare and predictability and stability will allow Ukraine, once these territories are liberated, to settle down the issues, to show people that they have the future, that Ukraine is organizing and restoring the region regardless of what happened before, that criminals will be really persecuted, but the local population who was just surviving and living despite what opinion they did have during these years, they will be treated as normal citizens of Ukraine. And that strategy, in my opinion, will work exactly because people will be ready to accept, this change of political reality from current, let's say, Russian related occupational reality, which is being present for at least 30% of Donbas since 2014.
Yeah, and the level
let's
of
say,
violence,
Ukrainian.
Maria,
Yeah.
if I may highlight, the level of
Yeah.
violence, you were just highlighting that the strategy can work because first, as you said, the passivity of the population, what I would call an orphan child from Soviet times, where dependency and therefore the predictability of base income was still a key issue, and that continued in certain areas of Donbass, which didn't migrate to the, shall we say, new Ukraine quite easily. But the key aspect is to provide security, comfort, but also a welcoming attitude to say, we're here to solve it. We're here to address the issue. I think Ukraine is doing the right things in that regard. The offer is already there, and we understand from your ministry and the people in charge of the effort that they're planning for exactly that already. Because the torture, on the other hand, people have now experienced suppression, violence, torture, rape, the likes, on a continuous basis for many, many years. And there's many people like you from the region who evidently would like to at least come back home in some shape or form. And they have lived abroad or outside of Luhansk Oblast, outside of Donetsk Oblast. There is a change coming, isn't there?
I believe in that, and I have absolutely no occupied territories, but Ukrainian society is very adaptive one, and one of the key Russia keeping these people under their control on the one hand and Ukraine on the other hand. One key factor which will allow us to overcome this issue over years, of course, is that Ukrainian citizens on Ukraine-controlled territories up to 2014 and up to large-scale invasion didn't treated people in occupied part of Donbas as betrayers, but mainly as hostages of either circumstances or occupational administrations. That's very important that horizontally, socially, there was no violence, there was no hostile, aggressive attitude towards ordinary citizens behind the front line. And in all their polls, nationwide, regional, we have shown the stable tendency during all these 8 years. When it came to political negotiations and compromises or even concessions to Russia or to self-proclaimed republics in Donbas, people in their absolute majority in Ukraine-controlled territory of Donbas and nationwide in Ukraine were against these compromises. Absolute majority was always against during all these 8 years. But when it came to defining what should be the policy of Ukrainian state towards ordinary citizens living behind their front line in occupied part of the Donbas, so people were having another opinion. So Ukraine should be open. Ukraine should fulfill its social and humanitarian obligations for these people, should pay pensions, social payments, should allow specific procedures for children to study in Ukrainian universities or schools, just not to lose the links. And of course, the ongoing large-scale invasion will is complicating and will complicate the situation more seriously. But still, I don't see even now in Ukraine that there is some aggression against local people. So there is a division. There is a division between collaborators on the one hand, and those who are militaries, who are fighting and who are torturing Ukrainian people under the Russian flag, even if these people are Ukrainians in occupied part of the Donbas. Of course, there are Ukrainians working in camps, in the prisons, fighting in the army. But at the same time, there is a big difference between those people who do it consciously, openly, and this is really their position, and ordinary people who are just trying to survive, like they are trying to survive now in Kherson or in Zaporizhia, or tried to survive in Izium, which is now discussed again by the entire world when we discover all the war crimes conducted by Russia there in the times of occupation.
Now, just imagine if all the things which we've read about Izolatia repeat themselves all across Kherson, all across the remainder of Mariupol, Melitopol, and all the other places. We had thought in recent days, Maria, that the atrocities evident in Izium, in Balaklia, and in the villages, all of Kharkiv Oblast, would shock the Western world and move the politicians to think, as terrifying as that is, that it requires that shock. But even that failed to happen because the Western media, to a large extent, could not bring itself to show what happened. Some media even said, these images are so terrible, we can't show them. Now that's harsh. That is really, really the opposite of what needs happening. But how do you see that from a Ukrainian perspective? You experience it in the country. How do you see it?
I think it's logical that psychologically the audience started perceiving cruel and terrifying things much, let's say, in a less sensitive way than it was when it happened for the first time. Unfortunately, this is the logic of any conflict. So in order to create another earthquake in public opinion abroad, you need, unfortunately, some developments which will be much larger in terms of their terrifying effect than everything which happened before. So, of course, I can say that this is unfair, that this is not adequate under current circumstances, that world and media were reacting less seriously to what is being found in Izium than, for instance, to the findings, these terrible findings back in March and April in northern part of Kiev and Chernihiv region, for instance. But it's I can explain it from conflict studies point of view, from psychological development of the conflict. It's fully, predictable. But what is very important right now is not only that Ukraine should continue its efforts to spread the information about these war crimes, regardless of these, let's say, disadvantages with some kind of getting used to bad news about war crimes. But one of the most important tasks for Ukraine, and I think we are very effective in terms of fulfilling this task, is to make fixing, investigating, and documenting all these crimes on international level with involvement of as many actors as possible, to make it technical and fully appropriate for the future trials, international trials, to bring everything to different international courts, because there will be no just one court responsible for all the war crimes or crimes against humanity. And that's why this bilateral work, which is being done with several dozens of states, mainly from the European continent, which are sending their investigators and official representatives of their police and other investigator bodies to Ukraine. It creates this scheme. United Nations is, of course, as an umbrella, which also needs to enlarge its mission. And by the way, I haven't heard so far about the decision to enlarge already existing mission of the United Nations Human Rights Council to investigate the crimes in Kharkiv region. I haven't heard if they
I think you can wait a little while for that, Maria.
Oh, yes. Yes.
As
yes.
always.
As
They have
yes.
other more important things to do,
Exactly. But at the same time, what is exactly for that reason, it's so important that national states are sending their officially entitled for this purpose groups. It's not just to keep, on the one hand, it will help us to keep attention in these states about their work in Ukraine, because anyway, it will penetrate into informational space of France, Lithuania, Germany, whatever. But secondly, what is very important is that absolute majority of war crimes, these are the crimes of so-called general jurisdiction. It means that any state which participates somehow, but officially, of course, participates in investigation and documenting of the crime, can be the state where not only where these criminals can not only be arrested but persecuted as well. It means that even if we imagine that somehow the regime in Russia will change, some when relations between Russia and, let's say, collective West will start being warmer, but all these war criminals will be fully closed in their country. Probably in couple of others open for them, they will be able to move to and from. But all the countries now participating in investigation together with Ukraine of all these war crimes, they will be legally capable and allowed to arrest, persecute, and bring to the trial all these war criminals. And it's like an instrument which Ukraine started in March under the umbrella of International Criminal Court, and need to keep it intensively developed, let's say, because unfortunately there will be lots of more Izum and Buchas in occupied territories.
No, I completely agree. We had the discussion here with a number of lawyers in this field who all say that it has to have a multi-pronged approach, that Ukraine reaches out to individual nation states who then can actually say highlight that this is a genocide and prosecute it. The US has what I would call extraterritorial approaches in that regard and can prosecute it. There's other states just as well. There's a number of crimes in that regard which can and will be brought to justice. But then again, that is ex post, after the fact, as much
Yes.
and as relevant as it is for the continuity of a culture and the rule of law, which shall be upheld in Ukraine. At the same time, we're also looking at how more of these crimes can be prevented in future. And it seems evident that there is only one solution, and we've been preaching this here from the beginning. I think you will agree that it can only be the methodical, well-planned, resilient, and well-executed strategy vested in the Ukrainian armed forces liberating your country. Because there's no way other than winning.
Exactly. And fortunately for Ukraine, none of our allies, none of our strategic allies, we have different groups of allies, but those who are really strategic for us right now, none of them is blaming Ukraine for being, not willing to negotiate. That's very important. I always stress that at least during next 5-6 months, Ukraine has a full green light to fight with proved and secured support, military, financial, and economic support from our allies to liberate our territories, to plan the next operations, and to get the needed amount, not needed actually, we don't have needed amount of weapons, but still to have, let's say, permanently increasing, maybe not rapidly increasing, but incrementally increasing number of needed for Ukrainian fight weapons. And that's very important to understand, because in 5-6 months there might be some new variables in international arena. There will be some results of internal domestic processes in Russia, and of course the warfare itself will show which scenario is going to prevail for 2023. But generally, it's very important that Ukraine has only one strategy: to deoccupy the territory, entire territory, that there is absolutely no readiness, neither when it comes to Ukrainian authorities, nor when it comes to Ukrainian society, to concede or to compromise about, selling out or giving some territories to Russia in order to create an illusion that we stop the large conflict at the price of refusing from some of our territories. This is absolutely unacceptable scenario. And Russia has fully, really, from public opinion point of view, Russia has fully has made it upside down, actually, because before large-scale invasion, Ukrainians were absolutely against compromises with Russia about Donbass or about Crimea. But at the same time, society has at that time used to live with this reality that part of the territory is occupied, and some political negotiations about possible reintegration of these territories are permanently going on, or were permanently going on. But as soon as Russia invaded, the question was really changed absolutely for Ukrainians. So they stated that no negotiations. We need just to liberate, deoccupy entire territory, and Russia will lose it all sooner or later, but will lose it all, including Crimea, and previously occupied part of Donbas. And with this expert and also personal summing up, I can take a couple more questions, but generally I think I need to finish.
Maria, you shouldn't. You should come back on a regular basis, because the reason why, for example, my colleagues Victoria, Verlaine and Victoria, you can see here on the panel, have not been peppering you with more questions. It was great to listen to you, and because you laid it out so plainly, so clearly, and you are so consistent with what we have been discussing on this space. We fully support what the argument, we see it, and we agree with most of this. I know it's boring. We would have loved to, say tease you a little here and there, but there was no reason for it. It makes sense to us. And you're not the only one who is from Luhansk here on this panel. The other Victoria is as well. And
Yeah.
by the way, she passes her best regards, as you know. It's a key thing that region is freed soon enough. But you know who has been freed in the last hour just as well?
No.
Katarina Polishchuk from Azovstal.
I haven't seen that yet.
It came out at 10:47, like about Serhiy Stenenko just posted it whilst you and I were talking here. And people are going nuts about it, of course, because at the same time, Hasan has been freed and the Moroccan has been freed, and seemingly the Saudis have paid a bit of money, have made their influence felt, but that she has been freed is obviously quite fantastic. We're extremely happy.
Yes. By the way, it's when it comes to our people, our prisoners of war who are in a Russian captivity. When I talk to some relatives, they really, like, from personal point of view, they really feel that world stopped thinking about their relatives, about Azov, especially after that tragedy in Olenivka when at least 55 people were killed. As we understand absolutely consciously and precisely, this such an open and pre-planned, like, mass killing of Ukrainian Poles. And for me, we talked about, like, international reaction or media reaction to the war crimes discovered in Izum, for instance. But there is another problem, that media are less interested right now to write about people who are still alive, but in absolutely inappropriate conditions, under the permanent threat for their health and life, and of course this is the task number one, to make these people free.
You're absolutely right, and you will be happy to hear then that Daria Tikhonova was on our space on the 1st of August for 1.5 hours, and we tried to make sure that her voice would be heard. Unfortunately, we understand her boyfriend has not been yet identified amongst those who have been free today. But one shall not give up hope.
Okay, thank you. It was nice to be with you. Hope, or actually, I think I will join if I can in the future.
Maria, whenever you have time, the space is online since the 23rd of February. We haven't gone away, and we won't, unless and until Ukraine is free from any Russian occupation. So we will be around. We'll always be pleased to be a home for every Ukrainian voice, and we'd like to have you here whenever you have time. Drop by.
Good.
We'll be there.
Good. Good. Have a nice evening or day.
It has been a
Keep
pleasure
in touch.
and a privilege. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank
Yeah,
you.
cool.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Mikola.
Yes, that was excellent evening to hear from Maria about what's actually happening in Ukraine and her in the future again. And on that positive note, I also wanted to add that the number of actually freed up Ukrainians is quite high. We see that Sviatoslav Yermolov, who was actually a policeman in Mariupol, was returned as well. And it seems that, yeah, just a very
That is
remarkable day.
excellent.
Yes,
That
very
is
remarkable
bloody
day.
excellent.
So what's actually happening is that in the day of mass mobilization, when Russia is terrified of Ukrainian forces advances, they release a number of Azov, kind of fighters who were fighting in Mariupol for such a long time after devastation and everything, and they were released today. I mean, it's remarkable, and it's such a contrast, right? Russians are protesting against Putin's regime. They're terrified, and Ukraine gets what they were willing to see for a real long time now.
Fellain, are you with us?
Of course, I'm here.
How do you feel now, having seen Katarina on that photo?
I'm being hopeful, I suppose. I can't be really like overjoyed with these emotions because it's been a very tiresome and long day. But I fully support the general uproar and happiness, because it's not only about Katerina, which is bird. You might have heard her call sign Tashka. It's also Mikhailo Tianov. You might have seen him. He has very distinctive, like almost translucent eyes. He usually was with the beard, and he had a couple surgeries on his arm. He's showing a peace sign. There was also the chief of the Mariupol Patrol Police, also Mikhailo. And there was also information about 200 POWs released, a couple pregnant women among them. So it's been joyful from this perspective, but I can't feel the joy completely because I also received really bad news during the day. So it's been a mix of feelings.
That's why I was asking. Sometimes on days which are absolutely horrific, there is a little light. Chris.
Yeah, just thanks, Axel. Just curious, a couple things. I was just spitballing an idea on this referendum thing. What would stop Ukrainians going to the referendum in full Ukrainian garb to show their support of who they're voting for, to give a visual to maybe take away from the Russian propaganda, the obvious sham that's going to be this referendum, or the referendums that they end up holding if they end up holding them. I just think a visual of people standing in a queue in yellow and blue might be symbolic enough to throw that narrative off. And then the other question I was curious about is, we hear about the Ukrainians that are released, and this is great news. Is there any information on what the exchange was, what the cost was? I mean, there is no, of course, priceless to get anybody back. I'm not just suggesting comparing or anything. I'm just curious on what it took to get these releases at a time when they're mobilizing and talking about escalating. Thanks.
Yeah. Let's pin this for a moment. Shaggy.
Thanks, Axel. Two amazing interviews I've just listened to on MriyaReport. Really, 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 really amazing. It just shows the humanity within Ukraine, the answers that came forward, and then the news of the release of some of the Astaval and some of the other prisoners of war. I mean, I pulled over. I was in bits for a little while, and then hearing Fellain with some bad news kind of brings it home as well that there's lots more people that are still captured and still being held prisoner, and there's lots of people still being injured and being killed as we celebrate those that are being released. So very, very mixed emotions, happiness, sadness, all rolled into one. So yeah, that's where I am at the moment. Yeah, thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you, Shaggy. I am quite sure that Verlaine and we can feel for that, because it is, and the longer the evening goes, it is a very mixed bag of things. Nick.
Chris, did you just suggest that Ukrainians should sort of turn up to the polling station in Kherson or wherever, waving blue and yellow flags?
Yeah, or wearing even blue, yellow sweaters, just some kind of symbolic gesture to give us a visual of the obvious support
I mean,
to Ukraine.
first of all, there aren't going to be any Western. Yeah, there aren't going to be any Western film crews. Those people would be taken away, tortured, and murdered. Now, you know, they would undoubtedly become martyrs for the cause of Ukraine, but they could do a lot better to show their resistance by joining the partisans and maybe, you know, slitting some throats. So you know, this is. Do you understand the situation on the ground? You know, these people are under occupation by a genocidal regime that will not tolerate any signs of dissent. This is not some kind of, you know, BLM or whatever political protest against an unpopular governor. These people, if they turn up and protest in blue and yellow, they will be murdered. That's why they're not going to do it, and we wouldn't see it, and Russian viewers won't see it. You know, the polling stations are not going to be live streamed on CNN. I was kind of surprised by I thought maybe I'd missed something in your question.
Let me just point that maybe I oversimplified, and I apologize if I went down a simple. I was just just thinking in my brain, but the way you put it, it makes sense. I was thinking maybe more like a referendum, more like Crimea, which sounded a little less violent and oppressive, but just more of a fixing on the inside. But you know, again, I apologize for oversimplifying it. I thought maybe there would be videos with cell phones. I thought there was a resemblance of. Yeah, again, I guess I misjudged that one. Apologize.
I mean, apart from anything else, they're organizing it within 48 hours. So, you know, it isn't even a question of them going, okay, well, only 20% of people voted in favor and 80 against, so we'll just swap those two numbers round. I mean, the numbers will be entirely fictitious. They won't even bother counting the ballots they get. They'll just make up numbers. The whole exercise is so fake that, you know, it really is. You know, there's ballot stuffing, and then there's just, you know, so you know, you can't organize a referendum in 48 hours or 72 hours, which is what they're giving themselves. Just logistically, half of the population, or half in one oblast, half the population, at least in a couple of the others, 30% of the population aren't even going to be able to participate in the referendum because they don't live in an area controlled by the Russians. I mean, it's just let's not take any of this too seriously. You know, it's yeah, okay. I'll sort of get I'm having trouble kind of expressing it here, but no actual referendum is taking place. I think that may be the source of the confusion here. Nothing is taking place that you or I would recognize as any sort of electoral process, even a fixed one. You know, they aren't even going to stuff the ballot. I guess we're not kind of used too much to that kind of level of Kafkaesque, you know, view of the world. But there isn't even going to be a rigged ballot. That's how bad it is.
Yeah. Again, I apologize for the ignorant statement. I was just trying to find a way to discredit Russia without putting too much thought about it. But yeah, you described it very well. Makes complete sense. I didn't realize they had guns to their heads as they were going to the ballot box, or that there might not even be a queue or whatnot. So again, I apologize for my ignorance to throw you off there.
No worries.
Yeah, and I mean, just to Nick's
Very
point, I
good
think
clarify.
Nick made a lot of great. Oh, sorry, Axel, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, Chris, you can always ask a question. It's completely fine. We're not. We will not dispatch people just because they ask questions. On the contrary, and I much appreciate what you just said. Key thing is that the suppression, the oppression, the torture, the threat of violence and death in the occupied territories, and specifically in Kherson, is so massive, so intense, so comprehensive. And we know this because we have spoken here on this space with families which fled from Kherson and Kherson Oblast. We spoke to people who are close to the partisans. We spoke to some of the military intelligence, and we spoke to some of the journalists who brought back news and information, as well as to our colleague and friend, and shout out here from ourselves to Special Kherson Cat, who's been supplementing us with a lot of good information from both what he solicited from friends and colleagues and family, but also what he gleaned from the channels of the other side of Mordor. The amount, the frequency, the intensity, and the insidiousness of the torture in Kherson goes beyond what we have seen detected, discovered, and displayed so far. What we do know is that the civilians have reported that the curbstones around at least 4 of those facilities, which are known to be torture chambers and locations, that the curbstones have turned dark red in April and in May already. These are the curbstones outside where the water is supposed to flow. Think about it. Mikola.
I was going to add that actually, even though you asked such a question about the, Kherson, you will definitely still see some, ballots, if they're going to be any, because they were talking about the electric voting system. But even, on those ballots, people usually write something. So even though Ukrainians will not come probably in blue and yellow, they will definitely put it on the ballots. And also, we should remember that Ukrainians always do something. So, for example, we've seen what happened on other territories. The cars of the of the police station, something like that, exploding, or some of the traitors executed mystically. We've seen that the rockets are landing in specific places. So all of this is done because of Ukrainians, and that's how we see them. We see that they're actually doing this stuff behind the backs of Russians, and that's more than enough. To put extra danger, yes, definitely would be a risky move. And the last thing I was going to add is that, I mean, just the total situation today, right, Axel? Because I remember how on 24th of February at night, when the whole, war began, what was the mood? Everybody couldn't believe it. Everybody was shocked, and their voices were just shaking, and everybody was looking at Crimea and seeing how the first Russians are passing the border. And today, contrastingly, we hear about 300,000 Russians being mobilized, and this is completely different mood. Everybody's saying, "Yeah, bring them on, because we're gonna finish them off completely." And that's exactly what we want to hear. That's exactly what we want to see. That basically Ukraine is so strong to this extent now that it can actually defend its borders and get the whole control. Nobody could imagine on 24th of February the Russians would do what they did. But now, just 9 months after later, everybody's talking about how we're going to be a party in Crimea. And that's what we should celebrate. And the last bit that I wanted to add specifically, because I actually wrote about this, we need to understand that this 300,000 people that the Russians are talking, it's bollocks. it's something similar to. I don't want to anyhow hate on conservatives or anything, but that's exactly how Boris Johnson was saying about 50,000 nurses, right? And in the end, we figure out that actually it will be the same nurses out of those 50,000 who were already working in NHS, or they're going to be returning ones, and that's exactly what's going to be happening with the Russian army. So. What we hear about this, just a second, I will tell you. So, at the moment, as of 2022, what we know is that the official number of the ground forces of Russia is around 280,000. If you subtract the soldiers of the emergency service, the number of the armed forces of the Russian Federation is about 150, 180,000 people. The goal of 300,000 people means that actually a triple size of the ground forces. So what we talked about, not only mobilization, but just coordination of those forces is absolutely insane. Like they can't manage 150, and now you're talking about 300,000. And this is what, should be scary. Now, we also should remember is that they're possibly gonna be not the military personnel itself, but actually the drivers. It could be the signalman, it can be some commanders and everything, because they're lacking them as well. And that's what we should remember, that it shouldn't be that scary. They will be probably riding on the old tanks, on old BTRs. Some of the stuff, because of corruption, is going to be rotten. Some of the stuff is going to be not even driving, because we already saw how they couldn't drive even when there was an absolutely full preparation mode for almost like 6 months before the war occurred. And then we should remember, as the people who will be participating in this is going to be the conscript who must be demobilized in the fall of 2022. So when we're talking about this 300,000 people, we're actually talking about the people who already were serving for almost a year now in the Russian army and participating in the war. Those people will be redrafted, and they're going to be, not sent back, but they will just remain in the places. And that's exactly what we need to remember, that, the Russians are failing, and they're failing it big time.
Thank you, Nikolai. And yeah, real quick, I just want to add just 2 more things about these, sham referendums, fake referendums. And as Axel pointed out, and Nick, I think it's always probably a good idea to qualify or put this adjective fake or sham or something in front of referendum, just to make sure to be clear to people to understand this is not a meaningful vote. This isn't even like a rigged vote. It's not a vote. It's a complete act of theater, right? And just two quick facts about that, right? The first is the governor of Zaporozhye, or I shouldn't say the governor, the collaborator, the Quisling collaborator governor of Zaporozhye, has already said the annexation will take place after the referendum, meaning, it's already been decided. There's no decision making to be done in this referendum. It's, after the fake referendum, we'll have a fake annexation, right? And then the second thing is we might actually see some videos that Russia releases of a so-called referendum. We might see people standing in line and saying, "Oh, we love Russia, hooray!" And it should be known that I would say 99% chance those are people bussed in. Russia busses people in, like fake supporters. They pay them. They send a bunch of buses in, and they take their little photo ops, and then those people leave, right? So. We might actually see Russia release some of those videos. You can be pretty rest assured first off, they're obviously staged, but that you can be pretty rest assured those aren't even Ukrainian residents. They're not even Ukrainians. They're Russians that were bussed in from Crimea or somewhere else, and they were paid, and they were told, okay, smile for the cameras, do this, do that, and it's all fake, it's all theater, and yeah, just kind of important to reiterate that. And again, it's we're not trying to be condescending or answer this trying to pile on here, but it's important our listeners understand, I think, right, that this is a really fake referendum. There's nothing, the only people that are calling it a referendum should probably be Russia, because it's such a disservice to the word referendum. So just trying to stress that. So thanks very much, Nikolai. And with that, we'll go to finance. Finance, welcome.
Sorry, here, trying to click my way back to the screen. Thank you very much. Lovely being here. Nice to see the Azovstal heroes released today. Nice to see some of them getting out alive with some evidence, at least, that more of them are alive, and hopefully we'll be able to get home if we're lucky in one piece. I'm sure they've had as hellish as it gets, given what we've heard about the Soviet gulag style prison conditions been held in, but at least we're getting to see them on the right side of things. I'm going to put a nice little flight tracker tweet up in the nest. This is all the flights departing Moscow and St. Petersburg. If you are a little curious about what the Russians think of the possibility of mobilization in Moscow, they're thinking that the ethnic Russian core might be called up to war with Ukraine. And apparently, while they're all for pronouncing nonsense when it comes to supporting the cultural, for lack of a better term, the cultural genocide that Russia supports, but when it comes to actually doing it themselves and putting their own Nathan Hale on the line, you can just see a massive number of planes going out and nowhere near as many coming back. Right? They are. Our friend Rosalie also had a great tweet about how, and she was going right on time when things were even being announced that Vladimir Vladimirovich was going to speak the next day, the night before his pronouncement, and you know, prices were just spiking. Right, the last flight to Yerevan went for like $30,000 or $60,000. Insane. You know, the average flight out to Turkey was $5,000. You know, pointing out that if you were going to Riga, it was like $3,000 to $5,000, but to Kaliningrad, it was $160 from St. Petersburg. It's not about the distance, just about getting the hell out of Russia so that they can't throw you into the meat grinder. Because let's face it, they're not going to go train these guys for months. They don't have as many heavy weapons as they say they have, especially not that work, that are well supplied. So, yeah, it's going to be a meat grinder. You're probably going to see the Russian death toll go higher. I'm sure the military gentleman can tell us way more about that. And it's also going to sadly cause this war to go longer. And yeah, it's absolutely disgusting and atrocious. And some Russians, while they're more than happy to support their empire and imperial goals, when it comes to actually doing it themselves, apparently they are running for the hills. So it is what it is. So all those cowardly chicken hawks of Russia are now leaving.
Thank you very much, Finance. It's a wonderful video. I asked some of our audience if they had any like soundtrack suggestions when I retweeted it. The three I got were, of course, the Benny Hill theme would function great as you watch it. Swan Lake obviously would be a very symbolic song to play. And then Troy, always with the great suggestions. Brian Eno's On Some Faraway Beach. So someone should sync that to some music, I think, because it's a lot of great flight radar footage has emerged from this whole thing, but that might be the best one. It's really a sight to behold to watch all those flights just scatter for the hills. As the mobilization order is called, and as Finance pointed out, Rosalie's thread is amazing. It was really fun to track the prices of tickets triple in real time as they started to understand the nature of what was happening. So yeah, just a great great indication, I think, of Russia's actual support and willingness to prosecute this war, right? I think Finance said it perfectly. Like when it comes to just supporting the war on the internet or whatever, or just giving their acquiescence to it, that's easy. That comes easy. But then when it comes to actually picking up the rifle and going to Ukraine, all of a sudden the flights to you look at the Finnish border as well. There's photos of the Finnish border. It's backed up, right? I mean, this is the great imperial Russians that supposedly are ready to conquer the world. So I think thank you very much, Finance. Oh, go ahead.
The point there, the Finnish government has issued a few statements today saying there is no actual queue at the border, and that is old footage. It would be nice, but
thank you, Nick.
But I am seeing this evening there's plenty of queues to cross the border into Georgia, apparently backed up by real-time data from Google Maps. But the thing at the Finnish border turns out, unfortunately, to be fake news.
That's not totally
Gotcha.
true, because there was a huge queue en route to the crossing towards La Penranta, but it was not in that video.
I see. Okay, so the specific
And that
footage
was,
that
by
was
the way,
floating
also
around.
confirmed, Nick. That was, by the way, also confirmed by Finnish television. So different border crossings, some directed into different regions, and some of them full with people.
Yeah, good point, Seth. Thanks for keeping me straight, guys. So yeah, I saw before I went to bed some photos of the Finnish border. Thanks, Nick, for pointing out that's maybe old footage, but as Axel pointed out, I think there is still, as far as I understand, there's still tourist visas are possible to Finland from Russia. Is that right,
Not
Axel?
anymore. Not anymore. It is highly likely that they will be cancelled within the next 24 hours.
Gotcha.
Although
yeah, but I'm just trying to
it does
explain why
raise
the
the
border
question.
was packed.
And they should be
Well, yeah,
cancelled.
except that you can't apply for the visa at the counter at the border. So it does raise the question of whether those people who went in that queue that Axel mentioned already had visas to travel in the next 2 to 3 weeks and decided to
Yes, they
advance
did.
their holidays quick. But
Yes,
you
they
you
did.
can't just turn up
Exactly
at the
right.
border. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, they did, Nick. You're absolutely right. The good thing is that Finland has just discovered its balls again and is about to rescind any and all visas issued in recent weeks and months. I quite like it. Finland is also considering now, having received seemingly some heavy-duty advice on certain things which are not so kosher amongst the Russian temporary residents, to control and check every single Russian who has actually recently been given a visa, as well as given a temporary residence. And I think every single European country should do the same. I think Estonia should terminate any and all temporary residency and freeze all assets of any Russian national anyway. But then again, that's about to happen. Takes a few more days. Nick, we're significantly more relentless here in the region. We've had it. It's enough.
Thank you, Axel and Nick, for those clarifications. And Finance, did you have any follow-up? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, real quickly. I also put Rosalie's tweet in the next second to the cool video tweet. So if anyone wants to go read, about 20 hours ago, she went and was doing real-time posts on all the crazy prices of Moscow flights. Just really fun to sort of watch her real-time explanations of what was going on. She was one of the first on the scene, so our hats off to our disinfo specialist and researcher friend Rosalie, who put together this great work on that. Just want to point that to everybody, and I'll let you get back to some hands. And also nice to see you at lunchtime. I actually had lunch kind of on time today. So for a first, I'm actually talking to you when I've had lunch and I had it on time. I know it's rare.
Excellent. I'll take that as my cue. To answer your question, which I'm disappointed no one mentioned, the soundtrack surely should be Swan Lake for your video. Anyway, that was my gag. I just wanted to comment on Axel's interview. That was another amazing guest and a really light touch interview. I suppose he kind of had a easy job because when you have such an eloquent guest, it's kind of easy work. But something she said sort of struck me, which is that the expression of horror from the discoveries at Bucha have been somewhat muted at the more recent discoveries of atrocities by the media, and it just makes me think that. It makes me concerned that people become used to this sort of thing. The general public may sort of start to be desensitized to the horrors coming out of this war, and that's a very sad thought for me. I just wondered if people had thoughts of how to counter such apathy. And the other thing I briefly wanted to comment on was how happy I am at some of the people from Azovstal being released. Just seeing their photos, I think, is such a boost to see them alive. Anyway, that's it for me.
Thank you for highlighting this. And yes, it was a light touch, if not outright a feather touch interview, because I knew that she had a lot to explain. She's extremely eloquent, and there was very little to guide her with, knowing that she was able to express this so clearly and so preciously. Key thing is that sometimes it's much better to let people simply run with it, and I really appreciated how she went through those granular details which matter so much. We're very lucky to have guests like this.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
And she's charming. I'm quite sure that when we all have our, big barbecue at the Zuni Breg on Crimea, even the people from Luhansk will come and join.
And speaking of distinguished guests, Ax, we have yet another distinguished guest tomorrow. We've got Marian Zablotsky. He's a member of Ukrainian Parliament, previously director of Atlas Network, Ukrainian Economic Freedoms Foundation, and the Erste Bank. This will be another interview in cooperation with the Kyiv Post. Crazy week, huh?
Absolutely, and Marian is here. Policy development, understanding of the security environment. He has been in banking and investment, and he has managed to abstain from the sweet poison of the oligarchs. And as a member of parliament in recent years, he's tried to do his job, and I think it's very commendable. And we're very much looking forward to talking to him.
Absolutely. Our partnership with the Kyiv Post is going great, really productive, really pleased with all the guests that we've been able to do with our partnership with them. Sorry to be redundant there. Nina, please go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. And actually, I have been thinking about you, Axel, and all of you when we had Pekka Toveri yesterday in the space, and what's happened today. Like we talked about those possibilities, and that, what happened today. I have been completely cool, calm, and collected. I have not been panicking at all because I just see the picture what he painted yesterday, and yeah. So, and Axel, what you also said about this. Not possible to train them in this like a short time, not possible to supply them with what they need. Yeah, so all this like adds up, and now there is panic in Moscow, and well, I said it today earlier, but this seems like if I would put it in one sentence, like Russians are committing like suicide with this attempt. And yeah, so I just wanted to comment that, and I am not. I have been listening here also a little bit out and in and out because I have been doing stuff. And unfortunately, Verlaine dropped, but I would have also. I hope she will hear me, and if not, I can tell her later. This is a short announcement that even if I was like really badly put down with my effort to make Finnish people knit socks, woolen socks for the soldiers in Ukraine. That was
we remember.
Yeah, there was one person who said to me, "No, this is not going to work because it's a political like a political thing to send like whatever you send to soldiers. If you send it to civilians, yes, but this is not going to happen." And I was like almost not well, I was almost cutting my wrists here. I was crying and really like and it seems that whatever I have been trying to do and done, there is always one person who says, no, this is not going to work. And
That's not true. That's not
yeah,
true. There's work with Becca.
yeah,
Becca, the first time I spoke to him, he was fantastic. You went, met him, and he remained fantastic and has only become better. And you have reached out to so many Finns like Mika and everybody else and Antti have been doing. I think it's fantastic. It's on the ground effort to create more awareness in Finland. One of the biggest and staunchest supporters of Ukraine, the MriyaReport and MriyaAid. So it's all good. Just because
yeah.
I'm wool and socks doesn't
Well,
matter.
but just listen. This is now like the when I start doing something, I'm really hard-headed.
Seriously, really?
Yes. You know
I'm
what?
shocked.
Yes, I'm sure you are. What happened the next day? I had posted in a knitting group on Facebook which has 55,000 knitters. Suddenly they had posted my put the post, and there were like 500 likes in the morning, and people sending so many comments that I couldn't answer them. And then the logistics thing worked out today like a miracle. There I have found it's Auta Ukraina, it's Help Ukraine, and these people who has knitted the socks, they can send the socks via the post for free to the logistics center, and the logistics center will all make them like perfectly in the boxes and take them to the front lines. And there will be next week thousands of socks coming in.
Okay, Nina, socks for the win.
Well, even if this might not sound like something really big, but for me,
it is. Nina, socks are extremely important. Yehuda just came up to highlight this. If there's one thing an infantryman needs is fresh socks on a regular basis, and needs to wash them and take care of them because the feet of the infantrymen do have to work. Is it true, Yehuda?
And women.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah.
well, there will be all sizes for women and men, and also as a bonus, they will put like some kind of protein bar, small thing in the same package. So, yeah.
Yep. So yeah, I did not come up for that. I missed that part of the conversation, but definitely over, I suspect.
So well done, Nina.
Thank you, Axel. And my crazy messaging to you last night when I said I was on a roll, I was so frustrated
All
about
good.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, because I was so frustrated about the fucking Finns who are not closing the border to Russia.
Soon it'll happen. The writing's on the wall. Just an update, people. A lot of really great replies to the conversation we had, and people weren't sure what the SBU means, and that's literally Ukraine's top spy master for two appointments. Was on today speaking for over an hour. Some great information. I think if we can put the Spotify link in the what do you call it, in the nest, that'd be great. And just so you know, we are working on a website where you'll have all the links, and you'll see a very big explosion in our on our online presence at MriyaReport, and links to articles about everything that we think you should know. Please do suggest if we're missing any. That will be coming soon. I'm not rushing the team. They're very busy doing other stuff. As you know, we're all volunteers, so we have all sorts of very smart computer types working behind the scenes doing it. So I want to thank everyone as well for the interview. It certainly was me talking, but that's really the cumulative work of dozens of volunteers who are working behind the scenes to get people to process things and graphics and all that jazz and clicking buttons and all those things that I don't know how to do, but they certainly do well, and they do it for the audience. So I want to thank the team for yet another wonderful discussion with Ukrainians. Not to pat ourselves on the back, but I'd like to pat them on the back for all that work. It's much easier just talking about things you like to a really cool personality. So definitely a big thank you to everyone who made that happen, and we keep going. To more and more, not bigger and better, but more and more people. And thank you very much for that. If there are any questions about the speaker, again, Spy Master, he didn't call himself that, but that's what his job is. So it's like the equivalent of the head of the CIA and FBI put together, coming to speak to us. He's now a parliamentarian, but all that knowledge he had from, especially when he was head of the SBU during the first Russian invasion in 2014, it was very eye-opening and insightful to hear him speak. I suggest you go check it out on Spotify. A very good conversation. A lot of our Ukrainian friends and listeners reached out to say just how happy they were to hear Valentin speak. And he has resolved to come back. He said he had a great time. He spoke to us offline and said it was really, he really enjoyed it, and he sees the value in this kind of volunteer organization. Works as a truth to power information space for Ukraine. So thank you, everyone. And we'll go to Rusty and Dan.
Was that go ahead?
Rusty, go ahead.
Okay, so I was just following the frontline situation, and a guy that's J. Com Jeje, a French war mapper, posted a map about Kupiansk being attacked by Russians trying to push the Ukrainians off the east side of the Oskil River. So I was just wondering if you'd heard about that.
We're going to see all sorts of Russian attempts to do certain things. Ukrainians are better at everything, really. So I suspect they'll be able to hold off any Russian counterattack, counter move by the Russians. The clock is ticking for the Russians. They are gunned. They are out everything. They're outmanned. They're out-spirited by the Ukrainians. So I did see some movement in Bakhmut, a whole 200 meters. Who knows how many Russians died there doing it. But in Kupiansk, I would definitely suspect the Russians are trying to gain that. That's key. Not key ground. It's vital ground for them, and they'll obviously try. But they've lost the initiative. They've lost the momentum. The Ukrainians have spent the last week and a half entrenching themselves there for the next tactical bound. But Konstantin wanted to jump in, so go ahead.
I wanted to add about Kupiansk. They started attacking Kupiansk eastern side 2 days ago, and they have suffered some losses there. Not critical, but they took damage and pulled ahead. They tried to attack from 3 axes, but failed on all of them. So Kupiansk holds, and we have our guys are entrenched there. I don't think they will be able to take it after the losses they took during the offensive itself.
It's actually, if you do a terrain analysis and you look at a topographical map there, Kupiansk is actually pretty hard to attack from those Russian positions as it is. Bad move on the Russians. They should have been pretending they were fighting a real war ages ago, because you snooze, you lose. You lost the momentum. You lost key ground. You lost your main rail hub. It's good, bedtime for Bonzo for these guys. Thanks, Konstantin. Hope that answers your question, Resto. We'll go to Dan. Dan.
I think we have the spot. Dan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Now we can. Yeah, you got it done.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
You're good to go, Danny.
Yeah, thanks again, Yehuda. That was a great interview this morning. I really enjoyed it. I got a lot out of that. Misinformation
corrected from what we're hearing in the States a lot from you know who. Anyways, I just wanted to say I did some nasty tweets this morning because I'm hearing about the queued up lines of people leaving Russia because the conscription and all kinds of other reasons. I'm just so disgusted. Why are those lines at the border in the first place? I just want them to turn them around and send them all back to their cages. I understand Axel said that they're doing something within the next 24 hours in Finland. What about the rest of the EU countries? I mean, come on. This is crazy. This should have been done a long time ago. No visas.
Well,
Right.
it already mostly has been done. That if there is a queue at the Finnish border, those cars are queuing up. Many of the people will be getting refused, but the queue itself is within Russia, so it's really not within Finland's power to make the queue disappear. There are no other land border crossings from Russia into the European Union accepting Russians at the moment. And there are no flights from Russia into the European Union. So what you're actually seeing is kind of the final coming together of those measures, and it's going to manifest itself in people trying to get across the only crossing point that they can that is still available and will be closing shortly. So I understand your frustration, but actually it's a sign that things are working. Because if they weren't working, there wouldn't be a queue.
I think you can expect. I think you can expect. You know, listen, there are probably Russians who did nothing, who you know might have been against Putin, but obviously aren't going to stand up to him. Who will leave now, probably through Azerbaijan. They'll go to land crossings there. They'll try to get to Turkey. You're going to see a lot of people leaving for sure. But again, that's not our problem, and that's not Ukraine's problem. I mean, I don't think. I mean, there's an intelligence perspective that you could consider that maybe you know maybe there are what do you call it? There could be some Russian with information that is useful to Ukraine, and that person wants to get out and share it because they've finally decided, after how many mass graves, that they don't want to be on that side anymore. And I'm sure those would be welcome assets to Ukraine and the West. But I'm sure there are a lot of people who just out of convenience who just don't want to fight in the war, who are happy to benefit from it, maybe tacitly, directly, indirectly. But they're going to try to find a way out, and they'll get out through other ways. They can still travel to China, and they still have flights to Baku and Azerbaijan, and people are leaving. There's an exodus of not that it matters, but of Russian YouTube bloggers who sit on the fence, and they're finding their way out as we speak. Some key ones I saw recently, and all of a sudden they're becoming more vocal. I mean, you could criticize them, I guess. I don't really care either way. It doesn't take away from the support of Ukraine, but you're gonna see a lot of it. And you know what? It's good. I don't know what that is, but that's a good thing for the West. Russia's going through a meltdown, and it should. There has to be a realization. There's a cost for genocide.
Sorry, hit the wrong button.
No problem. There's a cost for genocide. There's a cost for living in a country. Just to the co-host, if you could mute open mics like that, just makes it easier for us. There's a cost for living in a country that commits genocide. It's whether you support it or not. Maybe you should have thought of it and got out sooner. I think a lot of Russians did, actually. There are a lot of Russians who left in the first few months because they realized where this was going. But again, that's a Russian internal problem, and we only have so much heart and caring that we can give, and that's all for Ukraine right now. So just wanted to point that out. I think maybe Mikola wanted to jump in on that.
I was gonna say, so just to add on the exchange, of course you've seen some news and that a lot of Ukrainians managed to return, and that's all positive and so on. But it seems that RBK Ukraine is actually saying that Viktor Medvedchuk was actually given back to Russia, and I'm not sure, and I'm just waiting for the confirmation. But that's a big thing.
Okay, why don't you tell the audience, Medvedchuk, who is he and why is it important and what happened? He was captured. Go on.
So the story, a bit of prehistory, was actually who is Medvedchuk. So Medvedchuk is actually related to Putin, for some people to know. He's who would be? It would be the not stepson. What would be? Sorry, I'm not familiar with the English relatives. How would you name it? So he would be, yeah, so he's considered to be an ally, of course, of Putin and so on, but he's actually a godfather of Medvedchuk's youngest daughter. And Medvedchuk is a big figure, used to be a big figure in Ukrainian politics because he was pushing the Russian narratives in Ukraine. And he's the one who was actually detained by the security service of Ukraine because of lobbying, and specifically of lobbying Russian interest. And then after the war was declared, basically. And even prior to that, his party won in 2019 37 seats in elections, and he was actually pushing those negative narratives in Ukraine. And he was for a long time he was actually an ally of Yanukovych too. So he's a quite big figure, and if it's confirmed, that's actually not a really good thing. But of course, it's nothing in comparison to Ukrainian lives, and it's good that we return our people. And if you read, and that's quite important to mention actually to everyone on the West, that Ukrainians, they don't even care about giving this type of people, because what it actually matters is the life of Ukrainian soldiers and the freedom fighters, because we don't really need the rats who betrayed and who are the traitors for Ukraine for a really long time. So you can read in all channels, you can go and check it out, that all Ukrainians are happy about the exchange. They don't give a shit about Viktor Medvedchuk. Generally, he's still a very negative guy, and thanks God the rat is gone.
Yeah, just for those asking.
Mikola,
This is,
he's punished.
Go ahead.
Mikola, he's punished. He has to live in Russia now.
Yeah, in a sense, it's good in a sense. I hope everything that he acquired, because he was still quite a big thing in Ukraine, and he had a lot of money. I hope they all confiscated all of his bullshit, and basically is gonna now be in Ukraine.
Okay, go ahead, Charles. So yeah, so for the audience, very bad dude, arrested, traitor to Ukraine, really has a close relationship with Putin. Putin wanted him back, traded for Ukrainians, and actually, I suspect part of the Saudi broker deal that got the foreign nationals out as well. So good points, and thanks. I think Carl is next.
Hey, I fully support the border closures or whatever, and travel bans. But I've had this question in the back of my mind for a while, and it's regarding the Ukrainians who are in occupied territory, or even were taken to Russia, right, and were trying to make their way one way or another back to Ukraine. Some of them may have even chosen to take their Russian identity, passport, or whatever for the purpose of trying to make it back. And we've had people on the space who have talked about their experiences for months being in that process, and got back into Ukraine or the West one way or another. But my question is, with these kind of visa bans and border closure, is there like a negative side effect that may be happening or has been witnessed to Ukrainians who are trying to also escape from Russia?
Yep, go ahead, Axel. Danny. Axel, Joseph, you there?
They're probably doing something, so Yehuda, go ahead.
I need to fix something here quickly.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, guys. So just to kind of to tell a bit more about Medvedchuk, so people actually understand. So Medvedchuk actually played quite a long history of doing something negative in Ukraine. So he was put on a sanction list because he was as a punishment for his alleged role in 2014 Russian annexation of Crimea. He was the one who was pushing the Russian narratives through his channels. So he opened even TV channels. He also was talking and negotiating with the Donetsk People's Republic and the Lugansk People's Republic, kind of the headmasters there at that time. He was the one who was also, as Ukrainians call him, that the terrorism criminal case was opened in 2021 against him at that time because it was claimed that he was channeling money from his Russia-based refinery. And that basically those DNR and LNR people were helping them at that time. So he's definitely a rat, and thanks God he's gone. And we should remember that. But the fact that it took Ukraine such a long time to imprison him, even on Ukrainian soil, tells you about his kind of significance. Yeah, it's probably what you should remember. You can read more about him, and I highly recommend because it's a guy to be a rat in another country for a long time, not being caught. So one thing we should also kind of remember what actually happened today. So a bit of the things that we should remember is that by today's day, so since 2000, so not 2000, sorry, since 24th of February, unfortunately, Russians deported from Ukraine around 7,754 children. So that's not even considering adults and everything. That's this number is coming close to 10,000. 10,000 children taken away from Ukraine. This is absolutely outrageous. This is the behavior that the Nazis are doing. They were doing during Second World War, and that's what Russians are doing today. And the big organizations like Amnesty International and everything, they're closing their eyes and not talking about this. So please, if you can, talk about this, share, talk about MriyaReport, donate if you can, because this is exactly what we're doing. And Axel and his team and Victoria, they're doing this since the beginning of the war. They're doing it 24/7. They're covering all the events, and they try to bring the best and bespoke speakers from around the world, and including Ukraine, to tell you what's going on there. So please, if you can, listen, tell about more, and yeah, don't worry, bring your expertise if you have any.
Much appreciated. Yeah, cool. And I can see that we have a couple of requests coming up, including Colonel John Spencer. Rusty.
So I actually have a question for Mikola, if he knows about the bombing of the Pecheny Dam. Pecheny Dam. So the Russians 2 or 3 days ago bombed a dam in Pecheny. I don't know if you understand, but you might know about the place. And I haven't found any strategic implication of bombing it, so I just wonder if it just was a attack on civilian infrastructure, or if it's actually has implications for the river down to Kharkiv, or I don't actually understand why they did it. So if anyone knows anything about it, I'm curious.
Wait, so are you talking about the one that was hitting the water infrastructure in Kryvyi Rih?
No,
it was 7 days ago.
No, I know about that one. No, it's due east of Kharkiv. It's Pehi Reservoir. It's Pechenihi.
Pechenihi? Okay, I will check. It's not coming to my mind at the moment, but I will check. If I find, I will tell you straight away.
Yeah, it's just due east of Kharkiv, following M03, and just by the water, Starry Saltiv. I think the big reservoir is called.
Well, I cannot find it, and actually I don't really find it in use. Maybe it wasn't that big, but the thing is, so what Russia usually does, if they know about the dam and they know that the dam is quite critical and it affecting the people around it, they usually attack those to bring the terror. So that's the first motive, and it's always kind of the main one. The second one it could be, and we should remember, because what happened is that Ukrainians multiple times found out that Russians are still using the dated maps, and even recently there was a photo of kind of geopolitical maps of USSR found in one of the Russians' bag. So it possibly could be the dam that was quite serious probably at the time of USSR, but I'm not sure whether it was critical because there are no actually news I can see at the moment. So I don't think it was that critical. And if it was, then it's, as always, just bring the terror.
Yeah, it wasn't critical at all. I think they just destroyed one of the locks, so it's just some water pouring through. But I can't see any reason for bombing it, because I don't actually think there's any water or electricity production or anything there. So yeah.
I mean, remember also one important factor that whenever Russians are sending something, it doesn't actually may land in the intended place, because their rockets are shit, and because their launches are shit, and because the people who are doing that, they're also shit. So yeah, you have free shits, and the probability that it's going to land somewhere in the wrong place is quite high too.
So right now we're doing our best to confirm. There have been a lot of releases of different, prisoners of war that Russia's taken, and yeah, we're doing our best to confirm the details. But as far as I understand, there have been a few others that have now been confirmed released. If you guys remember, a few months ago there were 2 British nationals who had signed formal contracts with the Ukrainian army and were fighting in Ukraine as soldiers and should have been afforded, legal POW treatment under the rules of armed conflict, but they were declared mercenaries and sort of put in a cage put on display in one of the proxy republics, and they were basically saying they were going to execute them. As far as I understand, those 2 British nationals have been released, as well as the Moroccan gentleman. Is that correct, Axel?
Exactly, both of them and the Moroccan. In the comment which was made, the various nationalities were highlighted, and Moroccan stuck out, as well as the number of British nationals. So in that regard, we're good to go. Lots of people are coming out. We see already on Twitter people even talking about the fact that they have just been given at Riyadh Airport an iPhone 13 to finally connect to people. It's absolutely stunning. It is riveting. Colonel Spencer, good evening, good afternoon.
Hello, Axel.
Hello there. Defenders of Azovstal, some of whom had held out and survived torture, isolation, and imprisonment, have been released. How good is that?
I mean, what a day of ups and downs, and just to see those photos of like the bird and so many of the amazing defenders. I'm almost at a loss of words. I have such respect for those warriors that as a former soldier myself, I can't put into words how happy I am to see them free.
This happened whilst we're having an interview. We heard a bit before. There were indications, there was news coming out throughout the early European evening, but at 10:47 this evening, we saw that a young red-haired woman was actually free, who everybody had been listening to before, including singing. It's absolutely stunning. I was lost for words.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nikolai, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna add that it's quite serious that actually those people were released as well, because all of the two British guy and the Moroccan guy, they were actually sentenced to the death penalty. So the fact that actually they were released and exchanged, it's is great. It's just amazing, and we should remember that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as I understand, I don't know the name, unfortunately, but there was also a Swedish gentleman in a similar situation to the two British gentlemen and the Moroccan. As far as I understand, he's also been confirmed release, Axel?
Yes, he has been released. There's a couple of people. Michalo Vershinin, the former head of the Mariupol's police. If you remember this, there was a day when we reported on this raid, where the Azovstal defenders went on a. I mean, I don't know when this will be filmed, but I'm sure at some point in time it will be. That they went out to retrieve their police comrades from the station, and they went through enemy occupied territory through the city because they knew the city better, and they had mapped it out. And it's like a raid out of a strange movie, and they got them out, close to 500 of them, and brought them into Azovstal. Some of whom have died thereafter, of course, and perished in the attacks. Some of them have been captured, tortured, and killed. But Michal Vershinin, Tashka, the bird, came out. And it's just stunning. What a good thing that Ukraine captured Medvedchuk, the guy who now has to live in Russia. What a good trade.
I'm seeing reports that the CO and deputy CO of the Azov regiment have been released, which would be quite a... Ilya Ponomarenko, who is commenting, there is a thermonuclear blast in the Russian mill bloggers community right now. They're not happy.
Well,
isn't it? I mean, it's so amazing. And actually, even that story of that breakout is legend. I mean, these men and women are literally the definition of heroes. Their story will be a part of Ukraine's national identity forever. I mean, it is. I mean, we haven't had time to write this story. We know the story. We know many of the acts of the story, but the story of the Azovstal and Mariupol defenders is legend. And to have these heroes alive and back home, it is so crazy and such an overwhelming feeling that there will be books and movies, and these stories make national identity. And to have these people back, the people that, some of us, to include me, thought were lost. I mean, it was very sad, and to see the prison bombing and these people are so important to not just Ukraine's fight, but now to their national identity. It's crazy, amazing. What a day! What an amazing moment.
Let's hope that the boyfriend of Daria Sikunova, who was with us on the 1st of August here on MriyaReport, I'm sure some of you will definitely have listened to it and will remember, because she was leading the effort, the advocacy to free them, to free the Azovstal defenders. And this was happening at a point in time when it was clear that atrocities were to be committed, and they'd be tortured, some of them would be killed. Then came out this atrocious, perfidious, and completely bereft of any humanity supposed bombing or attack on the prison, where they, by means of incendiary devices which they had planted, they killed those whom they had tortured in order to deflect from their atrocities. Today, in all the tragedy, is a great day for Ukraine. Today, in all the tragedy and all the loss, is a substantially important moment in time. I'm saying this here all the time, again and again. Everything is downstream from culture. Culture, the fabric of culture, is formed out of experiences, out of community, out of work with each other, for each other, out of competition, and yes, sometimes rather vengeful motives, all sorts of emotions, all those human emotions. But still, culture is formed out of the community of people. Today, some vital cornerstones of the Ukrainian community have been freed, have been retrieved, saved. Slava Ukraini.
Heroes Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smishram. I can't keep going. Mikolai, please take over.
Don't worry.
Oh, hey. Hi, guys. Just want to mention that dam that they attacked. They're showing it last year. Vengeance attacks. So, but just wanted to add that in there. That was what I had heard last night. So, Jaku. Oh, and yeah, we're writing history in real time. You guys are living history. You're part of it. Slava Ukraini.
Slava. War Vision.
Hi, everyone. So I wanted to say that I'm having a lot of fun reading tweets by so-called Russian liberals who are freaked out and quite accusatory towards the West with tweets like, how exactly is the visa ban going to help the situation? Do you want more conscripts in Russia, etc.? So it's really ironic how everyone there is basically afraid of the draft and doing what they can and saying what they can just to save their own asses. So that's a short comment, but I also wanted to ask you, Axel, regarding the situation in Germany after the mobilization was declared in Russia. I mean, clearly the strategy of not providing leopards to Ukraine led to escalation anyway. So basically, the argument which was being given did not work. Do you foresee any sort of change in the politics because of the clear escalation on the side of the Russians, or not?
Yeah, as you can feel already, you and I have been burning in nuclear hell already for at least, what, 3 months, right?
Yep.
So therefore, Mr. Scholz, obviously with this careful approach not to deliver the weapons which have been requested, has been absolutely right, because we've been burning in nuclear hell, have we? Or I don't know. It's very, very conflicting news. Mr. Scholz, in his speech in front of cameras this evening, found a way to twist, because not this evening, from his perspective, it was afternoon, because he was standing somewhere close to the Hudson, telling the world that evidently this escalation by Russia, but not escalation at the same time, is a direct result of the careful approach of the German government. I mean, you have to read.
Come again?
You have to, yeah, yes. I can read. If you want, I can read out the text. And that was a short summary of it, but let me give you the text. It is astonishing. I mean, Ms. Lambrecht, the ministry, the the current occupant of the office of the Minister of Defense was even worse. But the funny part is that okay, Olaf Scholz has affirmed that he wants to absolutely prevent an escalation between Russia and NATO. Okay? Germany has always comprehensively supported Ukraine, but also at the same time ensured that such an escalation would never come. Such an escalation as an escalation between Russia and NATO. And exactly this path we will proceed on furthermore. Nobody has discussed an escalation between Russia and NATO. The escalation has happened by Russia with its invasion into Ukraine. Mr. Scholz still hasn't quite gotten the message. Nobody in the US has yet given him the memo, as in, dear Scholz, you have no nuclear weapons, you have no role to play, you and your henchmen have reduced the German force to rubble, so please step aside, let the adults come into the room, and we tell you how this works. We have nuclear weapons, they have nuclear weapons. They have more imprecise ones. Many of them are completely attrited. Approximately an eighth of their force is still available. They have nothing to gain from it, dear Mr. Scholz. Therefore, in the board games, which we as adults play, and you're not privy to because you're not even part of the Five Eyes, because you and your communists in Germany can't be trusted, as we all know, dear Mr. Scholz, please step aside again. No, don't step onto this carpet. This is for the adults. Please go to the side. Left, please, now. Mr. Scholz, this is how he should be treated. This is the most unreasonable, irrational, inappropriate comment ever to be made by any German politician in international politics. This is the absolute declaration of bankruptcy of this person. But then again, his Minister of Defense went even further by saying that, wait one, let me highlight this, that now it comes that when asked, also after the announcement of a partial mobilization of Russia, there is no real reason for direct deliveries of main battle tanks from Germany to Ukraine. Quote now, the Ukraine, or Ukraine is German, different, Ukraine will now receive very quickly tanks, meaning 40 tanks from Greece, 28 from Slovenia, and Germany will help that the lack thereof in those two countries will be closed. That's what she said. 40 tanks from Greece are abysmal. 28 from Slovenia are slightly elevated T-55s. This is adding a lack, the level of stupidity vested in this, the complete and utter, and they are just really, they are even more stupid than they are evil. That's the worst part of it.
But do you, sorry, just to follow up, does anyone actually believe in that this is their logic? Because for some time, frankly, I've been kind of convinced that this is the SPD just kind of a strategy for Russia, and it's a failed one. It's a stupid one, but they actually believe it themselves. Frankly, after this, I'm not convinced that anyone
They are really stupid.
can believe that. So it's not compromat or something like that, according to you.
They are really stupid. They are so stubbornly married to their idea and their interpretation of life in general. This is why they should never have been elected into any office. These people are not qualified to take high office in a NATO country.
And actually, usually I stay in my lane here, but I believe maybe a week ago I saw something briefly, and I read that like a finance minister under the Merkel government sort of gave a mea culpa and said, "Look, like we knew what was happening and we sort of did it anyway." I'm probably not translating that right. Did you catch this? And could you explain a little further? Go ahead.
He was not a finance minister, but yes, he said that they were wrong, absolutely wrong. But this is a conservative, and he was a meek conservative at best at that point in time. And yes, he said he was wrong, absolutely.
Yeah, I got you. Just curious about that.
Yeah, well, he is probably very ashamed of himself, and so he should be.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who can admit they're wrong, especially a politician, I'm going to say, more power to you. But yeah,
Well,
so thanks for elaborating.
Maybe less power to him because he was really very wrong and for a very long time, and he only came to his senses ex post. So that's not helpful.
True. Wrong choice of phrase. Thanks. Finance. Go ahead.
I think somewhere in there I figured out that Axel may dislike the German chancellor. One of these days we're going to have a competition here to see if we're going to play Where in the World is Chancellor Scholz's family jewels. That's right. It's really based on Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. We're going to have a nice competition here. And
I was just finance. I was laughing my head off. You started with Where in the World, and I was about to jump in and finish with Carmen Sandiego. Perfect.
No. Where in the World is Olaf Scholz's family jewels? And clearly we're going to have to start searching Moscow just to narrow it all down for everyone. All right. No, in seriousness, I think we've murdered this topic enough, though. If you want to kick the dead horse on the ground a few times, Olaf Scholz deserves it. So by all means, make sure you're wearing a knife in your boot while you do it. Just give him that full treatment. Anyways, so it seems like a handful of the only as of any sort of Ukrainian prisoners released that we know of, just the 10 on the flight that got somehow arranged by MBS, or were there some other releases as well? I've been trying to keep up with what's going on. Want to make sure I'm not missing anything on this. Joseph, Nina, anyone? Axel?
Talking about what, Azov?
Yeah, how many have been released? And there's a large amount of people who have been released, and both in Ukraine directly as well as through the efforts of the Saudi government. But Mikola, I think you're keeping track of this at the moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so it's 215, and now you're gonna laugh about this because it's actually 53 Russians and 1 Medvedchuk, and this is just outrageous, right? For the mighty state to exchange 50 soldiers they just lost in the previous month because there was a Kharkiv counteroffensive to 200 fighters who could hold a whole Azovstal for over 2 months, I believe, even longer, right? It's just unbelievable. And they exchange it for some guy who, oh my God, who's just a godfather, who's not even, I don't know, he will not have any importance whatsoever, because by this stage probably Ukrainians got everything what they wanted from him, and they will confiscate everything what he had in Ukraine, and he will be never allowed to go back like Yanukovych. But it's just hilarious.
It's certainly a puzzling move on their part, but I guess, that's just the Russian system, right? It's not about getting their best people back or their heroes back. It's about getting the people with the most connections back and making sure that, that whole system of cronies and nepotism, keeps functioning, I guess. I mean, that's, Mikola, do you have any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was just gonna, just look at the implications, right? So Ukraine is 40 million people, is actually getting 4 times more people than Russia does, okay? Whereas Russia has so many of them. Now, another thing we should understand is that imagine for those Russians who are, were so thrilled about mobilization, all those propagandists, they're looking now and they're being humiliated by their own forces. So they're humiliated by their own government, and now they have to come up with another bullshit, right? So we talked today that they had to come up with some bullshit about the referendums. Now they have to come up with something about this. And every single day, it seems that the government is only adding the stuff that they have to add bullshit about. And unfortunately, they're gonna run out of it. At some point, they're gonna collapse. And this is exactly what we're searching for. And now another thing is, imagine just for all those Russians who are being mobilized right now, for them, they were brainwashed since the beginning of the war. No, even earlier, since 2014, so the beginning of original war, that those Azovs, they are the reason why Russians are fighting, because Ukraine is all covered with them, and they're all, Nazis who are destroying our land, right? And now they're given back. And all the propagandists, just I will read one of the quote. I think it was even Solovyov who said it, who said that actually Zelensky is the one who is keeping up his word. It's not someone, and someone is of course Putin or someone else, is not keeping up his. This is exactly what we want. We want their propaganda and everything to crumble. And this is what is occurring in our eyes today.
Maybe,
Yeah, thanks,
maybe,
Nikolai.
by the way, Joseph, good point, Mikola. Maybe, just maybe, when Solovyov said this, that this was the last statement, so to say, the last straw which broke the camel's back, or sorry, got him into trouble with the people who helped his makeup.
I think that's certainly possible, Axel. Mockers, welcome up. Please go ahead.
Hello. I don't know if someone else said this while I was coming up because I lost a bit of sound for a minute there. But St. Javelin, who I'm assuming are probably half decent information, 215 people have been released. 108 of those were Azov soldiers. So that was just the information that I was bringing up. One of those people who was released was Mariana Mamontova, a military medic who was pregnant. So I believe that's somebody who people have been particularly concerned about, and she's been released as well. No other information on her, though, at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. The only thing that we should also remember, she was pregnant. That was claimed by Ukrainian authorities. And then there was another woman, and we're still waiting to confirm about her because she was second who was pregnant as well. And that's going to be, the best news we can hear today.
Yeah, thanks for being up here and keeping track of these details in terms of what's coming back in real time. Because as we've stated, it's a really remarkable. I think we've given the numbers, but also there's a lot of people that kind of we've seen the pictures of, we know the names of, and it's really remarkable to see them coming home. So we're doing our best to figure out specifically which people are back and confirming those things. So thanks, Mikola, for helping us out with that so much. Nina, please go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. And that was this Azov defenders. That was maybe one of the most, the hardest times during this war for me. The whole Azov time. I don't remember how many weeks, 2 months or something. They were defending, and it was just like so really hard, and I feel so happy that there are some that have been able to come back. Axel, I have a question for you, or maybe somebody else also, but I think you could answer. What has the reaction been from the Western world of this mobilization? I have been really busy doing some other things, so I don't know. I heard something mentioned about Emmanuel Macron, but was it anything to mention? And also you mentioned Scholz, which I believe is digging himself just deeper. Thank you.
Yeah. The reaction of the leader of the free world is meh, as in we continue supplying Ukraine with arms and funding. They can't train them, as we said yesterday. I think you already mentioned this earlier, Nina.
Yes, but I mean, has it had any positive impact on the West to push in more stuff to Ukraine?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. There's a lot of talk. There's a lot of I don't know, humdrum, but people need to understand what it means when the U.S. government has decided that it's enough now, and we're going to back this. And if the Brits decide the same thing, and a large coalition is formed, the West is in it to win it. These things happen in between. They are milestones, and some of them are, from a public relations point of view, more important than others. But essentially, it doesn't matter. From a military perspective, it's irrelevant because everybody knows that it doesn't work. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They can't train them. They can't get them into theater. They're many months out. If they serve up more cannon for, even those would come late. In the meantime, the only thing which matters is continuously supporting Ukraine with more weapons, ordnance, guns, and money. As our friend once sang, send lawyers, guns, and money. Replace lawyers with tanks.
Yeah, I was just going to add, Axel. I mean, if we look at the actual numerical, commitments and diplomatic commitments that have been formally made to Ukraine in terms of training personnel and in terms of equipping the Ukrainian military, these are already ironclad contracts, laws set in stone that for the next 2 years or so, Ukraine is only going to get more. Their military is only going to get stronger, and they're only going to get more sophisticated equipment. And I mean, the other side, Russia, as far as we can tell, is basically looking under the couch cushion for anything they can find to throw into this thing. I mean, that's the comparison here, I would say. I mean, if we look at the hard numbers, there's no comparison. Would you agree?
Absolutely. Let them have it.
Axel,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Nina, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What we see now happening in Russia, many places, and I saw on Flight Radar this video of how many flights were going out from, especially St. Petersburg and Moscow. It was like crazy. It was a little bit like a bit, I don't know, funny looking.
Yeah, high frequency, and in this case, in the video, also condensed, so it is more impressive, has a good visual effect. But yeah, true. Many flights are full, and they're going to those places where the Russians like to go. So now you know where to look for them, because you don't want them there. You don't want them in Turkey spending their money. No. You want them back in Russia. You want to force them to face the facts, which is why it's so important that Finland makes these decisions in the next 48 hours and implements them quick.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Sorry about that. Yeah, just curious, did you have any follow-up, Nina?
Yes, follow up with which I think I mentioned before, that I was really frustrated with this slow reaction here in Finland when they have been, like in Estonia and so many other countries, like firm and closing the borders. I wrote to Kristi Raik, who is like often in the Finnish TV, and I was so frustrated. I wrote to her that could you please come to MriyaReport and like spread a little bit of more awareness here. And actually, I sent this to Axel last night, and yeah, and she said yes, she will come the 4th of October.
Very good. Well done. We'll get. Let's get in touch on chat.
So real quick, guys, just some housekeeping. We got a full panel, so I might have to pop some people down if you don't have or approve your request. So sorry to anyone if I had to bump you down. Nothing personal, just re-request to get back up, and I'll be happy to do it. With that, I'm going to go to Mikola real quick because he's been giving us some real-time updates on some news. Then we'll go through the rest of the hands. Mikola, please go ahead.
Yeah, the last update from me tonight. Basically, the Azov people already giving little speeches and telling about how it was. They also say Slava Ukraini straight away, which is remarkable because what those people actually went through and just dealing with Russians, it's remarkable. Those people are holding, and they're already calling their relatives, and you can see the televised thing on 1+1, I believe, channel. And actually, I think President today Zelensky will actually announce what actually happened and everything. So stay tuned and check it out later.
Thank you very much, Mikola. Yeah, definitely a big day for Ukraine and for anyone who supports Ukraine. Konstantin, please go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you go to someone? I just joined. Can you go to the next one? I will.
Yeah, no problem. You bet. So up next is Prince.
Thank you, Joseph. And I've sort of been digesting this and thinking about this over the last 12 plus hours. And one thing that hit me was he's emptied the prisons, he's emptied the mental institutions, he's gotten a bunch of the homeless people. So now he actually has to call up his population. If this is the bottom of the barrel, he's in big trouble. But the other thing I was pondering when I hear the numbers comparison of 215 Ukrainian POWs in exchange for 55 Russian POWs, something Mockers and I said in jest to Mockers the other day, but you have to wonder if some of those guys said, I don't want to be released as a POW. I'd rather stay here where I'm getting treated decently and getting fed decently, when I know if I go back to Russia as a freed POW, God only knows what's going to happen to me. Now, of course, that's just speculation. However, it does make me wonder if some of the POWs actually don't want to be exchanged and don't want to be released. And I don't know that they have the ability to refuse to be exchanged, but I have to ponder if perhaps some of them might be. It's just a couple of the things I've been knocking around in my head today. So
Prince, on this
But-
exact issue, Camille Galeev, the regular Russian professor, poster of all things Russia, has actually discussed this exact phenomenon as it pertains to the fact that POWs might not want to go back to Mother Russia because of the fact that they're going to be looked at with such suspicion for being caught, etc. So the real deal that like these guys are not going to be treated well in all likelihood. It is a problem. They know it. And you can actually go look up his threads on his views on this topic. You might appreciate that. You're gonna have to go search around for it, but no, he actually discusses it and discusses how this is actually an issue he thinks in trying to get in trying to figure out how to sort of solve this to get more Russians to surrender. So it's actually an interesting question, great question, and no, go look that up. You might appreciate it. Sorry for interrupting. Just wanted to pass that.
Oh, no
info.
problem, Finance. No, I think you're right. Camille Galib's a great resource. Definitely give him a follow. He's got some great threads on this. And Finance, you mentioned that one post, and Camille Galib had another post which might be relevant about the downfall of a certain czar because of a certain mobilization. Isn't that right?
Yeah, no, 1917. Very famously, the Tsar wound up with a whole lot of really demotivated, mobilized Russian serfs in Moscow, and the end result of this is no Tsar. So yes, Camille was posting about that today. Real deal story, and this is definitely something on the minds of a number of people in Russia who consider these things, even if Vlad is not one of those people.
Yeah, and it's definitely, there's historical precedent for prisoners, Russians who've been taken prisoner to be, treated with extreme suspicion, and even some were sent to a gulag system under the Soviet system. So thank you, Prince. Any follow-up there? Go ahead.
Mockers and I were sort of talking about it in the framework of pilots being exchanged, and my thought was, if I was a Russian pilot who had been exchanged back to Russia and they put me back in a plane, I might fly a couple of missions, but then I would just accidentally eject myself and be taken prisoner again, so I could be actually treated responsibly and with humanity as a captive in Ukraine, rather than continuing to be a pilot for Russia. So I'm going to go look for that thread from Camille Finance. If you have it saved, you can DM it to me. But thanks for knocking that around. It's just an interesting out of the box. Thank you.
And I'm trying to remember the exact words of the new mobilization order, but I think I want to say surrendering is that they can punish you with prison. Axel, my mistake. Do you remember? Like, isn't that something in the new mobilization order that like surrendering or retreating could result in prison?
10 years. 10 years of prison.
Yeah. So I think that
absolutely nuts.
Yeah, so I mean, there is a legal, some legal tangibility to the idea that they could be in actual legal trouble coming back to Russia. So, just a completely crazy, absolutely nuts, as Axel said. I couldn't have said it better myself. Constantine, go ahead.
So I wanted to ask you, with this mobilization, did anyone? Putin said that he wants 300,000 troops, right? Just wondering how many healthy males age 22 to 45 does Russia have in total? Does anyone has any statistics like this?
Yeah, I can actually go find it. I think it was Canberra did the numbers to see if they actually have the men to do it. The answer is they do, but they're going to have to go geographically into the ethnic Russian, and B, the only way it sort of looks sane is if you stretch the ages out from possibly below 18 to about 60. And, you have to be okay with about half your troops being over 40 and taking about 1 in 20 men over 40 as to fill out the ranks or something.
So once again, 1 in 20 men?
Over 40, 1 in 20.
22 to 45. Just this is like an age for.
Yeah, that's the bulk. That's the bulk of where you can get them. They do have if they're just taking everybody and they are going to mass mobilize, force conscript people, there is the sheer raw quantity of military aged males to do it. If you're ignoring health, if you are taking men of possibly over or under combat age, etc., they should be able to do it.
I'm sure they have more. I'm just trying to understand the portion of the which it's important for Russians right now. For them, it was like only those who went to the military, by themselves or as conscript, basically went to war. And right now, I'm just trying to understand how much it will affect them in terms of let's say everyone will have someone in their family, or everyone will have a friend who is mobilized. And just, because it's important in Ukraine, we went through mobilization. It's not a secret to anyone, and we never hide it, and we did not ever say that we are superpower and everyone's gonna lick our boots. But in this situation, I think Russians, that may be the time. And it was hard. Mobilization for us was hard, because every family has someone at war, and which means that everyone chips in, everyone watches the news, everyone isn't going to sleep, and it adds lots of anxiety, it adds lots of social tensions, because there will be unhappy ones. For example, they mobilize a battalion, and that battalion is unhappy because they did not get boots, they did not get proper food, they did not get decent equipment, and it's gonna go like a lightning through the Russian society if the portion is the ratio from the ones mobilized and the ones left is high enough. So that's what I'm trying to understand here.
Yeah, no, if you look up in the nest, I found Canberra's thread. He pinned it to his thing. I put it up in the nest. I actually asked him around a little bit around stretching the ages out. He did the numbers again for me. He was real quick with it. He is all over this. I'm sure he is a regular contributor on the space. I don't know when he's awake or not, because he is on or at work, because he's on obviously he's on time zone over in New Zealand. But I'm sure he would answer PMs on it. He's really passionate on exactly this issue. So if you wanted to run the numbers in a different way or with different assumptions, I am like 99.5% positive that any friend of the space he recognizes, he would absolutely help you out or want to talk about it, because he has a big passion for just this question on the math of Russian conscription. And for anyone who wants to see those numbers, they're up in the nest. It is an excellent question, Constantine, so we can check that out. My comment, of course, being having to talk about how the Russian industry and economy is breaking down is, what in the world are all these guys going to fight with, and where are they going to train? That's my question.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
I will tell you that they have enough firearms, that's for sure. Like, they have millions and millions of AK-74s, even after all the corruption and what happened, because they have really a lot of those. But yeah, what they're gonna put them on, like equipment, more heavy equipment, and how they're gonna which ammo they're gonna be shooting. But I don't think they have boots. I don't think they have armor. I don't think they have helmets. I don't think they have enough food rations, etc. I don't think that's a big problem. That's going to be a bigger problem than firearms.
Yeah, Constantine, I can appreciate that every military man has said the AK is a perfectly acceptable and viable platform to deliver bullets towards the enemy's direction. And I am totally agreed with you that they have AKs from here until many, many, many kingdoms come. But if all they have is AKs, then you're going to tell me that they're going to send 300,000 recently mobilized men with no NCO corps, questionably highly corrupt officer corps, and no mechanization, and what we know is likely to be the similar kind of training they've had for all their other troops, which is not much, towards the current version of the highly motivated, notably visibly skilled Ukrainian armed forces, who, while yes, they have some Mad Max looking vehicles because they need more stuff, also has tanks, helicopters, HIMARS, etc. That doesn't really sound like like you're a military veteran. Does that sound like? Oh, and of course the motivation is clearly on the Ukrainian side. Does that sound like a winning formula to you, or am I missing something as the non-military man here?
I'll be honest. I lost the thread in the middle, so I'm really sorry. So
sorry.
Yes.
No. So Russia's going to send a bunch of guys. They're going to train them for a week or two, because that's all they're trained their conscripts with right now. Maybe 3 at the most. Under a month of training. None of these guys are in shape. None of them are reservists in the way a Western country is. They're going to send them with an AK-47, maybe a vehicle that works, probably not. If it does, it doesn't have armor against the current version of the Ukrainian military with all of the weapons they have right now, and what is looking like more and more air power all the time. How's that supposed to, like, how's that going to end for those guys? And
it's gonna turn them into Ladas.
Exactly. Ladders for the family. Fertilizer for Ukrainian soil.
Gentlemen, I hate to pour cold water on this, but Russia's auto production is down 95%. So I actually challenge that they can make enough Ladas for this proposition. I don't know how you're going to turn them into Ladas when they can't make them. So
the Moskvich factory announced yesterday evening, before the announcement of the speech, which was then characteristically and tactically drawn out to mesmerize Western mainstream media, of course, and move the Overton window. The Moskvich factory announced that it would be able to produce 300,000 fresh new Ladas. Finance, remind me, what is the amount of partial mobilization given in numbers? 300,000.
Yeah. I mean, but I agree, and while
I would call this just-in-time manufacturing.
Sure, and while I agree, and as hilarious as that is, I would like to note that the Moscow factory suggesting they can make 300 Ladas is kind of like me suggesting I just won the lot. Like, I can announce that I just won the lottery for $300 million, and it does not bring $300 million into my bank account any faster, sooner, or does it create that $300 million? And I have just as much chance of winning the $300 million lottery when, by the way, everyone, I do not buy lottery tickets. So I have just as much chance of winning a $300 million lottery as the Moscow auto plant has of making 300,000 Ladas in the next year. Though there might be 300,000 people owed a Lada. That part I 100% agree with.
Thank you, Finance and Axel. So we have Rosalie joining us. So we're going to get to Dale real quick. I know he's been super patient, but Rosalie has had oh my God, this guy needs to turn his muffler down. So we've got Rosalie joining us. She had a bit of a fun tweet yesterday. Rosalie, yesterday you were tracking the price of flights from Moscow in real time. And I don't know, it was real fun. Do you have any updates or do you want to comment on that? Are we having audio issues?
I hear you. I don't hear Rosalie.
No. Rosalie, see if maybe you can fix your mic. Otherwise, maybe cycle down, cycle back up. We'll try to get it fixed. Sorry about that. So we'll go to Daryl. Daryl, sorry we couldn't get to you before you had to drop down. Go ahead.
Oh no, that was wifey. I had to go.
It's called Wi-Fi.
No, wife. No, yeah. When the boss calls, it's Wi-Fi. You get going. Oh man. Okay, I have two questions. One for finance and one general. First of all, finance, the money that is leaving Russia, how does that going to figure into their economy, their reserves, I should say, in the coming year, and also too, how long can they survive outside of Russia if they are only using credit cards, which only take probably their money because everybody else has limited them. I know you said Visa earlier. They may have visas, but I'm sure there has to be a financial twist to this that they won't be able to stay that long, being that they have to pay their banks back in rubles.
Right. So the question about what individual Russians do is quite frankly the more interesting one. The what do they do with the money is a very solid question. It's the answer is that their current account surplus is so big because they're selling so much petrol products, oil mostly, outside of Russia, that I just don't think they're going to have any issues if some currency leaves Russia. Quite frankly, it is probably helpful to them for that to be occurring in the situation their economy is in at present. That's probably something that if I was the central bank czar of Russia, I would want to be happening, as strange as that sounds, given all the other mess in their system. So on that side, not really something that's even if even if it is enough that like is a significant number, it's just going to be dwarfed by the amount of oil revenue coming into the country of foreign currency. So yeah, it's going to be pushing pressure to give people rubles, which they're going to want to use to buy currency back, which is actually something that the Russian government would be more than happy to have happen. So that's actually something that they're perfectly happy with as far as that minor economic approach. But no, you're absolutely correct. The Russian citizens that are leaving with just a mirror card are going to have significant problems just transacting, and that's assuming they're wealthy enough to make it. I'm assuming many of these men and women are going to be looking for jobs in foreign countries because a lot of them are probably going to want to stay out, not just now, but for a longer period of time. It would be a normal assumption that Russia is going to have a period of instability following this. And I think many of these people are not going to want to be heading back to Russia anytime soon. And only so many of them can be all that rich, and everybody's leaving. So I'm betting a lot of people with Russian accents are just going to be looking for jobs, because I think that that's the only way I can make the numbers make sense.
Can I interject one thing? Daryl, I'm so very sorry. Just wanted to highlight our guest from August 1, who was with us here, Daria Tsikunova, one of the leaders of the group of women who tried to push and advocate to free the Azovstal defenders, has just tweeted a few minutes ago that Ilya has been returned. Her boyfriend was freed.
Oh man, actually, that's such great news. I've been asking basically all morning, all afternoon, I guess, trying to get confirmation of that. So it's so great to hear confirmation of that. So congratulations to Daria. And, we had her on the space. Yeah, it must be a really emotional moment for Daria and of course Ilya to be reunited. So, wow, I think it's important to remember, like, not to give up hope, right? I mean, back in August, to think that today, this would be happening, right, Axel?
It is utterly fantastic. I apologize that I have to derail the conversation yet again, but this is momentous.
No.
Yeah, definitely. I was waiting for that news. Dale, go ahead.
I don't mind at all on that. That's love and after such difficulties, that trumps all. So I don't mind at all. I'm very happy for them. That's beautiful. I'm just going to leave it at that. Beautiful.
Yeah, please, I would ask our listeners, do send Daria your congratulations if possible. I'm sure she would appreciate it. So sorry, Rosalie, we got sidetracked there. Welcome up. Hopefully we got the audio fixed, yeah?
You tell me. Is it fixed?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think I gave our audience maybe an introduction to your series of tweets last night. I thought they were absolutely great. I was following it with great interest. So I was just wondering if you had any updates since then. Are you still following this, or if you just wanted to kind of review what happened? Go ahead.
So you stayed up all night too?
Oh yeah, we were waiting for the speech.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so that's what sparked this. So the people were very anxiously waiting, in online spaces for this speech. They believed that it was going to be really consequential. I mean, Kadyrov indicated that it would, all of that. And a lot of people are missing, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's really hard to imagine waiting 2 hours and then having, I don't know, President Biden just not show up. That would be wild. So anyways, people were not handling it well. They were very anxious, and there's a long tradition in Russia of kind of at these pivotal moments, a lot of people emigrate. And so I wanted to see, pretty much the only way out. A lot of the borders are close to them. Is flight, and so I started tracking that. Some of the flights, I did it in trios. So I was like, let's say there's a hypothetical mom and a dad and an adult son, and they want to go somewhere. And so for that, there were tickets to Sao Paulo that were $86,000, which is just wild to me. And I really think it speaks to the desperation that people have to get out of there. At the same time that this was happening, they also made it illegal to surrender, but also to refuse service. And it's kind of strange. I wonder, if you get arrested for surrendering and then you go to prison, can you end up back on the front line? I can't wrap my mind around that. Can you end up? So anyways, yeah, I tracked this. I didn't expect it to be very popular. It really, really was, which is kind of overwhelming. I do a lot of rants that nobody reads, and that's probably for the best, for me. So that's kind of it.
Yeah, thanks, Rosalie. And I would recommend people please check out Rosalie's tweet. And Rosalie, I think you also did a paper with Axel and I think some other people on the space maybe a month or so ago, maybe a little longer now. I just want to maybe if is that still maybe relevant, something our audience should maybe look for?
I am not sure. Are you sure it's me?
Maybe I'm mistaken. Sorry,
that was
I just
me.
wanted
I was the one working with Rosalie, and I don't think that paper's out yet.
Okay,
No,
perfect.
this is like a long-term thing, unfortunately, with finance, because it's not pressing, and we're working on it in all of our free time that we have.
And I'm just curious, what's the topic of that, if it's relevant to the space?
Finance. Do you want to tell them?
This is your show. I'm just helping.
No, I literally couldn't write it without you. So no, it's not. So one of the narratives that has been it's a longer term narrative, which is why it's not pressing. It's become more popular during as Russia's invasion is just faltering. But it's this idea that the BRICS countries are a viable alternative to how would you describe it, finance? Just how do I describe the financial integration in the West?
The BRICS countries are a viable alternative to using the reserve currencies and financial systems of the United States, Europe, Canada, of sort of North America, Europe, and Japan and Australia. And they're just not. They're not. And they also want to say that BRICS is this big, major, diplomatic. They keep trying to suggest that BRICS is something it's not for PR purposes. It started out as Wall Street marketing, and they've moved from Wall Street marketing to a yearly diplomatic junket. But there's no political treaties. There's no currency treaties. There's no diplomatic treaties. Hell, the Chinese and Indians have shot at each other in the last 5 years. So they could turn it into a thing, but it's not a thing. And outside of the Indians and the South Africans, I wouldn't ever want to be in their courts to try to fight for my money. And quite frankly, I wouldn't want to be in Indian or South African court. I mean, never want to be in court, but if you have to be in court, you don't really choose India or South Africa in the first place. But at least in those places, you might get a ruling that's based on the facts as opposed to how much you bribed the judge. Which, that in China, it's are you against the Chinese person and the government? Yeah, you lose. That's so. It's sort of laughable on its face, but it's something that's being pushed really hard by disinformation operatives, especially people like Zero Hedge, who are tied to Russia. So that's why we're working on it.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things, kind of like scientific disinformation, where it's an expertise, And that's why I asked finance to work with me, because I was like, I know this is wrong. I don't know why. So we're looking forward to getting something out, because I think it's really needed.
Gotcha. Thanks. Yeah. Just for our audience, Rosalie's a communications expert at Johns Hopkins studying disinformation. Is that accurate?
So I just graduated, and I studied kind of at the intersection of public health and national security. And so a lot of it is, that disaster communication. And my thesis was on disasters and disinformation.
Gotcha. Yeah, just a little background for our audience. So CJ has been extremely patient. We got CJ, our resident artillery expert and ranger, up. CJ, I'm so curious to hear what you got to say. Go ahead.
Well, I don't want to derail, Joseph. I just have a quick update for the Avastal swap, which is a little bit more complicated, unfortunately, if that already hasn't been said.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, so as Axel pointed out, there's actually 3 different prisoner swaps that have occurred today, right? The first being the one brokered by Saudi Arabia to have some of the foreign fighters be exchanged back, including those from the U.S. and U.K. There was one for the some of the Azovstal, POWs, lower enlisted, but the commanders themselves, under the agreement that was negotiated, they will not be able to go back to Ukraine. They will be in Turkey. And we must remember, of course, Turkey still has to vote on NATO ascension. So it's clear that, for better or worse, Erdogan still has some sway with Putin. Again, I'm not saying this is a good or a bad thing, but we know how Turkey is when they get in the middle of these sort of situations. So it's there's still more Azovstal prisoners, but the update that we're all waiting for, of course, is I was talking with Michael Weiss and a few others offline, and now that Jimmy Sec UK has tweeted about it, it's pretty open knowledge. They're pretty confident that the only way to pull off this many Ukrainian POWs getting back was by a Russian general getting captured. So with that in mind, it might actually be several too, right? There was some controversy whether or not the lieutenant colonel that was captured was actually posing as a different officer in the initial Balaklia attack on 8 September, but it was pretty much cleared up relatively quickly that was not a general. However, there have been whispers and reports that it seems as if it's been confirmed now that several general officers have been a part of that swap on the Russian side. So if Ukraine has more, that might mean that they'll get more Ukrainian POWs back, which is great news overall.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the update, CJ, and especially that clarification that there are sort of 3 separate prisoner swaps, kind of under different mechanics, and then also, as you pointed out, the current situation with sorry, I lost my train of thought, CJ, but no, a great update for us on the Azovstal prisoners. So thank you very much. Rosalie, please go ahead.
Yeah, what CJ mentioned kind of made me. I was reflecting on something that I thought while I was working on tracking these flights, and these just everything that these soldiers went through, holding back Russian forces for so long. But I noticed that some people were feeling anxious. I'm sure it probably wasn't the Ukrainians so much as it is other people in the West about mobilization. And so I tweeted this out because it was really like, I had trouble wrapping my mind around it. That these people in Russia, they're so afraid of going to have to go fight in Ukraine that they would pay $86,000 to flee to Sao Paulo, rather than face the Ukrainians. And on the flip side, we have Ukrainians, some of whom have never lived in Ukraine or been able to, and they've come back to fight by choice. And there's also some not Ukrainians. And it was just it's just so clear that, that Ukraine is just a completely different society. Like, if there was ever any doubt, that they're just so different from Russia. But yeah, it's just maybe comical to me that is, but it's not. They're not what's the word? I think people look at it sometimes as like they're doing well in their situation, and it's like, no, they're an effective military, and the Russians are right to spend $86,000 running if they want to live, and that's where we are. And Ukraine is going to win. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, thanks, Rosalie. Sounds like the market price to me. And yeah, so I'm watching my father's dog. Sometimes he's doing goofy stuff, and I'm at a loss for words sometimes. But no, CJ mentioned it seems pretty obvious, and I think he's absolutely correct. Reading between the lines here, that some very high level officers were captured, and that would explain the disparity in the prisoner exchange numbers, and also Russia's sudden willingness to come to the table and exchange all these. It's not just the actual number of prisoners, but also just the actual prisoners, the type of prisoners, for lack of a better term, that are being exchanged. Would you agree, CJ?
Yeah, I mean, prisoner war exchanges are pretty well known and studied, but they don't typically happen in the middle of a war. That's kind of the unprecedented part here. I mean, there's a couple notable examples, but generally on this sort of large scale, this kind of thing wouldn't really happen. So I guess that's sort of a unique aspect of it all. And additionally, too, I mean, I think this sort of swath of prisoners that Ukraine captured in this past month probably outnumbers the total amount they've gotten so far. And I think if anyone had any sort of information on either how many Ukrainian or Russian POWs were out there, I know that's probably all like wrapped up pretty tightly, but just a ballpark estimate, that would be extremely informative towards understanding like this sort of situation moving forward, because just to get bodies back, and they were trading live Ukrainian soldiers for just Russian remains. So it's very interesting as I try and understand Russia better, when they value officers versus enlisted, when they value, living versus deceased. It's really strange and doesn't really follow any sort of normal protocols that I'm familiar with. But then again, we are in an unprecedented time.
Yeah, definitely. And CJ, just one random question. I saw just scrolling through the chat, you might get towed by a HIMARS. Care to elaborate? Did that happen?
My car almost broke down, and I was stuck in my car in between a couple HIMARS, so I thought they were going to have to give me a push. Luckily, it did not come to that, thankfully.
Would have been hilarious, and we would have demanded pictures, because that would have been awesome.
So CJ was
HIMARS.
between two HIMARS.
Literally, but between two HIMARS.
Finance that was not. I was not going for that, but I guess I left myself open.
Incredible. Truth is stranger than fiction, huh, guys? Rusty, please go ahead.
So I was actually wondering, because the Russians going to Europe and Georgia and different places with visas run out. So I was just wondering what you guys think about sending Russians back. Say a Russian in Germany that has an expired visa. Would the German government send him back, or would they consider him a refugee if he's in the age for conscription? What do you think about that? Will Western civilized nations send the Russians visitors back?
Well, it's a good question. I think it's probably going to happen on a country-by-country basis. And I'm not kind of familiar enough with the internal politics of the various countries. Axel maybe might be able to speak to this a little better. Axel, your thoughts?
Sorry, I was looking at something else at the moment. I apologize. Would you mind restating the question?
Yeah, no problem. So he was just saying that these visas that they are still able to manage to get for these $1,000, $10,000 flights or whatever, that at some point they will expire. So do you think that there's going to be any motivation on the part of the European governments to let them stay, or when the visa expires, are they going to get sort of sent back to Russia?
It solely depends on which country they're getting into. There are some countries which will probably not easily push them out, but those countries which have already stated very clearly that Ruski go home will push hard. And if they get into a country which is accommodating, such as, say, Soviet Austria, they may stay there. But at some point in time, Austria will fold.
I think Martin asked Germany specifically. Your thoughts? I mean, will they be considered refugees sort of
Germany
under
is
the
not a
German
problem.
understanding?
Germany has a significantly tighter asylum law in that regard. And Germany does not provide these kind of easy tourist visas, by the way. Different structure. It is Austria you should be worried about.
Gotcha, great. Martin, any follow-up?
Hi, can you guys hear me? Slava Ukraini. I'm in a big mall in downtown Winnipeg, so I'm not sure if my connection is good.
Yeah, you sound good.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Joseph. Again, Slava Ukraini. Just wanted to know if there's been any discussion, because I've been listening on and off. I've been following what's happening at the United Nations. President Zelensky gave a really powerful speech in English. And has there been any discussion on it yet?
Not yet. I got a DM saying it was ongoing. So is it's finished now? And there's
Yeah.
Can you maybe okay, yeah, yeah. I'll try to get it up in the nest. So yeah,
Oh.
thanks, Martin.
Good. And I posted on Twitter the CNN report on the speech. So if people are interested, they can go take a look. But I was, I guess I'm sentimental, but I was very moved by his speech. He's just an amazing leader, and I think, as many have said, he's very Churchillian. So I'll drop down to listener, and again, this is a wonderful space. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, certainly, I agree. You know, I'm not one to be impressed by flashy oratory, but the guy definitely has a way with words, right? Just when you think he can't top his previous speeches, he does the "without you" speech, and so I'm definitely looking forward to hearing this speech. Nina, please go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. I just want to add and ask, if there is it's completely different if you come with a visa to, let's say, a Russian comes with a visa to some country, or if you ask for asylum for that you have a reason for it. I don't know what the reason might be, but if you ask for asylum, it's a long process. And if you are, let's say, really under threat for whatever reasons, then you might get asylum, but that's another thing to go with visa. And yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. You know, I'm an American. You know, we don't have to cross borders that often, and it's kind of maybe speaks a little bit to European politics and kind of how the mechanics of that work. So I'm a little out of my depth there. Thank you.
If I can add, it's a really long and hard process to get asylum, let's say in Finland at least, because I have been helping refugees since 2015, and the process can be like even 5 years long, and it can be many negative decisions that can be reversed if you have a good lawyer, but it's not easy to come here, and I'm sure it's also difficult in other European countries, but it's not automatic at all.
Yeah, it makes sense. Definitely. We hear about refugees and asylum seekers around the world. It's a difficult situation to be in. I think as of now, probably rightly so, I would consider current Russians to be like, most to be like asylum seekers, or just people just generally fleeing the mobilization to be asylum seekers. But maybe I'm have the wrong opinion. But I don't know of any government that's formally recognized and said anyone fleeing the current Russian draft. There is some discussion of that as maybe a strategy, right? We don't want these guys in the army, so maybe we should let them in. But I don't think that'll be entertained by any serious governments because of the security risks of just letting a flood of military-age Russian males into the country. I don't know. That's just my kind of broad thought. Finance, do you have any thoughts on this?
Can I just add, Joseph, quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know that there was a really long queue on the border from Russia to Finland, and as I see it, it's absolutely a security risk to Finland to let hundreds of thousands or thousands of Russian people to come here. We don't know what they who they are. We don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's security risks for sure.
I don't have
Finance,
to
go
say,
ahead.
I'm sorry, Finance, go ahead.
So go ahead, Constantine. Sorry, Finance. We'll get to you next. Go ahead, Constantine.
So regarding asylum seekers to claim an asylum anywhere, there is, I think, a Geneva Convention that said, or a UN agreement that states what asylum is, and most countries will only, you can only claim asylum in case you are, you actually been hurt or you're like about to be hurt. So, for example. Where you have really high chances to be hurt, and those chances are high enough. And by that I mean, like for example, if you're Russian, for example, who went to the when this happened, this they said, okay, let's do mobilization, and you went to the protests. Then you were, taken into the jail, beaten up, and were told that they will throw you in the jail for your entire life. Only then you're considered, and let go. Only at that point you will be considered to be an asylum and asylee. Or alternatively, if you, for example, have given, you got the draft notice, but you escaping. For example, that can be considered as asylee, but you will have to prove that they're breaking the law, and you will have to prove that, or like prove that your views are totally different, like from the ones that are saying, and you will fight, and you will be like against them, and you will be hurt next, which is really hard to do. So the only like real reason for this is, for example, to get asylum for Russians is to protest, get, I don't know, their asses kicked, and then try to get an asylum. That constitutes an asylee. If they've been, hurt a lot, and there is like a high probability of them getting hurt again, because they will go to the protest once again. So only the fact that they don't agree with mobilization is not a reason to get an asylum. So I don't think any country would give, a person an asylum by simply him saying, "Oh, there is a mobilization, and I don't want to be a part of it." I know that people from Ukraine tried to avoid mobilization back in 2014, and tried to claim asylum in Great Britain, and they were told basically, no, you're not. That's state law, and you have to. It has nothing to do with asylum. They were trying to say, oh, we're so much, we're pro-Russian, and we're being forced to fight, but no, that's not working. It's not working. You're not breaking the law. Now if they would go ahead and protest the mobilization, get hurt for that, and then for actually doing your legal right as protesting, it is your legal right to protest. So then you would be considered to that you have a reason to get an asylum, but you have to do that first. You cannot just come that say I want to protest, but I don't. But I'm not sure. I think I will get hurt. It's not gonna work in 99% cases unless you some kind of, I don't know, for example, a relative of someone who was actually like Navalny or someone like this who was actually protesting, and you're getting threats or something like that.
Right.
All
Yeah,
right.
Constantine, I think you put it really well. Go ahead, Axel.
No, and with that, Konstantin, thank you very much. We have to talk about drones a little later, Konstantin. But Victoria, let's welcome our friend Roman Kachana from Kharkiv. Dobry wieczór.
Dobry wieczór, Roman. It's nice to
should
see
we,
you.
or should we say dobre utro?
Доброго ранку.
Roman,
So-
can you hear us?
Yeah, so Roman is our friend from Kharkiv. He is a District Fire Brigade chief, and he's a major. And Roman, thank you for joining us today. So do you have any news, any updates from Kharkiv?
Hello guys, I just don't know. I just wanted to share with you just some info from a Zoom about when we will finish there, and my little opinion about this mobilization in Russia, and just for the last guy who been telling about this. So we also have the guys who wanna avoid the mobilization in Ukraine. Yeah, it is. There are always people like this in every country probably, but lying of the people who is want to defend the ground and really want to go to the war to defend their country, way much bigger than the line of the people who want the mobilization. That's the first. The second one, it's like 5 days in a row, like we every day in the Zoom, exhumating the bodies from the ground. It's kind of awful. It's kind of horrible. Like, I mean, it's like children, like adult people, old people. Some of them don't have body parts. Some of them burned. And you can understand they are not like 1 or 2 days in the ground. They're like a month, 2 or 3 a month. Like, I mean, like very messy, not good smell. And like from one grave, we just dig out the almost all family, and from the body you can even it been the almost decomposed, not almost decomposed, but it was like you can see they all was burnt, and there was probably the baby who was like 2 years old, a little bit older one, like 7 years old. It was a female, and it was a man without legs and without hands, and like I mean, it's almost every day my squad would dig out like about 30 40 people, and other squads also more, and then after that we just transport them to the Kharkiv city. We have two big morgues in the different parts of the city, and we just transport them from the truck to the morgues, and we just like we are making stakes. I mean, no stakes, I mean like one, on third, on fourth, like a chips in poker. It's really messy, but anyway, we have finished it. As I see by the comments and by what we've done already, we will finish it after tomorrow. So tomorrow will be without my squad, and after tomorrow we again will send like each fire station of Kharkiv will send their 3 or 4 firefighters to help. And it was 2 days in a row, very heavy rain here in all Kharkiv region, so you can imagine what's happening there. But anyway, it's about this situation in Izum, and I also want to share my opinion about this mobilization. On the way to Izum, it's just from Kharkiv to Izum, it's just long straight road. No, a little bit round. No, it's some turns, but it's almost like straight and good road. And while we've been going there, like uh, I don't know, like just imagine we probably almost destroyed all their elite troops. We almost destroyed all of their technique, which was kind of more or less urban, like modern. They got only like old stuff. Our troops, when they've been counterattacking, like in last weeks, they took a lot of ammunition from them. And while we're going to Zoom, it's just everywhere is reinforcements, just fucking everywhere. I mean, like on the road, you will go and everywhere it's the bricks, it's the blindages, it's the dot spots, it's just hidden holes where the tanks is just hiding, so you can see on the gun of the tank. In the forest you can see it just from the left, from the right, a lot of troops. I mean, if they will go here, I don't know, it's just crazy thinking crazy something, maybe because I just need some rest or something, but just my opinion, shit, I just would like to watch how they will come here and what will happen to them, because it's just impossible to step probably like deeper and deeper here for even a kilometer. I mean, it's really impossible to go here. It's everything is defended, drones is flying everywhere, everything is researching. Like, I mean, it's very impossible to go here. Even I am like I'm in the I have a uniform, I have a documents, I have everything, and every checkpoint will check you. It will even try to very polite, asking you to show everything, like show your trunk, show everything. It's fine. Everybody understands it. Everybody very polite, so it's good. But I mean, what about mobilization? Right now, yeah, right now they turn on their brains. Oh, we don't want it. We don't want the kids. Our kids will be dead. We don't want our be dead. It's not our war, okay? Now they remember they got some brains and they wanna live. But if they will do it, so how much time it is? Okay, the person who have no war experience will be mobilized. Then he will go, and usually all these persons maybe have some military experience, but we all know, who is Ukrainian here, who is maybe Russians here, Belarus people here, maybe they all, and who has been in military. So we all know how it was, like all this training center working. So usually you are cleaning toilets, you are washing something, and maybe like 2 times or 3 times in a month you go to shooting practice or something like that. Usually you are digging, you are doing any bullshit which really don't have no matter with the war. And probably they will have also the same as the practice camps for the fresh blood, which never shoot it, which don't have any experience, and which have no motivation for the fight. So it will be really, it will be just meat. I mean, it's very rude to say, but they will go here. They're already dead. I mean, it's impossible for them do something here after all the elite forces couldn't done it. So it's just my opinion. And sorry, I just turned here. I just go online here like 20 minutes ago. I don't know what you describing about it, but I see the topic is mobilization in Russia. So that's my opinion.
Oh, good, Roman. We're in agreement with you. And they don't have the trainers, they don't have the officers, the NCOs to get those troops up to speed. They even lack the equipment. So they would take 3, 6, 9 months, depending on who they want to train up. And they can never get to the same level as the Ukrainian armed forces are. So we're in agreement. Can you tell us a little bit more about the harrowing task the firefighters of Kharkiv and from other regions have had in recent days in Izium? Because it hasn't been sufficiently described, unfortunately, in Western media.
To be honest, you do not have kind of special tasks. So we have a squad every day. Like not the squad. Like I had a squad. I mean, like I know 5 or 6 squads of people from the different stations or different departments, and we are going to the place. There are coroners, there are like guys from police, like detectives, like different structure. I don't know all of them, to be honest. Like I'm not so like every specification of their job, what they're doing, but they are there in charge. And we are just the guys which they ask to help to make the work much faster, because of the rain, because of nature, all this stuff which going on. They wanna the evidence of the crimes of Russia do not disappear. So that's why we are so in hurry. That's why we are working hard. So the work is simple. You go in there as we have a column of the trucks with the people, with our guys. You come into the spot, they're giving us breakfast, like a little bit like a kilometer from the spot, because you probably will not, you can eat there. And then we are divided by some high officers, by the troops or squads, and to each of us there is going some coroner or somebody from the police and tell us, okay guys, there is your sector, so there is a grave, there is a grave, there is a grave, there is a grave. So you need to work till you need to try to dig out bodies from these 5 graves, and maybe some of the graves you cannot identify it like immediately. So, and he said probably there is also a grave could be here and here and here. So also try, if you will have time, like try to dig it also here, just try to check it out if somebody underground. So this whole job. So then we dig in it, find the body, extracting the body from the ground, give it to another team, or if you in the team which transport the body from the grave, so the guys who dig and give it to you, you put it in the bag and then transport it to the truck, and that's all job. Then we are going back. So usually all people going to back to the station, and but more high officers as me, like the fire chiefs or vice chiefs or department chiefs, going to morgue, and also helping other firefighters who haven't been in the Zoom in the morgue, transport bodies from the truck to the morgue. That's all job.
Roman, I have a question. So when you say about a grave, I thought you're referring just to that one big grave that they found like 400
Yeah, there are
bodies.
different
So there's
ones.
like more
Different
bodies.
ones. some
Are they
grave
like they're in the
usually. Oh,
forest
sorry,
or where?
sorry. I don't want to speak with you. Sorry, I just interrupt you. Ask a question again.
Oh, I'm apologizing. Yeah, are those like graves and they're like in the forest or where are they?
No, I've been maybe somewhere else, but we've been all these 5 days in the same spot. I know maybe it's some. I don't know because it was not all people when which comes working with me. We working in the forest, so some kind of improvisational im- improvisированное cemetery in the forest. So we're working there, and usually graves has like one body, two bodies. Some of them has five bodies, and I know which I seen with my own eyes. It was a big grave of our soldiers. Like 19 people were there, so that's all I seen. Usually one, two, five, like maybe six sometimes, and the one bigger one I seen just by my own eyes. It's 19 of our soldiers. But interesting, they've been like they've been wearing pants but no boots, nothing. So it's very, it looks like they just took everything from them.
Uh, and you mentioned that there was also children with the signs of torture. Is that correct?
I'm not so specialist. I mean, for me, all these bodies, it's like, just imagine anybody uh, put it in the ground for 2 months, and I wouldn't understand if somebody done something to them or not. But some bodies you can see without legs, without, no, I mean, if you see like, I know, if you've seen like 50 bodies and they're like totally okay, I mean, with all body parts, with everything, and then you see some of them, you just trying to find a difference between them, and you see like, you know some of them all in shape, like, I mean, you can see all muscles, all everything. So like you put body in the grave and everything is fine. I mean, no, it's not fine, but I'm telling you, I'm telling you, like, normal death. So all parts of the body without cuts, so with all muscles, with everything, with skin. But it's very hard to understand. It's like sometimes is it a male or female or something. Children much easier, of course, because of the size. But then you see all these bodies which has all body parts, that some of them doesn't, like some of them has something like big cuts, and not some of them don't. There is some of them like has like, you see the parts of the body have a very different, so probably it's burns or something like that. And then you see the bodies without some body parts, without legs, without hands, without fingers, without toes. So that's all just you can see and analyze by yourself. So of course then the coroners understand, they are, when you take out the body, I mean, when you found the body, it's not like you immediately take it away. You need to try to put it away very carefully, so don't no I think you imagine it like, yeah, so you can even pull the body, and you can like some muscles, which if you can say it's muscles, this very soft shit will be in your hands. I mean, you can just pull them, and you will take the flesh will stay in your hand, and you will show the bone to everything. So they're asking us to be very carefully to take them from the grave. So each grave, with each team who is extracting the body, they're working. There's some responsible guy or woman from the responsible department, from the police or detective or coroner, and he immediately starts to analyze it in more professional way, describe it on the list of paper, but he not describing on the list of paper. Another person stand behind, and he just saying, and she is or he is writing down what he's saying, and he's saying, okay, I see this damage on the right hand, or the right hand amputated, or I see that there was burns on the right side of the body or the head. So they're describing it. So not all of them been with not all of them been damaged, or I've forgotten some words already, but anyway, what mostly of them. I mean, I think 80% of the people been insulted with something. I mean, 80%, like 80, maybe 70% of all bodies we found, you can see that somebody torture them. Maybe not torture, maybe they've been dead by bomb or something, but it wasn't just like good death. Death is always painful.
Hey, Roman, I have a question for you. Can you give a contact, or maybe you can help here? How to? I have lots of people I know in Zoom, and I know some people are looking for their relatives. They don't know where they were buried. Is there a service, or is there someone to contact who can search for a person among those who were exhumated already? Or
I don't know how they will be identify them, like who is who, but all bodies we've been extracted, send it to the Kharkiv morgue on Amosova 35. It's we have a district in the Kharkiv where is 3 hospitals in row. There's perinatal center, there is a cardio center.
I know where Amosov is.
Yeah, so there is a morgue there, and another one on Dmitrievskaya Street nearby the Central Market. So there are
On which second one? Give me 1 second, please. I will write it down. So the one is on Amosova.
Ну, первый на Амосова, на 602-м микрорайоне возле, понял.
Да, медцентр, я понял.
Да, а второй центральный рынок, Дмитриевская улица, по-моему, Дмитриевская 13, что такое, между центральным рынком и южным вокзалом. Это примерно так.
Ага, я понял. И туда надо звонить, просто спрашивать, или ты не знаешь?
I don't know any context, to be honest, and I don't know how to ask them. I don't know if I have a permission to share them, but I think just these 2 morgues. I've seen that some of these coroners try to find everything in the pockets, everything. So probably some of the people have the documents, so they just already identified people. So each body has a sign on the back. If they know who it is, they will sign it. And also after that, I don't know how they will do it in the morgue, but I'm telling you, it's very messy. I don't know how people can do it, but
okay. Roman, can you follow me, and I will message you, send you a DM in private, so we can talk about this outside the space. Is it possible?
Done.
Thank you.
No problem, man. I hope I can help you, but not sure, buddy.
Roman, I'm wondering. Oh, go ahead, Victoria.
Oh, I just have a quick question. Like, are those graves just found in Izum only? What about like other cities of Kharkiv Oblast? Do you know anything about it?
I don't like to speak about it. I haven't seen my own eyes, so I know only about Izum. Probably somewhere also. Like, I don't know how it was in Bucha, to be honest, but maybe it was the same. I just seen what I seen there. I described it to you already. Don't know how it's in different cities. I don't have, to be honest, a lot of time to like watching news. Like when I go into sleep, I just watching my Instagram, some news on Instagram, and on Twitter, which Twitter recommends me. And thank you to you. You meet me with the Twitter interesting stuff, but to be honest, I cannot answer your question.
Thanks, Roman. And real quick, I just want to let our listeners know, please do retweet the space. Let people know Roman's here answering questions. And if anyone does have a question for Roman, I don't know how he's doing with time.
If you don't mind, I'm going to leave like in 5 minutes.
Roman. Okay, understood. No problem. So yeah, unfortunately, we can't have anyone ask questions. I do have maybe one question for you, Roman. Very recently, we had an organization called Norwegian Ukrainian Fire and Ambulance Aid on, and they're taking decommissioned fire trucks from Norway and sending them to Ukraine. And I heard some of them got to Kharkiv, so I'm just wondering if you are familiar with any fire trucks that came from Norway you guys are using.
No, unfortunately, I didn't know them. I have not heard about it. Maybe my chiefs know it because now they're kind of like flying kind of higher, and they got much more bigger scale vision. No, I don't know them, but I am going after tomorrow. I'm leaving Kharkiv to Lviv, and then I'll be in Poland, helping the organization Zepomaga from Polish. This is a volunteering foundation which already bought for me two brand new trucks, 10 million hryvnia each. And they will be in my fire stations. They're really brand new. They're amazing. They're cool. And I will help them to raise more funds on their press conference because they still told me that my face kind of recognizable in Europe in somewhere because of the news, because of this movie, because of different stuff. So people will be more assured that their money will go to the right place, not like to the some pockets, and they maybe want to ask me some questions. So they are hoping that I will, with my help, that we can have more money for the foundation and buy more stuff for the Kharkiv because we are here preparing for the not good winter.
Yeah, that's great news, and I would ask our audience, please do give Roman's account here a follow, and yeah, definitely follow his work. I think he's doing great work, and also I was going to ask you, I guess, if anyone does want to support firefighters in Kharkiv. It sounds like you mentioned one organization in Poland. I mentioned another that is doing some stuff. But are there other organizations that you would recommend people contribute to help you guys out?
No, Zepomaga from Poland, they are really doing a lot of stuff. But I don't know, I think we have here kind of close community. So I can share that Zepomaga, no, officially, Zepomaga cannot help militaries by the laws of Poland or something. But they are using my station and another guy who they can trust. So they gave me like around 50 electricity generators, like 1,000 of first aid kits and different other stuff, and ask me to like we will give it to you. You will say our thank you, but please send them to the front line to the guys. No, they give me some contacts of the guys, and also I have also know some guys from the front line. So we just can I say it like this here, or it shouldn't?
I think people can
No, I
infer
think
what you're saying,
I
but
think all of you understand is why we are here. So you understand that something people who want to help can do officially help with, but yeah. So we just help them also with that. So Sipamaha is very good, and I also really thankful to these guys, to the Project Joint Guardian guys who just living with me, and they are living also after tomorrow with me. They go to the America and Australia. They're going to Warsaw, and from the Warsaw they will go spread all over the city, and we'll be waiting for the fourth rotation. We are helpful for them because we don't have special masks here for this kind of work. No, I think you can imagine the smell if somebody of you ever felt some rotten meat. So just imagine it's whole your apartments with a rotten meat which like been there for the month. So this the smell is, and some of my firefighters couldn't even done this work. They couldn't hold the vomit inside. So these guys, I mean, this Andy, Andrew, Alex, and two Michaels, they got the special filters, special like respirators, special masks with the filters, and there are three different types of filters. No, it's kind of expensive. Of course, our fire department, our department didn't bought it yet, but I proposed them that they probably will order like 100 of them. I felt no smell in this mask. It's perfect, but yeah, but all your skin, all your clothes, even we are wearing the special biological costumes. Even after this, like all your clothes, all your skin is smells awful, and but their masks are really great. I mean, it's probably I know the cheapest one is a $60 each, and the more professional is like more military one something around $100, but you smell nothing, just nothing. So you just doing job, you just doing. So yeah, it's horrible to see something in it, but you're just doing a job. That's also I'm really thankful for them because they shared some masks with us. So that's why I'm working there every night, every day with guys. because they also don't have it a lot. There is a 5 of the Americans and Australians here, but they got only 10 masks, so they was very happy to donate it as 5 masks, so my team could work like more comfortable. So I just want to say a big thank you to them, like Project Joint Guardian and the Все помага. Ну, же допомога, все помага. I know, maybe I should post the thank them to on my Twitter account.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do post that, and we'll try to amplify that as best we can, because we definitely appreciate anyone helping you guys out, and it sounds like they've done a lot of great work for you. And I don't know, it's just really touching, Ramon, to hear you so thankful just to get some masks so you don't have to smell the smell of the bodies. I mean, geez, I don't usually cry, Ramon, but geez, man. So thanks so much for
We did.
taking a little time here today.
I'm telling you, first time we did, because first times the bodies was without bags. I mean, it was horrible, but you know, we will handle it. These guys already handle it. We are sorry for them, but very sorry, but that's what we got right now. I'm pretty sure everything will be finished quite soon. I think maybe when the war started, it will be a celebration of our victory. I just hope that they cannot do it continuously. Like you see, this finally the protest. So, all right, send me to the bed, please.
Absolutely. We really appreciate you taking some time that between spending time with your family and helping to save the people of Kharkiv, and also doing this new work of digging up these mass graves, man. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us today.
Thank you too. Good night, guys. Thank you for support. Thank you for supporting Ukraine. Thank you all.
На добраніч, Романе.
Що, добраніч. Слава Україні, героям слава, хлопці. Все буде добре.
Fine answer, Daryl. I need a minute. Please help.
And save the entire space.
I am just checking. I have found a new trend that is taking off, and external means to understand how they are taking things. I did find one. It is a bit dark. I will save the larger part until a little bit later because I want to show graphics with it. But one of the most popular articles right now is inside of Russia is Medusa's article on where to run from Russia right now. That's the name of the article. And it's a list of countries, and it tells like where to run if you do not have a passport, where to run if you have a passport but no visa. I mean, it's like all these resources are put together, and flights continue to trend. Although I think that we're there's another trend that's popping up that I'll come in here and share about it when I'm done.
Thank you, Rosalie. Go ahead, Daryl. You can take over for a minute.
Okay, I thought you had a minute. Yeah, Rosalie, thank you very much. Appreciate all your contributions here. Let's see. Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. As y'all know, it's getting a little late in Europe, so some of us North Americans have to come in and fill in and take over. But it's all for the same cause. And we know that MriyaReport, what it does for the people, just like Roman, they send help, non-lethal aid to support the Ukrainians. And everything that you, I, and every one of us contribute go toward that cause. So don't forget, while you're here, you reach down deep and tap in and give what you can. You don't have to give your life savings. You don't have to give the rent, but just give a little. And a little goes a long way when it's put together. All right, I'm going to go to hands here. Sammy, good evening, sir.
Good evening. I need to know, I'm interested in children's rights, and there are reports that Russian soldiers commit war crime on children. So I would like to know in which city, and I want to talk openly about this taboo.
Sammy, I'm having a hard time understanding you. Can
I will read it again.
What language do you speak, Sammy? What language is your home language?
I'm French.
You're French. Do I have a French speaker here?
Ben went to bed, sadly. I think I can understand Sammy. So yeah, Sammy, he struggles with English a bit, so he comes and he reads like a prepared statement. So Sammy, go ahead. I'll do my best to listen. Go ahead.
Okay.
I need to know, I'm interested in children's rights, so there is serious reports that Russian soldiers committing war crime on children. So I would like to know in which city and talk openly about this taboo.
Sure. So, yeah, Sammy's asking. He does some work on, children being victims of war crimes, and he heard recently on the space us talking about some child victims of war crimes, and he was wondering what city that was. So, Sammy, that's the city of Izyum, Izyum. And we recently just had a firefighter on who's helping to recover the bodies. And he mentioned that there are some children in some of these mass graves with evidence of torture. He, of course, qualified that he's not an expert. He can't medically say that these were, bodies subjected to torture like a coroner could. But, he saw a lot of bodies there, and they were subjected to various levels of, evidence of torture, and some of them were in fact children. So, I would say that's basically evidence or confirmation of war crimes committed against children. Does that answer your question, Sammy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Daryl.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Joseph. All right, McTire.
Yes, hi. I'm sure Roman is gone. If somebody could get a message to him very quickly, I know exactly the masks that he's talking about. I'm a former USAR special rescue or rescue specialist. I spent 10 days in Oklahoma City doing the bombing recovery out there, which was rather unpleasant at times. So I know exactly what it is that Roman is speaking to. So the type of masks that he's talking about, especially if they're outside, I saw that they're dressed in Tyvek suits, doing the undigging, which is heavy work. What they can do to help with the smell, which is overpowering, and it was overpowering in the basement of the Murrah building, which is where we were. To help with that, in the States, we call it Vicks Vapor Rub. They recommend that you put it on you literally have to put it up each nostril. We used it for that. We used it at the World Trade Center. We used it any place that Hurricane Katrina, any place that we had a large amount of victims in a small area where there was a recovery. So if anybody could get a message to Roman where they could still use basically regular masks, like the surgical masks, which would protect them from particulates, which is what they're trying to protect themselves from. Dust filtrates particulates, but also something cheap and easy that's easy to get off their face that would help them with the smell of how do I put this nicely?
Human remains. Human
Well, no,
remains.
decomposing decomposing natural particulate, then I don't know what the Ukrainian equivalent of a gel made from eucalyptus and menthol, which is what Vicks VapoRub is. But if you could message him briefly and just tell them to put it up their nostrils, it really will, it helps a lot. And that's what American USAR members use when we have to deal with that type of thing. And then after this, you could, if anyone has any more questions, but literally that's what American USAR members use for that. So it's just a message to get that to Roman so they don't have to spend a lot of money on, I know what he's using their air filtration masks, and it actually makes it harder for them to breathe. And that was it, really.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I think in their situation, there's a lot more that may be in the ground, particularly if there's ordnance residues and things like that. Those masks that they're wearing would help with those particulates as well. But yes, I understand very much about how using the Vicks for mitigating the smells like that. And we'll get that to him, though. Thank you. All right, Iona.
Yes, hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah,
I asked.
Iona, before you start, people, if I bring you up, please raise your hands. I just happen to remember who I brought up here just recently, but if you would, please raise your hands. That way I can remember, it helps me keep focus here. There's a lot of speakers up. If you have nothing else, I'm going to ask you to drop down because I do have a number of speakers below, and it will make the space a little unstable if I try to bring too many up at the same time. So if you could do that, I would appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Iona, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just asked to be brought up because I wanted to help with the translation from French, but it wasn't necessary. So, and sorry, I'm new here. I don't know how to go down again.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I'm going to give you real quick directions because everybody may need it if they're just getting here. Up in the top, you see the three little dots next to the leave button. If you press that, there's a tag that says switch to listener, and you can use that and drop yourself down. That way I don't have to. And then also for those that want to speak, down in the bottom where the heart is, if you press that, you get a number of emojis, and the one to the very far right is a hand. And that's straight up and down. You press that, it turns blue, and that raises your hand. If you speak out of turn, it will drop your hand down, and you would need to bring it back up. Once I tell you to, once you figured out that you hit the button, your speaker button by mistake. And if you don't know what a speaker button is, that's the little icon that turns pink after you from gray to pink. So when it's your turn to speak, hit the little button. All right. So with
Thank
that,
you.
we're gonna go. All right, you're welcome, Iona. Bertrand's puppy, you were next. You dropped down. All right. Gonna bring a few more up.
You're doing great, Daryl. I did just want to mention very briefly, we do have a distinguished guest coming tomorrow. It's been a crazy week, everybody. We, of course, had the former head, I should say, of the SBU on today in partnership with the Key Post. We also had another distinguished guest, Maria. I'm so sorry, her last, Zolnikova, I think, something like that. Sorry, forgot her name specifically, but great guest, expert on the Donbass, and fantastic. Both guests were really fantastic. And all this to say, sorry, I'm trying to pull up our upcoming guest, which is tomorrow, and that is Marian Zablotsky. He's a member of the Ukrainian parliament, previous director of the Atlas Network, Ukrainian Economic Freedoms Foundation, and Earth's Bank. Again, this is in cooperation with the Kyiv Post, and that'll be tomorrow, Thursday, September 22nd at 12 p.m. Eastern. That's New York time. So definitely looking forward to another MP of Ukraine coming to speak with us, and we're very honored to have him. Back to you, Daryl.
All right. Thank you very much, Joseph. And for those that you happen to be at work or missing, we do have a Spotify account that has a repository of these interviews. So you can make, if you can, and you got time to listen, you can download and take them with you on the go and listen to them on a plane, train, bus, what have you. All right. Prince, good evening.
Hi, Daryl. How are you today?
I'm doing well. We haven't crashed.
I didn't say it. You did. Joseph, you're crying.
No.
I sent Joseph a message while Roman was on because you could so hear the pain in Roman's voice from what he experienced and what he's gone through helping to exhume bodies in Izium. But I also wanted to be able to remind him of the joy. And if you go and you look back on Roman's timeline a couple of days, there are pictures of him finally being able to see his grandmother again after he's been under Russian occupation. And if you've listened to Roman at different times when he's been on the space, the city had been freed from Russian occupation, able to finally see his grandma again. And so Roman is going through a lot, and I know that he's willing to do it for his country, and it's important work. But I know that he also is getting a little bit of joy in there by things like getting to see his grandma again. And so there's pain and there's joy, and it's such mixed emotions that he has to be going through, the awful things and the good little highlights also. And it sort of kind of reminds me of the day we've sort of had here today in the space. We've had a couple of really great guest speakers. We have been spending time pondering all of what Putin said and the partial general mobilization and what that means, and all of the lies he told, and all the other kind of crap that he said, and then hearing about the Azovstal defenders getting freed and all of the other prisoners being exchanged. And Ukraine got over 200 back for an exchange for 55. That's an awesome deal. But there's been such up and down today, and I think that we need to acknowledge and embrace the down because it's very real, but we also need to look at the good, and enjoy some of the good too. It's awful what Ukraine is going through, but there are moments of sunshine that shine through and glimmer. And I don't know. I just wanted to say that tonight, and I love you guys. Thank you.
All right. Much love back to you, Prince, and thank you for those words. It's a human story. What Ukraine is going through. It's a story of a people, but it's also a lot of human stories, and a lot of them have touched us here, um, and they will continue to touch us. And we just have to be ready for the joyous moments and the sad ones. Um, that can be a part of life, and we just have to embrace them and hold them. And then sometimes we just have to put them back and just let them be, so that we can carry on, because we got to. Until this thing is won, we got to keep going forward and going on. All right.
Yeah, if our current guest plans are any indication, Tail, I got to toughen up a bit.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. All right. Sammy, you back. I was bringing Iona back up so that she could help translate for you. Iona, have you hit the button yet? Don't see her. She hasn't responded to my request to bring her up. I was going to have her come up and translate for you.
I can try in English if you want.
Oh, well, that's fine. Let's go for it.
The massacre of the children in Izium and the fact of that Russian soldier as hiding his crime, it remind me the Second World War and the Shoah. And I went to Auschwitz when I was a child, and it's time to make the parallel. It's not longer a war crime; it's a crime. It's a crime against humanity, and in Ukraine, there are crime against humanity committed by Russian soldiers.
It absolutely is, and that's why there are there's proceedings that will be headed to the Hague. I'm pretty sure there's some things that are going to be going on in the United Nations as well, and any other courts that could be involved in this. So the thing is, many of them won't be prosecuted until after the war is over, because as combatants, there's no way to get to the people that would be liable for these crimes. So we'll just have to wait, and I know that seems disheartening to a lot of people, but it's the only thing you can do when you have a shooting war going on. So, Prince.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Sammy, it does feel very much like the Second World War, like you said you visited Auschwitz when you were younger.
Prince, you're breaking up.
Oh, is that any better?
Okay, now you're better.
Okay. Uh-oh, Joseph dropped. It does remind me of Auschwitz too, like you said you visited when you were younger. It feels very much like World War II at times, and what we saw during the Holocaust. And I think those of us who grew up remembering that time, and some of us like me hearing about that time from aunts and uncles and grandparents and great grandparents, it 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 feels very, very real. It feels very real and very tangible. And we sit here and hear people say, and have heard people say for all our lives, never again. But it's happening again, and it has happened, in different places in the world throughout the years. But this one, I think, because it is in Europe, I know we had Kosovo and Yugoslavia and all of that too, but it's a multimedia age now where we're seeing it happening live and in person within a 12 to 24-hour period, and things are getting posted and shared much more than they were in the 90s. And it is, I just wanted to agree with you that it does feel very much like World War II to me too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. Sammy, you want to say something?
I just want to say thank you.
Merci, Sammy. Okay, let's see. Jerome, you had your hand up, but I see you got the little circle going on. Let's see. Hey, folks, like I said, you got to raise those hands. Bertrand, I've brought you up, but I haven't seen your hand go up.
Actually, just like Yona, I just wanted to offer to translate from French, but it looks like it was not necessary. So I can ramble endlessly if there is a chance about all sort of things. But
I think we're all prepped for a good Bertrand Russell's puppy speech, man. If you want to go ahead.
Well, I can tell you what I was checking out right now, which is the fact that on every official news outlet in Russia, and pretty much every news outlet in Russia is somewhat quote-unquote official right now, there is absolutely no mention of the demonstrations in various towns in Russia today, which is interesting because usually what they do is sort of mentioning it and spinning it, but not completely avoiding the topic. That almost never happens, even when the topic is embarrassing. Moscow it was not like they were not like avoiding the topic. They were, of course, spinning it as yeah, something happened. Snake Island, yeah, we made some strategic retreat or whatever. But in this case, I find it somewhat unprecedented that what happens to be somewhat major news everywhere else, it is absolutely not mentioned. So it looks like I'm not sure what to make of it. I guess off the top of my head, the first thought that I'm having is something along the lines, it's scary. So, or they did not receive yet any talking points from the Kremlin, or interpretation 3, make what you want out of it, but I still find it interesting that it is absolutely and willfully ignored. That's what I was doing. I can go back translating from French when it is helpful.
Okay, Bertrand, has Macron said anything since the speech yesterday? What has been his has he spoke on it?
I'm afraid that you're coming very weak. I don't know if it is just for me or for everybody else, but if it is a matter of like being close the mic or something.
How am I coming?
You're coming okay for me, Daryl.
Okay.
You're good for me, Daryl. Bertrand, can you? I assume you can maybe hear me. Okay. He's asking in terms of what Macron's statements in the past few days. Have you heard anything significant from Macron?
He made a statement, the speech at the UN that you might have heard. It was quite a compelling speech, I would say. I mean, I tend to be cynical enough to judge such things more by actions than words, but at the end of the day, words matter too, especially when you are, the head of France and speaking in the official capacity at the United Nations. And while not being necessarily the best, biggest fan in the world of Macron, I would say that he touched all the right things. Also interesting would be to have some thoughts about Zelensky's speech, but I did not watch that one yet. So if someone has watched in real time Zelensky's speech at the UN in a remote link, I would be interested in knowing what he said and what are the reactions. Maybe Konstantin had the chance to watch it, or someone else.
Konstantin, did you get a chance to watch the speech?
Could you repeat what?
Did you get a chance to watch?
Oh, I was interrupted in the middle. He was addressing the, like the terrorism that Russia is doing, and was saying that the threats are meaningless. We're fighting on our land, and that Russia should be expelled from. Ukraine should get mechanisms as a country defending its sovereignty, and it should get help from UN, and every country who is defending its southern border should have also have help from UN and stuff like that. I did not hear everything because I was busy, so I had to switch to something else. I'm sorry for that.
I am possibly as much interested at the reactions. I read in passing that there was a standing ovation. I would love to know if it was unanimous or the usual suspects might not been cheering as much as the others. Do you know?
Oh no, I did not. I think the reaction would be after his speech, and I did not have a chance to listen to it to the end. Sorry, and it was he was talking through the video, so I did not realize that he was in UN actually when I was watching it.
Yeah, I heard something where somebody said if you're going to bring 300 soldiers, that you need to bring 300 body bags. I don't know if that was him that had spoke that, or if that was just one of the commentators on the feed I was looking at.
Am I able to speak now?
Put your hands up, Miko, and I'll get to you.
Can
I got
you
Raver. I got Raver.
can you hear me?
Then Gurney.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
All right.
Yes, I can hear you fine.
So
Yeah. So Miko,
I'm living.
You leaving?
My name is Mikko Hietanen. I don't want to hide myself. I can hear with my own name, and I live here very close to Russian border in Finland, in Imatra.
Miko, I understand. I'm going to let you speak. However, I want you to mute your mic, put your hand up real quick. I have two people ahead of you. We go in order here. So just look, put your put your finger on that little heart at the bottom, and there's a hand over to the right. If you do that, it raises your hand. It raises your hand, and I will come to you when it's your turn. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Miko, I'm gonna mute you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, but
I want you to mute your mic. Thank you. Raver, go ahead.
Miko, we'll get to you in a second. I don't know if maybe you can't hear Daryl. We'll get to your comment in a second. Sorry, back to you, Daryl.
Raver, can you hear me?
Yeah, brother, I can hear you. So I just wanted to pop up real quick for Sammy and give him maybe a little bit of good news. But one of the things we've noticed over the course of this war is when Ukraine identifies a Russian unit as being responsible for mass war crimes, Russia tends to grab that unit and throw it in the thickest part of the fighting because dead men tell no tales. And so the 331st BDV, the 64th Guards Motor Rifle, these are units that basically don't exist anymore because after having committed war crimes and being named and shamed by Ukraine, Russia sent them into the meat grinder to get rid of them.
It is now working.
Yes, it's working. Okay. That's all you had, Raver.
Yeah, brother, just trying to give him a little bit of good news that many of these war criminals will not survive the war.
Let's hope not. They are. It's just incredible that they do it I mean, they're entire units that perform this, not just an individual soldier. That it's not uncommon in warfare that you have soldiers that would go against orders, but these are units, an army, in fact, that are committing these crimes. Gurney, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Daryl, Joseph, Constantine, Raver, all you guys. Long time no see. I just thought it was a good day to pop back up here. Not a good day, but just a somber day to pop back up here and just remembering back here to May 16th and May 17th. One of the big reasons I started speaking in the space was Mariupol and Azovstal, and I just want to take a moment and acknowledge those 200 soldiers who were released from Azovstal today. I know there's been a lot of news. There's a bunch of stuff going on. I remember making a comment back at the time when it was announced that there was a special operation to evacuate the remaining troops in Mariupol. That there's a long road ahead for them. So just going back timeline here, if people remember, on the 2nd of March, Mariupol was fully surrounded. So those soldiers that were in Azovstal fought completely besieged from 2 March until May 16th. And on the 17th of May, the evacuation was complete of Azovstal. And I want to remind people, Azovstal's defense was key to Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Kherson, Mykolaiv, everything you see today, everything you
What
you see
is happening here now?
Miko, if I could reach across my screen and just throttle you, I would right here. So do me a favor and shut the fuck up. So those Azovstal defenders, by them holding out from 2 March until May 16, they single-handedly changed the lines for southern Ukraine and much of eastern Ukraine in the Kharkiv area. So I haven't spoken in a little bit here, but I thought tonight was one of those nights that 200 of those are not quite going home yet, but released to Turkey until the end of hostilities here, and hopefully they're in good company and good treatment there. But they held on from 2 March until May 16th under unbelievable circumstances. That was almost 3 months. And then they spent another 4 months in captivity. And I just want to mention here, so for as many of them are going home, there's still others who haven't gone home yet. So I just want to hold that candle out here and say, going back to May 17th here to say, hold that candle out and say, we'll keep waiting here until that long road ahead of them is complete. Those soldiers aren't whole yet, and those units aren't all repatriated. So keep holding that candle out. There's a lot of news today, but 21st of September, and at least 200 more of those are going home here. And there's a lot of sacrifices around the country, Ukraine, not just the Azovstal defenders, but if we could take a moment to highlight that part of them are going home, and on the other hand, we highlight that there's still not all of those units have gone home yet. So keep holding that candle out and remember the sacrifice they've made. So thanks.
Thanks, Gurney. We can't forget the ones that are left behind, and we can't forget the ones that are going forward. We say Slava Ukraini to honor the heroes, and whether they come back or not, they're all heroes. It's special. It's a special
Sorry,
thing.
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You're Slava. It's a special thing to serve your country. And at this point, there's a lot of people serving that are not just in a military uniform. There are people in civilian clothes, firefighters, trained railroadmen. There's a lot of heroes in that country right now. And the battlefield isn't the only place that they're being lost. Women, men, children that are behind the lines, that are bearing the brunt of a lot of the atrocities, and they're all heroes. We just got to make sure they get back. Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, so Gurney brought up some really good points about the fact that so many of them are still in captivity and the importance of the stand they made. And I just, add to that a little bit, that every single one of those Azovstal defenders ended up willingly poisoning themselves with polluted, leaded water to buy Ukraine time. So it's literally still inside of them and will be until the day they die. That's the type of sacrifice they made for Ukraine.
They are the rallying point for a nation. They they rallied the world when they were fighting and they weren't giving up. They rallied the world behind them, not just their own country. And when they finally had to give in, it seemed like that was one of the saddest moments of this war that I could think of, in the eyes of the soldiers, that they finally had to, because they had nothing left, pretty much. They had to try to get their wounded. They had to try to get their dying. They had to try to save them. And the last of them gave their all for that purpose. And it galvanized the world to see them walk out. So I'm sorry if my voice is taking a somber tone tonight, but it's just the gravity of the day, I guess. It's the gravity of the day.
Been a roller coaster, man.
That it is. That it is. Jerome, how are you gonna take this roller coaster and rise it up, or are you gonna bring us in?
Now, I'm kind of with you, Daryl, and I wanted to speak with Roman. I was trying to get up, I was technical difficulty, but I just wanted to,
He'll be back with us.
Yeah, but it's just the fact that him and his guys are, giving the people the respect.
Oh, Jerome, you got that distance sound to you.
How about now?
Yeah, I got you now.
Yeah, I mean, the war's not going to be over when the shooting stops. And I just, the fact that I know the Ukraine people are really detail oriented. I've learned that. And just the documentation and I know the work that's going to be done to give the proper respect to these people who were killed by Russians. And even if there's no Hague, even if the world turns away, this documentation won't go away. And the proof's going to be there forever. And it's people like Roman going in there with his bare hands and a mask and just taking people out and just bringing them home. That's it.
That's it. Jerome, just it sounds like you're driving. Be careful there, man. I know emotional times can be hard, and I just want you, you stay safe. Okay.
I am driving, Daryl, and I just really the people of Ukraine. I don't know how they do it. I really don't know how they do it. Damn. I thought my dad was part of the greatest generation. He was in World War II, but they handed the mantle over to these folks. This is the next great generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So Daryl, up in the space we have Sergei Kochman on his Twitter profile. It says he's ex-office of the President of Ukraine and founding director of the Aspen Institute of Kiev. So welcome up, sir. If you wanted to say anything, please go ahead.
Yeah, Sergey, welcome. I was trying to raise you, and for some reason, it seemed like you had the pox there with me trying to bring you in. So welcome to the space.
Hi guys, it's can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's I came here by chance. I've seen that Zolkina is here, and I came here, and I'm really grateful for your tremendous support that we feel. I'm in Kiev in Ukraine at the moment, and I'm very much involved. And before I worked for the Zelensky administration, and just before the war, just it happened, I resigned, and I have some other things to do. But together with us, and I think that we have to defend the European values and our civilization. It's not the rhetoric. It's, I think, it's about the really the civilizational divide between this evil that we face, in that represents the I don't know how to even describe this Russian world as they say it, but our intentions are very pure, our positive. We want to join European family, we want to have the rule of law, all those things that are very simple and everyone understands them and feels them. Whereas in Russia, they have this mystics and the things that no one understands actually. These references to historical past, to the great motherland, all this bullshit that doesn't make any sense. And we want to defeat this empire of evil. And I'm really wondering what makes you think about Ukraine, and I'm fascinated by the way you support us. And maybe it's incoherent, the speech, but I'm
No,
very,
you're good. You're good.
I, but I'm really grateful for you. If you have any questions, I'm really closely involved in all the developments, and maybe you can ask some question, because as far as I see, I'm the only one in the very epicenter of the developments. And if there are cruise missiles, I hear how they fly, and just recently we had some explosions, and the very, in the very center of developments. But I'm very optimistic about the war, because uh, bec- we know what we want, and as I said, it's universal values. It's about respecting the individual, it's about respecting the humans, humankind. And I think if we do not prevail in this fight, in this war, then uh, I think the humanity is destined to fail. So it's on the one hand, it's very complicated, all those developments, and Russia wants to show it as very um, how to say, internal affairs of Russian empire. But in our outlook, it's very simple. It's about respecting the human rights. It's about the law. It's about democracy. About very basic things that I think that sometimes Europe and North America, they forgot the very basic principles and pillars of civilization on which it's built. So this is my ideas. Maybe if you have any questions or remarks, I would be grateful. Thank you.
So, I've got someone text me a question about arrest powers. Can you explain what's going on with that?
About what I've missed?
Arrest powers. I believe there was a declaration or something that came out about arrest powers of the. Constantine, can you translate for me there?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
There was something that came out about the arrest powers of the government. Can he explain? Can he expand on that?
In Russia or where?
Or I believe. Just a second. Let me look at the question I got here. It has to do with not letting people go. Arrest powers. The arrest
I
powers
think
of the
it's
government.
related to mobilization in Russia that
Yes.
they cannot leave the country if they do not have a direct permission from this military office, recruitment or office.
Yeah, military commissioner. You need a permission from military commissioner to leave. Usually in the times of the mobilization, I don't know if they have it in 2014 when we had mobilization. We did not have anything like that, but right now, of course, we do because the war is much wider scale. I don't know if Russia has it, but in general, in Russia, for example, for you to get a foreign passport, you need to get a permission from military office. I think from war commissioner. I think it was like that 15 years ago for sure. Maybe they have changed anything, but I think they would probably revert it right now.
And maybe the thing to ask Sergey, is it the same in Ukraine? I don't think it is, but it sounds, Daryl, like that's the question you're asked, that person wanted to know an answer to was, in Ukraine, if somebody doesn't show up, when they're supposed to for service, I don't think it's been a big problem in Ukraine. Can they arrest them? But like I said, I don't think it's been a huge problem in Ukraine.
Actually, there are several stories about this. One is that at certain moment there was such a huge line, there's such a huge queue for people to show up in these military commissions that they actually rejected people. They said that we don't want your service. But of course, we cannot leave the country at the moment. Only women can leave. That's why majority of international conferences are attended by Ukrainian women. And I was also before joining some international conferences, but now I'm in Ukraine and I'm thinking to join also military service or some other things. But I'm not forced to do this at the moment. This is my personal decision whether to go one way or another. But of course, the men between 18 and I think 65 or something, they cannot leave the country, and this is fine. I mean, we know what we're fighting for compared to Russia, where people were just taken by surprise following the Russian president's Putin's announcement, and this is like, I think, the complete shock for them to be able to won't be able to leave the country and to be mobilized for, called up for the military service in a neighboring country for the sake of whatever imperialistic ambitions. So it's a bit different in Ukraine, but we have certain restrictions.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Let me ask you, I'm going to ask a general question about the population, considering what's happening and what we've been seeing in the cities that they've liberated. Most countries take censuses and things of that nature just to be able to understand, to get the knowledge of their populations. Prior to the war, did Ukraine do any census to get a feel of the number of people and possibly the names of people in areas so that they could be accountable during this time. If we had a way, if you have a way for like DNA sampling or something to that effect.
So what's your question? Could you just
Did Ukraine do any surveys of their population, such as maybe DNA or a census with the names of people to make the identification of people in areas that are being liberated, so that they could maybe be identifiable? They can identify some of the people that they are.
Of course, no one did anything similar to what you're mentioning. It's quite a chaos in the liberated areas.
No, but prior to the war is what I'm asking.
No one was doing anything similar. It was just a normal life, and it's not like there is a people that, for example, support Russia or do not support Russia. It was a completely normal life. Whatever we see is just it was invented, all those divides, pro-Russian, pro-Europe, Ukrainian population. It was all devised by Russian propaganda. So
Well,
I think.
But my question isn't necessarily about the politics. What I'm asking is about a survey of the people. Did you have?
What do you mean by survey, though? I don't understand either, Daryl. What do you refer to?
I'm asking about a census.
Like
Okay.
anthropological
census.
research or something?
No, I think, of course, yeah, they do have censuses in Ukraine, right? So I'm not sure. Are you talking about to be able to investigate genocidal,
Yes.
identifying? Okay, so that's what he's. So he's saying, are you guys prepared? And welcome, Sergey. Sorry, I just got here. Are you guys? Is Ukraine prepared to get? To the bottom of who these genocide victims are, like by pinning, say, family members' DNA? Is that something that you're doing? I guess it's a very specific question Daryl was asking.
I've never heard about such an initiatives, but I think there will be at certain moment there will be this kind of researches, and now there are, of course, people who were killed. They are being identified. I don't know all the details, but I think no one was thinking seriously about the possible implications or consequences. But I think now it's a serious, really serious matter, because we see that hundreds of people are being killed, and we don't know who they are, and we are trying to identify them, and it's a whole new story begins to emerge.
Okay, yeah. So the reason why Daryl was asking, we get a lot of concerned supporters of Ukraine in here, and they're very upset about obviously these mass graves. And I guess some people want to know that there's justice coming, right? That Ukrainians are looking for ways to bring those to account, and obviously to commemorate and honor the dead by finding out who they were.
Yeah, we were not expecting, obviously, this kind of the scale of atrocities. No one was expecting, because, as you know, they were claiming that they're liberating us.
Yeah, of
But
course.
this kind of liberation with the hundreds of even thousands of massacred citizens is just unimaginable. And there are so many unimaginable things. We're living in the realm of unimaginable, and there are so many things that were unfathomable. I'm trying to actually also to grasp the consequences of what is just unfolding in front of my eyes. It's guys, it's really no one was expecting such brutality and such a barbaric behavior if it was Ukrainians. It's something that requires why this happens. What was the reason to really subject Ukrainians to such a brutality? I think this is, all the revelations just in front of us. It's in the future. Now we have just to fight and to kill. I'm sorry, but we have to kill as many Russians as possible in Ukraine to liberate our land and to have a chance for our nation to really
survive,
to exist, to survive.
100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, listen, you don't have to apologize for that. I think everyone knows that Russian soldiers raping and committing genocide in Ukraine aren't going to leave without the Ukrainian army's assistance, and I'm sure you're happy to give it to them. All right, just because I'm new here, Sergey, are you? Can you give a little background as to, you worked in Zelensky's office, I assume. Can you give us a little background on who you are? Normally, we have people who are guests. And we speak beforehand, but you're new to us, so just trying to figure out where you are.
Yeah, I before the working for the office of the president, I was developing the Aspen Institute. It's like the American network. It's an educational and policy studies organization. It's dedicated to actually the going into, it's more like philosophical Socrates discussions of the Western civilization and the foundation on which it is built. Then I gradually moved to the humanitarian policy issues, and then joined the presidential office. It was not particularly Zelensky office, but at that time the president was Zelensky, and I was there for about 2 years as a head of expert group on actually education, science, culture, and all the civil society and all the things. And then I resigned for some reasons, and just before the war I was about to develop my own initiative dedicated to development of social capital, to developing the notion of civics, because in Eastern Europe we are not so much, we are not so much
focused on it.
Focused on it, and I wanted to develop this notion of what it is to be responsible citizen, what it requires, except for the just voting once in a while. And it was in February I decided to start my own initiative, which is called Borysthenes. It's an ancient Greek name for the Dnipro River, and it's a very famous historical symbol of Ukraine. And this was name of my initiative. And in February, the war started, and I was expecting actually it, because there was no other way, like dialectically, to go anyway. But for the war, of course, I was hoping that it won't happen, but it happened, and then I had some other initiative during the war, and now I'm also developing some more intellectual and civil society initiatives.
Okay. So you're a civil society guy. That's what you're trying to get a grasp of.
But I have also business background. I gradually moved to the civil society because I believe that politics is fine, business is fine, but we have especially in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, we have to really develop and build up.
Develop more. It's come a long way since 2014, though, right? So we know that. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go to a bunch of questions. We have Raver. If your hands up, if you're in the panel, raise your hand. We'll set it down. A lot of people want to chat, so we'll go to Raver, and then we'll bring people here.
Hey, good evening, Sergey. I heard your comment about wanting to join the European family. And although I am thousands and thousands of miles away in the land where HIMARS are born, I'd like to just say I would consider you and every Ukrainian my neighbor, and I try to act as such.
I don't know if you're broke. I couldn't hear you, Raver, to be honest with you.
He was
Okay,
saying that
you
he
now.
considers every Ukrainian a neighbor.
Yeah,
Sure,
Raver, I've heard you, and I feel you, and I'm with the patch on my sleeve with the Texas flag and the California Republic as well. So I think we are very much of American family, and I think the HIMARS is what makes our nations survive. And I'm really grateful for all Americans for the tremendous support that they provided for Ukraine. We're so grateful because this is really the matter of life and death for us. Thank you very much, Rev.
All right, so we've got Irish and Crypto. If you're interested in speaking, just put up your hand. If not, we'll cycle you down and let other people chat. All right, so let's chat about the missing seventh paragraph in Putin's edict, decree, manifesto. Let's call it. Any comments on that? Have you looked at his response? Sergey?
So was it a question for me
Yeah.
about the Putin?
Yeah, the decree and 10 paragraphs. Seventh one is missing. Apparently, people are speculating what it means.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm really wondering why people take seriously those kind of figures or the words like partial mobilization. He said, but I think he cannot. Of course, he cannot articulate that it is total mobilization because everything is partial. But in my opinion, it's a total mobilization. They have this figure of 300,000 people that they kind of think to achieve. I think this is the minimum figure, but in fact, they will be. I think mobilizing even more if they will be able to do this. But I think there will be some
big problems getting that number.
Yeah.
A lot. Okay, Daryl, do you see any hands requested? I don't know if we're having connection problem. Hey, Sergey, do you have a website maybe you could tell us about, and we can send people to take a look at it if they're interested in learning about your project?
Not really. Just I'm on Facebook. We are active in Ukraine on Facebook. Twitter is a bit foreign land for us. Just I came by chance.
Okay. Well, you have a Facebook page, so if people are interested in checking out Sergey and his initiatives, please go visit his Facebook. Maybe you could post it on your timeline, Sergey, and we can have people take a look at it. And thanks for that. Appreciate it. Let's just see here. Why don't you send a message there, and we can chat. Hi there. Send you a message there, Sergey. And all right, Daryl. I can't see anyone. We've lost a lot of our speakers.
Yeah, we lost a lot of speakers. I don't have anyone up. Sergey, concerning your work at the Aspen Institute, what was the final conclusion of the work you did there? You spent some time when you guys were there. Your focus, what was it? And
yeah, actually, I call the ritual that we made there is like a homecoming to Western civilization. The main idea was in Socrates dialogues is in Aspen seminars to discuss all the phases and all the periods in Western world, starting from ancient Greece, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, till the modern times. And actually, the
So the
idea
Greek
was
classics is what you're saying. The Greek classics, yeah.
starting from Greek classics to the modern world, yeah, the Gobs and Locke and all those people to the modern times, to discuss the main challenges, the nature of the human condition, the nature of the state, and all those things. We actually brought together leaders of Ukrainian society from all areas, from all sectors, from banking, from politics, from whatever. I mean, from civil society, from parliament, from politics. And actually, those people were coming together before. They didn't have such an experience discussing such a deep and broad topics together in our seminars that last for several days. And actually, this was the crash course, what I call, to join European family, because it was while we were in communist under communist regime in Soviet Union, the West was developing, and we were not part of this development. And now we are free. We want to join, as I called, the European family before, yes, and we need to go through certain procedure, through certain rituals of discussing, of understanding what was happening, what and the main idea of the Aspen Institute was to actually bring all those people that were not coming together because they don't have time. They are leaders, they are top managers, they are parliament in the parliament, or the ministers or the deputy ministers. They don't have time, and we did such a platform to bring all those people together, absolutely different people, and they were going through all those things, discussing, reflecting, thinking, and this is building connections, getting acquainted with each other, and it was such a huge boost.
So let me ask you.
Yeah.
You're telling me basically you're taking everyone in Ukraine and teaching them first year philosophy or something? I don't understand. Don't they learn about the Socratic method and all the, as you've said, you basically highlighted the syllabus of a first year philosophy course at any normal university. Is it not the same in Ukraine? Are you telling me that no one's heard of these people or what they've said?
No. Actually, it is. We were making text-based dialogues. We were making the major philosophical texts, and based on them, we were discussing the ideas in the circle of the leaders of Ukrainian society from different sectors, because to it's no problem to read the works of Aristotle, for example. It is a problem to bring the leaders of the society together to discuss those things, and they are not students; they are people in the 50s, 60s, so they have already achieved everything. But in order to really face the challenges that they have now, they need to reconsider a lot of their basic assumptions. And to do this, we have to make a special format to bring them outside of Kiev or outside of major cities. Actually, we were making it in the mountains of Transcarpathia. They in the mountains, in the mountainous rivers next to them. They were discussing for several days those things. And to make this, you have to make a certain platform. And this platform happened to be the Aspen Institute, and these formats that were used in US, in Colorado, and some other countries. We were making those things several times a year, and it was such a huge boost for the people. There were different people, as I said. It was politicians, businessmen, artists, writers,
So
people that
was
normally
Zelensky one
do
of these?
not.
Yeah. Well, let me ask some questions. Was Zelensky one of these people that you gave this course to, a refresher, or?
No, we were actually he became the president a bit later, but a lot of people from his party, they were participating in this. Parliamentarians, I mean the deputies or ministers, they were also taking part in this seminars.
Okay, cool. All right, we're gonna try to cycle some people out. So yeah, it looks like some people can't hear you. If we can, we're trying to. I'm going to reconnect as well. Maybe Daryl, because we can't see any of the host, any of the speaker requests. Daryl, there's a bunch and we can't see them. So we're just going to drop down, Sergey, and we'll drop all of us down right now, and then we're going to come back up. I'm going to switch to listening, and hold on a second here, because we can't. We're having problems, ladies and gentlemen. Here, I'm going to. Go to listening here and give me a second.
Yeah, I'm letting him drop you and then I'll go. And
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, folks, just want to explain. This is one of the issues of the space. It happens. Right now, I have no. If you are sending a request, I cannot bring you up because I don't even see it, and that's one of the reasons why we are cycling down and coming back up. Okay, so just bear with us, and it's we'll be back in a minute. Just give us a second here. One of the things, that kind of threw us for a loop. Things like this happen sometimes. They're unexpected, and as you can see, I was not prepared for it and that's the reason why we actually schedule a lot of the interviews with people, is so that we are more prepared on the space to provide you better, good content and good questions for our guests, so that they can explain and give detailed information out to you about Ukraine, and um, it makes it a very warm place. We want people to be able to open up and give us a lot of information, unlike what you see on the news channels and things like that. So, but it just happens sometimes when the space does this. It makes it a little bit uncomfortable, even for me. I'm new at this, so it made me a little bit uncomfortable. I'm gonna just be honest. So just bear with us. Uh, let's see, Bloke, you want to come? You got any words here?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Sergey a question about building a civil society and how you educate for a civil society, because one of the things that has always impressed me, is that Ukraine for many years, long before 2014, going back to 2008, Ukraine has been building this civil society. People who take responsibility for themselves, who take responsibility for their democracy, and want to build their country. And I wanted to know what you think are the key components of that. If there's a way of educating that in a large population, what would that be? Because needless to say, there are some countries that where people don't take responsibility, and they're nihilistic and apathetic, and it leads to tyranny. And what is the sort of things that need to be taught to people so that they will fight for their democracy and fight for a civil society? Sergey, was that clear, that question?
Is Sergey here?
He's not here right now.
Okay, it's really strange.
Oh, there he is. There he
I'll
is.
press the button, Daryl. Don't worry. Let me get him up.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and drop down and recycle myself here.
All right. Yeah, so Sergey, I'm clicked on you there. It just shows that it's connecting. It looks like we have looks like I'm coughing. Looks like we just have a connection problem. Just give us a second there. And John, if you want to pop up, or Ben, do appreciate it. We're gonna have to get Bloke as a co-host as well. Just a reminder, you're listening to Maria Report. We've been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, going on 7 months. We're not going to stop until Russians are where they belong, back in Russia. And as you know, we've had great conversations today. We had the former head of the SBU on twice, and a great parliamentarian, great guy. We're going to have that up on the spot. Spotify to listen to, plus another series of really good interviews and guests. We're also joined on a ad hoc basis by Sergey Koshman. He works at the Aspen Institute of Kiev, which seems to be kind of like an NGO that does philosophy seminars for Ukrainian civil society leaders. That's pretty important. If we could get any of the regular co-hosts up as well, that would be great. I just want to see if the panel is working. And we did announce just recently what you've already heard on the news, 215 Azovstal defenders, plus other foreign nationals were returned to Ukraine, a deal brokered by the Saudis and the Turks to a smaller degree. And this is good news. I think the price was Medvedchuk, plus some other Russians. But either way, we're seeing a very positive turn of events. In addition, obviously, we're looking at Ukrainians holding the line on consolidated territory in Kharkiv Oblast. We're looking at Ukrainians making small gains in Kherson. And we're also seeing the Russians take a couple hundred meters in Donetsk, in the Donbass. However, the Ukrainians are holding fast and are successful in repelling the Russians in general in the Bakhmut region. Recently, President Putin of Russia had announced partial mobilization. However, the wording of the mobilization could leave things open to interpretation for more, and also it throws the blame or the requirements, the responsibility onto oblasts themselves. That's just a way for Putin to avoid responsibility. He's blaming his generals for failures. He'll blame oblast governors for how many people are brought up. And in the 10-paragraph document, the 7th paragraph is either a typo. I doubt it is, but it's missing. So there are things that we can discuss about that. In the meantime, we've got Heather up. So yeah, and if we can get John or Ryan, we'd appreciate it. Bertrand, David. We're just having a problem with Sergey, and I've clicked it, and it looks like it's just not working. We're going to give it another few minutes, and if not, we'll just have to arrange a time for Sergey to come back.
I'm having the same problem,
Gee whiz,
Yehuda.
it's not clicking.
Yeah.
Hey, Sergey, if you can hear us, you can send us a message. It looks like it's a little, something's messed up with the Twitter, but we're definitely interested in chatting. Aspen Institute. Yeah, people. Hey, people. It does say there's an. That's strange. I did ask Sergey for a website. He said they didn't have, but someone sent me Aspen Institute of Kiev, and it looks like it's the website. So, fight for freedom, provide medical. This is more of a helping out Ukraine, but programs, leadership seminar, good governance, national identity. There you go. That makes sense. Why don't you take a look at that there? And is it join us? Maybe someone could look about us, and we can find our friend Sergey on there. That'll be nice.
Yehuda, I'm just going to say real quick, because I was having problems too, and I just looked, and there is an iPhone update to 9.29.2, and I updated that real quick. I don't know if it's going to make a difference or not, but it came out about 8 hours ago, according to my information. And so people might want to make sure their iPhones are up to date.
Well, there you go. That could be the reason. So I will send into the back channel and Signal. They're going to send this over, and you guys can take a look at it. It's for Sergey. So the Aspen Institute of Kiev, and it talks about the Okay. All right. We'll check it out. All right. Thanks, Heather. And I have to run to do something, so I was hoping to get some people there. Maybe now that we have his website, if anyone wants to post it, I've sent it in the Signal chat. So, John, if you want to post it, maybe you can talk to Sergey. It gives more context once we get him up. Hold on a second here. Let's see if I just try something a little different. Hold on a minute.
Hi there, I'm back.
All right. Did I get you, Sergey? No, I think we lost him. It did
No,
go through.
it came up briefly and then went away.
Okay, I'm adding him here. Okay.
While we're waiting for him to come back up, Yehuda, real quick,
Yeah.
he just sort of appeared, and I don't know that anybody's really gone through and told him exactly who we are and how long we've been together and working. Well, how long the space has been running and what we do. And he seemed a little surprised by how much support there was for Ukraine in here. And it would be nice to tell him how much support worldwide there is for Ukraine in here, and how we go
100%.
7.
All right, Sergey, can you hear us now?
Yes, I'm back, I think.
Okay. So we've got your website here. You said you didn't have a website. That's confusing. But the website is Aspen Institute of Kiev there.
Yeah, but I was like founding director in the beginning. Now I'm not the director there, so it's not like my personal site.
Oh, so you don't work there anymore, is what you're saying? Oh,
Yeah. After
okay.
that, I
Sorry,
was
that's what, 'cause that's-
in some other things. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so just so we can tell you, so what's yours? You're an independent analyst, and you have relationships with the previous president's office, and you founded the Aspen Institute.
Yeah. This is the case. Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, we got a lot of questions asking who you were, so we had to ask, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, John, I'm going to pass over to you and Bloke. I think you guys got this. Heather, Bertrand, cheers.
Yeah, thank you. So, Sergey, I wanted to ask you a question about the work you do. Tell us a little bit more about what you're trying to accomplish in Ukraine and what you need.
Personally, I'm preoccupied with the development of social capital. As you know, there are 3 main capitals. There is a economic capital that everyone is mainly dealing with. There is a cultural capital, education, all the things, and there is a social capital. And in my opinion, the social capital in Eastern Europe is very important because it's connection between different sectors and different people, and it's actually the quantity and quality of social connections. And this is one thing. And another, as I said, I think is very important is to develop the idea of the responsible citizen and all the things related to citizenship, to its civics, and all the things. And this is my my plan. And of course, it changes depending on the escalation on the front line. And I'm sometimes thinking also to go there to serve as in military. But at the moment, I think I can focus on my initiatives that I was developing over the last couple of years. And the idea is actually to build in different formats, is to build the connection between different people, to discuss important issues and topics that they normally discuss in the day-to-day activities. As I said, we can say, of course, it's philosophical, but it's not so much philosophical here. It's about the survival. It's about the understanding of the role of the state and the action. And you ask, I think, why Ukrainian civil society is very vibrant compared to our neighbors. But this is the part of the answers, that we are constantly questioning what can we do, what is our role, what we have to actually do as the citizens. And I think this is my mission, to actually develop the notion, the idea of the responsible citizen, and create different formats to empower the action to do such a things. Because I think in Russia they lack such a skill, such a practice to actually do something in the public sphere. And I think that the public sphere that we managed to colonize in Ukraine, and we're very active there. I hope I answered your questions to certain.
Yes, that was helpful. And you said you were right now, you weren't sure what you were going to do, but you were considering serving with the military. Have you made a decision yet? Any ideas?
Yeah, the problem is that with the resources, because I don't have any, like, before I agreed with certain, we negotiated with certain corporate entities, with certain companies to support my initiatives. It was before the war in February, but now after the war they have certain problems, and I'm without any financing, and this is a problem. But it's not such a huge investment. But at the moment there are different priorities in different people. We are in an emergency mode, obviously. So this is why I'm struggling financially to support my initiative, and this is, I think, the only reason why I'm not focused so much on my on my projects. And this is why maybe it's not the right time. Maybe we have to first defend our country militarily, and then develop. But on the other hand, I think we have to, in parallel, build really continue to develop our civil society, continue to develop and strengthen our practices, dialogues, different reflections, and intellectual circles. It's very important also for the survival of the society. It's not about the only military, because if we are too much concentrated on military solutions, at a certain moment we would be without any tools to intellectually solve our own problems, and this is my big concern. So this is, the financial problem that I have is, I think, the only reason why I'm reconsidering my priorities.
Okay, do you mind taking some questions from some of the audience? We've got some hands up.
Of course, no problem, of course.
Go ahead, Bertrand.
Hey, Sergey, I am very grateful for you being here. It's a very interesting conversation. So I am interested in your humanistic interpretation of history, and the way you are talking about current Ukraine fight against an invader in terms of a fight between civilizations and visions of humanity's future really resonates with me. So one thing that I am interested in is how we ended up here, how we ended up in the 21st century with a Ukrainian society which is vibrant, values freedom, values democracy, and looks forward to a future of prosperity. And on the other hand, we have, by all available evidence, a Russian society which is seems to be at best indifferent and at worst, frankly, sympathizing for imperial style 19th century genocide. So how did we get here? What were the crossroads in history that brought different, so radically different outcomes today?
Yeah, of course, this is a huge questions and very interesting topics that you brought up, and we can refer to the when it comes to Russia, we can refer to the one of the last democratic elections in Russia when there was a Yeltsin, the president, and then there was a consensus among oligarchy in Russia that if there would be free elections in Russia, then the most probably communist Zyuganov is going to win. So they made everything possible, and as they thought, for the sake of good, to manipulate the election, and it was really tough decision, but Yeltsin won, I think, unfairly, but and it was a crossroad, because in Ukraine we normally was transferring power to whoever wins, no matter whether we like him or not. As you know, the Yanukovych, the president, was twice the convict, but we respected the will of the people, and it was different compared to Russia. In Russia, they chose the Yeltsin at that time, and then the Yeltsin transferred the power to the Putin, and this is another crossroad, because the Putin was, as you know, the KGB officer, and I think he, as a KGB officer, he doesn't believe in civil society as an entity. He thinks as a he thinks that everything is a special operation. Even the latest war is called special operation. Yeah, it's not a war, a real war. And I think what he does now is just he's manipulating his society. He does not believe in democracy. He does not believe in civil society. He simply doesn't have such categories in his philosophy, in his world outlook. And in Ukraine, compared to Russia, everything that I mentioned is daily practice. Civil society, democracy. We know, we see it every day. We believe in it. We are honestly investing our lives in developing democracy, civil society, and all these things. And this is the difference, the huge difference between Ukraine and Russia. And in Russia now, they, as you know, stifled the whole free press, free media, opposition, all those all those things that make actually the democracy work. Whereas in Ukraine, it's simply not possible to imagine the country without, for example, competition between the different media outlets. It's just unimaginable thing. And this is the main difference. There was several milestones in Russian history that brought it to this tragic period that we are now facing, and unfortunately we are the bearing the fruits of this Russian dialectics. And but in Ukraine we are obviously in the competitive society in terms of ideas, ideologies, outlooks, in terms of how we see the way to develop. It is absolutely different mode of operation, and now we are facing this technocratic special operation type of mentality that rejects any agency towards the civil society, the opposition. They consider it as a foreign agent, and in Ukraine it's absolutely different. The idea is very important, no matter who brings it, and we have this marketplace of ideas that we have competition in Ukraine. It's absolutely different. So this tragic development, and of course the personality of Mr. Putin, who is a special type of person, who is very, as he thinks, very rational. He thinks everything is a special operation. He does not believe in civil society, democracy. As I said, I'm repeating myself, but this is the case, and it's different. Really, it's different philosophy, different outlook towards the society. And unfortunately, they are victims, they are hostages in Russia, and they cannot change this regime. And whereas in Ukraine, we're changing, as you know, every once in a while, every 4 years in democratic elections, and it's absolutely different. The fabric of our society.
May I have a quick follow-up block? Is it
Yeah,
okay?
of course.
Sergey, I have to say that I admire more than you could imagine the way you are managing to keep rational view of this in the middle of an invading country and physical threat. That is something that I don't think that I would be able to do. So just 100% props. One question that was triggered from what you were saying. How much you think individuals, as opposed to, let's say, background culture, have a role in this whole story? Let me just try to put it in more practical terms. So let's say that instead of, that genocidal maniac, we had Boris Nemtsov, or an equivalent, seemingly more or less a decent person taking power in the 2000s. Do you think that in that case the Russian society would have had a chance, or you think that there is something more radical that is wrong about the culture? And if the latter is the case, it would seem that the redemption is much more difficult.
Yeah, I believe that it is very important for civilized persons to have similar number or similar list of categories to refer to. And I think for some reasons, because of the background of the Putin and his friends, he misses some very important categories, as I said, that even the category of the civil society, as his things, the civil society is either foreign agents or his minions, his, whatever, his assistants. And the understanding and appreciating the complexity of the society, of the modern society in 21st century, is very important. And if you miss, and if you are like, I don't know, 50 or 60 years old and you do not have such categories, as an example, as I said, like civil society, of course, it's much more complex, because within civil society there are certain other categories, and there are some religious. In Ukraine, for example, there are so many religious denominations and different churches. In Russia, it's one Russian Orthodox Church, and we have this complexity that you have to deal with compared to Russia in terms of even languages. I'm also bilingual. I'm in Russian, in Ukrainian, and you have to appreciate the complexity. And if we have answering to a question, if we really did have a person in Russia who appreciates the complexity, who has all the categories that together comprise the world outlook of the modern civilized person, as I call it, then of course it would be absolutely different dialogue. But if we have an officer of KGB who was dealing with special operations and who thinks that only special operations solve all the ideological, political, all kind of questions, of course you have to deal with absolutely narrow-minded person that you have to find a way to approach, to deal with him. And I think this is what the world is struggling to do, is to find a way to deal with this narrow-minded person who has very narrow narrow number of tools, nuclear power, physical force, special operations, killing opposition, and this is it. It's not about empowering complex entities within agencies, within organization. I don't know whether I replied to, but I think I believe really if we had more enlightened and a person with the complex categories, it would be absolutely different story.
I tend to agree. I also know that it is not an uncontroversial opinion. It is rather controversial because one temptation is to just say, okay, it is irredeemable. It was always like that, and it will always be like that. And depending on the day and on the weather, I also myself have different views on that. So I'm not sure what you think, but I appreciate the way you are putting that. So when I'm looking at the Russian society and in broad strokes at the Ukrainian society today, I see, of course, many differences, but frankly, those differences can probably be summarized in one sentence, which is 2 centuries. There are like 2 centuries of difference. There is one society that is stuck in an imperial past, and there is one society that is projected to a future where the template is, a road to prosperity, freedom, and all the values that we cherish. So, do you think that there is a chance or there is not a chance within, I wouldn't say our lifetimes. That's maybe too optimistic, but in the lifetime of the next generation, that this can be somehow brought back, so we can bring these people that are currently following a genocidal maniac apparently in it's difficult to tell because nobody knows for sure. It's a dictatorship, but it seems likely that there is a majority of those people that are supporting a genocidal maniac. Do you think that it's a matter of, one generation, 2 generations, or never?
I think that it's a different factors that we normally do not take into account. For example, Putin, he didn't come out of the blue. He was just the decision of a certain family. It was just by chance. It's not like the destiny. And you said about 2 Russians or two different outlooks, but I think in Russia there are many different philosophies and outlooks, and some regions live in 16th century, some pockets of postmodernity in Moscow, some modern societies in big cities, and there are so many different societies, communities that are organized according to unexplored, not properly researched principles. And it has nothing to do with the way the leader of those different societies chosen. This is the problem, that there is a certain elite oligarchs that are after the breakup of the Soviet Union, they have huge, for some reasons, they have huge assets, and the factories and whatever, oil, gas, and there is no logic or there is no clear principle why this wealth is distributed to this particular people. And these particular people, at certain moment, they make decision whom to appoint as their leader. And all those different societies that I mentioned, modern, postmodern, medieval, that live in the Caucasus and some other regions, they just do not properly influence the way the process is done of selecting the next as they still think democratic leader. And it's a very complex story, and I think it's a huge, at certain moment, of course, now there is a period of I would say institutional stability, and it's really dictator that is fully in control of all the processes. But at certain moment, when there will be an instability, when there will be another leader chosen, it would be just a coincidence of different, and there are different factors that will play out as to whom will be chosen. And I'm sure that the next leader would be someone that we haven't heard about. It would be no name, some person from nowhere, and this is the problem. There is no democratic process like primaries, different parties. This is why there's such a huge instability that brings up this no names who we do not what to expect from.
So one interpretation.
Bertrand and Sergey, sorry for the interruption. I just want to let everyone know that we have some Twitter problems. As your co-host, I am struggling to keep the space going. I've got Ian I see you. I know you're requesting, but I can't bring you up to speak. It's just a Twitter glitch. I'm working in the background to resolve this with some of the folks working the back end. I'll be back as soon as I can. And in the meantime, carry on, Bertrand. That was great. Okay, Ian. Okay, great. Go ahead, Bertrand.
So what I was going to say is one interpretation of the reasons for this nightmare that I mean, in a sense, the whole world, but obviously in a much more painful, direct way, Ukrainians are suffering right now, is the fact that Kremlin's elite could not tolerate the fact that a close neighbor was obviously on the path to freedom and prosperity. And this would have, triggered the Russians to ask themselves some questions. And so why we are not as free, we are not as prosperous as Ukrainians. And this was a threat to Kremlin's regime. This is, among others, an Applebaum interpretation. So, frankly, if I look at the whole picture today, I would say that Russia is the last surviving colonial power in a package of, kleptocratic genocide maniacs. Do you think that, two questions here, do you think that the interpretation that is based on it was not acceptable to have a prosperous Ukraine is a reasonable one? And second, maybe after, I will ask the second question just after this one, because this seems to be something that I would like to focus first. Would you agree with that particular interpretation? I'm not sure myself, to be honest.
Yeah, but I think it's more complex and more historically deep than that. Of course, the three most democratically advanced countries in post-Soviet realm, which are Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova, are one of the most underperforming in terms of economy. So there is no direct relationship between economy and democratic development. This one thing, but on the other hand, as you know, even the Kiev, where I'm now in the very center, it is called the mother of all Russian cities. So it's kind of, it is called the second Jerusalem, according to our tradition. So it's extremely important for people like Putin to govern over the spiritual centers of the what is called Russian world. And when it comes to religion, spirituality, there are all set of different categories that we have to discuss, and it would be a very metaphysical and discussion. But I think the religion, the roots of the nation, of the Slavic origin is very important for people like Putin. But I also agree with you that prosperous, free, independent Ukraine is the existential threat to totalitarian Russia.
I have okay. I see one hand up, so maybe we can ask Jan. I don't want to monopolize. I have some further curiosities. I find this conversation very interesting, but if Jan wants to go ahead, I guess we should give him the speaker.
Bertrand, I have a few minutes to wait. If I'm fine if you want to continue on that line.
All right, I will just ask you one more question. I have odd days and even days, and in odd days I take the whole idea that they want to reconstitute the Peter the Great borders or the Stalin borders or whatever, and there is a grand mythology about Russia more or less seriously. So I take Dugin more or less seriously. And then in even days, I frankly go back to it's just a freaking kleptocracy. They are just trying to, get as much money as possible from their corrupt regime, and they want to have their girlfriends or whatever in nice yachts in the Mediterranean, and they don't care about that stuff. That's just a cover. Do you think it's the latter of the former? They believe it that they own BS, or it is just a cover for something that is much more mundane?
I think when you have all those mundane things that you mentioned, yachts, mansions, and all those fancy stuff, at certain moment you want to you want to deal with the eternity, with something very important for millions of people, and they agree. They are playing with this. I'm also struggling to understand the end goal. I feel that there is an emotion like resentment that they want to do something with us, but I'm afraid they are not capable of articulating definitely, compared to even Hitler, who had his strong structured philosophy of what he wants to do with the Slavic world, with Jews, with that and that. He compared to the Nazis, Russian fascism is not so much structured, it's very emotional. This is why I'm always also struggling to understand what they want to do next, and they contradict. There are a lot of contradictions within their statements, but it's both. Answering the question, it's both. They want to, of course, they love these billions of dollars that they have in their possession, but on the other hand, they want to play with the history. They want to discuss, they want to compare themselves not to the leaders of the Western world, but as you said, Peter the Great, some tsars from the history that created Russia as the country, and they play with the history, they interpret the history, and of course, when you play with the history, there are so many gray areas where you can develop your ideas, and especially if they are supported by the nuclear weapons, then you are kind of the authority in all the questions related to history, because there is nobody to challenge you. Nobody. You cannot challenge the person who has the serious face and nuclear weapons.
Yeah, you mentioned something that I find actually fascinating, not in a nice sense, which is the fact that the Kremlin seems right now to see themselves as the continuation of both Imperial Russia, so Peter the Great, just to name names, and Soviet Russia. So this appears to be rather an absurdity for anyone on this side of the world that considers, rational ideas as the driving factor for a state. So I do feel that this is one of the reasons why the West at some point saw the collapse of the Soviet Union as, a clean break. End of history, new zeitgeist is that everybody is going to be friends. But it appears that they had a completely different view, right? So we had an enlightenment-driven approach where ideas trump territory and nationality. And at least the driving ideological forces there did exactly the opposite. They considered ideas as more or less contingent, and rather earth and blood as predominant. It seems to me to be a very pre-modern, pre-enlightenment type of view. And it seems also that this is quite clear that this is what was going on. So I am not sure if I would love to see it, but I'm frankly not sure if just a simple change in the system itself can change this background mentality where earth and blood are the essence. What do you think, Sergey?
I agree with you. It's a whole mess in terms of and they are not struggling to align themselves with the European history and the period in European mentality, like philosophy, historical periods. They always inventing and reinventing its own interpretation of the history. And as you know, the most marginal people, radical thinkers, have become the mainstream in modern Russia. Everyone who we were laughing at, all kind of Nazis, fascists, Eurasian thinkers, all kind of different strange individuals. Now they are taking part in kind of articulating modern Russian world outlook or philosophy or ideology, and it is we are in the middle of the process. It's not like this whole invasion, the whole terrible thing, was the result of something huge, like the development of something. I think we're in the middle of a lot of historical development, and Russia is trying to invent itself. They are not inventing themselves before the invasion. They are now in the middle of this invention. This is the problem and huge tragedy, and unfortunately we are not able to understand what to expect from this kind of development. What would be next? What would be the next step in this reinvention of Russian ideology or philosophy? Because of course they claim that European philosophy, European way of life is just one of way of life that we take into account, but we do not fully accept. This is the problem, and Ukraine, compared to Russia, says that we fully accept European way of life, European history, European philosophy, everything. We're an integral part, and this is it. And Russia is struggling to reject it and to reinvent something very radical, incoherent, and contradictory. that they are that we as victims of the aggression we have to deal with. This is the problem. I think they don't know, and the person and the coming back to the Putin as the person. Obviously, he's not the philosopher. He's not the thinker. He's also the not his the agent of change. He's the object of all those games around the Russian ideology and philosophy, and this is also the problems. One day he thinks one way, another day he thinks the other day, depending on who said what, because he's not you know huge agent of European or Eastern European tradition.
All right, thank you so much. We do appreciate that. We have been able to work out our Twitter technological issues. I'm joined by Bloke here as well. If we could just very briefly, Sergey, thank you for joining us this evening. If we could please retweet and share this space, that is the button on the lower, I believe, right-hand side of your phone. And then once you're up here, if you want to click the mic, which is the little circle microphone thing in the bottom left-hand corner of your phone, go ahead and punch that. And then once you're up here, you can just raise your hand, just like I am now. You just make it look like that, and we will put you in the... And with that being said, if Ian, I know your hand is up. If you have any questions or comments, fire away.
Yeah, thank you, Sergey. I don't want to kind of bring it back to your the original topic, your core competency, in which is promoting healthy civic society and promoting a sense of civic responsibility within your community, within your country. I think that we have an issue with that in the United States, where I live. I think we're lacking that sense of civic responsibility on a wide scale. During World War II, a very large percentage of our young men and women were served in either the military or served working in industry to support the war effort. And ever since, our military has never been a mandatory service, and we've never had any kind of mandatory civic or civil service requirement. And I think that's something that we probably would have benefited greatly from, which might have prevented us from kind of, I think, being in the situation we are now, where people aren't really have that sense of civic responsibility, I feel anyways. Is that something that you've considered? I know maybe Ukraine won't have an issue with that, because I'm sure there'll be some sort of mandatory military service required for some time, even in peace, maybe. But at some point, peace will come, and maybe that mandatory requirement will go away. And how do you see not falling into the same issues of a loss of that sense of civic responsibility? Is mandatory civil, service something you've thought about, considered for the long run?
Yeah, it's a huge question. Sometimes I think that if we would get rid of Russia as the existential threat, we would have whole new set of challenges, huge challenges in front of us. And one of them is where to bring this, where to draw this inspiration for the the civil engagement and participation. Because I was, for example, where I take this energy to be active. Several times in my life. I'm 41 years old, and I was active in 2 revolutions. And in 2 revolutions, I was having existential threat. I knew that if revolution fails, I would be either in jail or physically exterminated or killed. And if you have this in the back of your mind, that you will be...
Sorry, Bertrand, hot mic, Bertrand.
and if you have in the back of your mind that you will be destroyed or killed if your cause fails, of course this is a different kind of motivation in front of you. And but when the society is developing business as usual, and everyone is complacent and relaxed, and there is no existential challenges, frankly speaking, I don't know how to be effective in such an environment. I think it's a different set of competences, and it's a huge challenge. I'm thinking about. Thank you for this question, and I would continue to think if we manage to win in this war and to develop as in business as usual, what would be driving me, what would be motivating me and other people, not only me. I would find my motivation, but other millions of people. We are like more than 40 million people nation, and what be motivating those people? This is a huge question, and it's still open.
Yeah, thank you for that answer.
Bloke, do you see any requests on your panel by chance? I just want to make sure to see if my thing even works.
No, but I will tell all our listeners that there is a Twitter update that just came out 8 hours ago. I had to update my phone. That certainly helped with the background, but I'm not seeing the requests come in. We're still speaking with some people in the background, so still working on it, Craig, but it's not just you.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to make just a general public service announcement. The hosts of this space, including the co-hosts, I should say, aren't seeing the requests. I'm sure that there are some that are requesting, some are DMing me. I can't see you, and I can't lift you up either. So it's a technical issue. I assure you, it's not personal whatsoever. So with that, if we want to, okay, all right. So yeah, if you do want to come, let's go ahead and give it a try. If it's not working for you, just go ahead and crash out your app and then try and rejoin us. And then, okay, well, there's one. Crash out your app and then try and rejoin us here shortly. But in the meantime, I want to try and bring this back to the battlefield that is, quite honestly, Ukraine at this moment. I think that the day does, it's generally the quiet days that I think actually deserve the most attention, because I think the Ministry of the Ukrainian Defense put out a great statement today. I want to read this off to y'all because I think it was absolutely perfect. Just give me 1 second to look it up. So this was sent from Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. I'm going to read this word for word. Okay. All right. It says, we will give you 12 hours to rest, but that's only because we're getting ready to. Right? I think that is apropos as it gets to the silence of what we're seeing. Just because you don't see anything on the battlefield does not necessarily mean something isn't being planned to happen. Donnie, welcome to the space. And Keeper, you requested the mic. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
I was just helping you guys test out to see if it was working with the pulling up option. I can contribute if needed. Otherwise, I can drop back down if you'd like.
Oh yeah, no problem at all. It's up to you, but thank you for the help. Yeah. So I'll read. Actually, it was yesterday. It says the Russians were given 12 hours to rest, so Google could answer all the questions, including the question of what is the average life expectancy of a Russian soldier. So clearly, they're trying to show people that this isn't. We didn't get what we wanted, but this isn't a let up. We're just regrouping, preparing, and then we go forward again. Right? It's not a continuous drive all the way to the Russian border. So yeah. Bloke, do you have anything to add?
My only comment is that no one trolls better than the Ukrainian armed forces, right? Like they've let some real zingers go over the past couple of months, like especially about Saki Air Base, when they said that it was careless smoking and that Russians should take more care in their smoking. I thought that was pretty good. So this is another one. Was that from the Ukrainian armed forces or from another government official?
That was the Ukrainian MOD, Ministry of Defense.
Awesome.
Yeah.
They're great.
Yeah, they certainly have their PR stuff together. I'll show you. Okay, so give me 1 second here. Did you have a subject you wanted to raise as well?
Yeah, I'm getting lots of people who are going to who are messaging me saying that they'd like to come up. I mean, we've all heard the latest news about Azovstal, right? And that includes some people that were speaking on this space. So some really, really exciting news. Craig, it's tough some days, right? Like some days I get really upset. I was, this morning I was a little bit angry, about, the nonsense coming out of that nations in cognitive decline. But then I got this great news that some of the Avastal defenders were released. And just to make it even more brilliant, I mean, what did Russia get in exchange, right? So there are a lot of ultranationalists in Russia that are very, very upset. And of course, when ultranationalists in Russia are very upset, I become very happy because it usually means that they're getting something that they deserve. So,
But you know what though? I think if we're going to talk about Azovstal, I think it's important just to say this, and I try to say this every time, and I'm not trying to step on you, but it's something that I try to remember to say every single time MriyaReport comes up, and let's remember that MriyaReport was a strategic victory for the Ukrainians. What those defenders did, what they were able to pull off, and how long they were able to do it, and with the skill and bravery that they did it. In my estimation, the defenders of MriyaReport are right up there, if not next to the defenders of Kiev and Chernihiv, which is northeast of Kiev. If those two defenders had just thrown up their hands and said, I quit, like the Russians did in Kharkiv, like the Russians did around Kiev when it was game over there, like the Russians did around Kharkiv and Sumy and everywhere else, right? The Ukrainians didn't do that. They could have very easily folded up camp and ran away and ran back to Kiev and hid in their big city, and that was it. But the defenders of Chernihiv, which is a very small town and doesn't get a lot of credit, but those defenders held on the entire time. That city did not fall, and that was a strategic win. Might have been a tactical battle, but it produced a strategic victory, and even more so in MriyaReport. So I just like to always say that every time this subject comes up, because I think that it's great that they're coming home, but even though they might have tactically lost that battle, in my estimation, they saved the entire southern half of Ukraine by the effort that they put into defending that city for as long as they did.
Oh, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. That's an amazing point. Yeah, no, I forget how many BTGs they tied up for months, through an unbelievably heroic defense, right? And it's just when they decided that they could not fight anymore after all they had done, and that a deal was being organized for them. I was a couple of weeks later, I was a bit in despair because, you can never really trust the Russians. But to see them finally, some of them being released, not all of them, just gave me a huge boost today. And I don't know if anyone remembers, but Daria Sikhanova, who's here in the space, I hope I'm pronouncing her last name right, but Daria spoke on the space about her boyfriend, fiance, who was still in captivity. And then today, I, just after work on the way home, I get the news that he's going home. So it's just one of those things that really warms your heart. This is a horrible, brutal war, but just when you see that bravery and how it comes through, and how the spirit of the Ukrainian defenders, it just reminds you that victory is inevitable. Ukraine is going to win. They will be victorious. And when you see that sort of spirit, it just brings tears to your eyes sometimes, right? Like, I struggle with it. There are days when the graves were discovered in Izium, your emotions go between rage and sorrow and everything in between, right? And so to just get that good news today was great. So I didn't want to trivialize it, Craig, when I was saying that it's great to troll Russian nationalists. I think trolling Russian nationalists is always a good activity. I encourage it. But I didn't want to be dismissive of the profound consequence of those heroes going home to their loved ones and their families, and how much that meant to me. And I can only imagine what it must have meant to people like Daria and others. So I hope we're on the same page there.
No, we certainly are, and I wasn't trying to insinuate anything about you. It's just that the fact that they are coming home, I think, deserves, that helpful 5 minutes of what they achieved. Right? Yes, they're prisoners of war. Yes, they tactically did not win that battle. In some cases, they actually did, if you want to know the truth. But they did not win that. But now that they're coming home, and now that they're here, I think that this is time that while we're sad for who we lost, that we give these defenders, both men and women, the medics, the supply, the combat troops. I think it's important that we give them their just deserve, which is they helped save the country. It wasn't just a symbolic battle between Azov and Russia. It wasn't a symbolic, thing because Mariupol is majority Russian, right? It was a symbol, if you can remember those days, of a national resistance. And I think it's important that that achievement is celebrated, and they're welcomed home rightfully as heroes to their country. All right, so a lot of hands. So now that we just had that moment, I needed to kind of let that out about Mariupol personally. That's just been something I carry. So let's go to Sergey, and then we're going to go back to Ian, and then Nancy, please.
I just wanted to add a few things about the heroes of Mariupol and Azov. Is that it was both. It was the race against time to bring the artillery to the eastern Ukraine, because we were lacking, obviously. And when you remember the Russians, they brought the battalions, BTGs from around Kiev to Donbass region, and they were hammering us 24/7, and we didn't have any replies. And we knew if they would bring the
forces from around Mariupol there, we would be destined, because simply there is nothing to defend against them. And it was first really rational calculation that we need more artillery, and it was race against time. And the heroes of Mariupol and Azov, they managed to, if you remember, to save us several weeks, which is huge, is one thing, and another thing is symbolic. We were looking at them, and we were in complete awe and admiration whether this is for real, because all those images coming from the Mariupol, Azovstal, and those factories when they were defending without proper proper supply and all the things, and it's was our new pantheon of heroes, and it was a huge morale boost. We were looking at them as an exemplary way to defend our country. And the second part, apart from artillery and rational calculations, was even more important, I think, than the first. The first was also very huge. So it was I'm just trying to explain maybe to listeners why they are so important. And in the Kiev and the capital, it was not just a local story; it was a national story. Without them, we would most probably lose the East Donbass region, Donetsk region, and we would lose morale. But to the contrary, we managed to save several weeks. We brought new equipment. We managed to regroup. We found new heroes from whom we were deriving our inspiration and our new way of thinking about this war and the way our heroes were resisting Russian aggressors. So it was very huge, and I thankful for you for bringing up this topic. And the heroes of Mariupol are very important people for us, and we are very happy today that they are free. But maybe not all of you know that under condition of agreement, some of them will be in Turkey till the end of the war, as the agreement stipulates. They won't come to Ukraine, and some of the commanders of the Azov battalion, they would stay under the protection of the president of Turkey, Erdogan, in Turkey till the end of the war. Unfortunately, this is the terms of the agreement.
Well, hopefully, Turkey treats them with the respect and honor that they deserve as former soldiers, as former combatants, as they all deserve under certain articles of certain conventions. They better treat them that way, or we need to hold them to account. That's my opinion. Let's go to Ian, and then actually, Nancy, I'm going to go to Ben very quickly afterwards, because he had actually had his hand up and I didn't even see him. So Ian, then Ben, please.
Yeah, and from everything I've read, I think they're in very good conditions. Their accommodations are comfortable, and I'm hoping they get some nice rest and relaxation in a safe environment for the first time in a long time, and enjoy that. I think they're able to have private meetings with friends or family and stuff. So I think that they're in a good place. And then yes, just to add on to that, I mean, they tied up unknown amounts of troops, Russian troops, for a very long time that otherwise would have been reallocated to other areas of Ukraine, and it's completely unknown how things would have progressed differently without those heroes holding that area for so long under such tremendous conditions. So I just wanted to say something about that, because it's such a deserving topic. But one of the things I actually wanted to come up and say was something out of a bit of frustration. Every time I see these protests in Russia regarding mobilization and in Moscow. It just reminds me of every time somebody would say that these, poor Russians, they live in a brutal, under a brutal regime, and it's too dangerous for them to go out onto the streets and protest against the war in Ukraine. And, they have no choice. They have to keep their mouth shut, or but obviously not. As soon as their sons are at risk of being sent to war, they're all of a sudden they're on the streets protesting in front of cops. I hate seeing it. Anyways, just wanted to say that.
Thanks, Ian. I do appreciate that. And we are going to talk about mobilization. And as much as I hate that word, this bloke, I'm sure, is well aware of that word has become anathema to me right now. And so I'm going to have to use an acronym, General Mobilization, or GM, or something to that effect, because I can't stand that word. It just brings up. Anyway, let's go with Ben and then Nancy, please.
Yeah, just a quick point on the Mariupol defenders, the Azovstal defenders. It came to my head today when I read and heard that they'd been released. And we just got to keep in mind, they've been in a black hole of news. So I couldn't imagine how great they felt, not only for their freedom, but they also got to see that the war has turned in many ways. They're on the offensive now. They're no longer on the defensive. And a lot of that is due to the fruits of their labor, of their struggle, of their fight. And it's just that alone, just brought me joy, and just wanted to share that. Thank you.
That is a fantastic point, Ben. I didn't think about that, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. Let's go Nancy, and then we're going to go to John, please.
Thank you, Craig. Yeah, and as others have said, I think what's critical for us to remember is how important the time that these defenders bought was at that particular point in time, that truly transcends anything else. And months later, with the tools that Ukraine has at hand, it's easy for us to forget how critical their sacrifice was and how heartbreaking it was. One of the things that I have done regularly to remind myself of that and remember it, because I don't want to see Ukraine in that position again, is I have provided a link on my timeline to just a recent note about one of their photographers, Dmytro Kazatsky, and I know I butchered that name, but he brought us some iconic pictures of what those defenders meant and who they were. And earlier in May, they provided a link to a Google Drive with some of his other images. That's on my timeline. If you look at it, some of those you will remember from seeing all over the world press in May. And every single one of them should be remembered, and every single one of those people in those should be remembered. I pray that all of those people have returned, but of course we won't know that for a while until details are provided to us. But I think it's also important for us to recognize that they held that position not until they couldn't anymore, but honestly past the point where any reasonable person should have been able to. It was only until much higher authorities said, we need to have you give yourselves up, that they did so. They held a critical line for a critical time, and they would have continued to do so until higher ups told them that it was time. And for that, I think the whole of the country thanks them, as does the whole of the world, at least the whole of the world that I care about.
And the many generations to come, I might add, not just for generations present, but for generations to come.
Thank you, Craig. Yes.
Their gift will go far into history. It's sometimes difficult to think about these things, and I don't mean to seem melodramatic, but Bloke, you're hot mic. The idea that we can appreciate what they're doing now, but understand the ramifications of what we're going to see later out of this, right? The generations that will grow up free independent, democratic, sovereign, that it's able to chart its own course, because that's quite literally what the defenders of Mariupol were doing. They weren't just fighting for the generations there. They knew they were going to have children and there were grandchildren and generations to succeed them. This is a gift, again, I don't mean to sound melodramatic, that will keep on giving for hopefully centuries to come. And Ukraine's place in Europe is finally established properly. All right, with that, without going too far down that line, let's go to John, and then we're going to go to Shechenki Lives. We'll go to you after John.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I have a couple of questions. Should I ask them both at once or one at a time?
It's your party, man. You do what you want.
Okay. Well, first of all, I think it's fantastic that some of the Azovstal defenders have been returned. If I recall properly, there were probably a few thousand that were captured. Maybe you could tell us anything we know about the remainder that still haven't been turned back.
So I think that it's, and somebody please out there, if you guys have heard other information that contradicts this, but Sergei had mentioned that the remainder, or at least a large majority of the remainder, will be sent to Turkey until the war is over. So
It's the leaders, the commanders, and
so the commanders only, not the men and women.
Yeah, it's around 2,000 were captured and around 200 are freed.
So is that 200 inclusive of the group that's in Turkey?
Yes.
And that includes the ones that were released today?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so they still have about 2,000 that are held captive by Russia, as it appears.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wondered. You know, let's not forget them. Really excited though that we have some of them back. The second question is around Erdogan in Turkey. I've heard a lot of people praising him, and I'm really negative. Maybe I don't know enough, but I viewed him as a opportunistic traitor who should have stood up against Russia and has provided means for weapons and other things to get into Russia still. Maybe I don't know enough. I mean, it's good that there's been an opportunity and someone can talk with Russia, but I felt they did not take any sort of stance that was respectable on this war. That's kind of my question.
Bloke can add on to this if he likes, or anybody else. I'll just simply say that they did allow for the continued sales to Bayraktars, and including even more Bayraktars and drones that come out of Turkey. So the Turkish government has not seen fit to cut off that lifeline. But Bloke, if you had anything you wanted to add on to that.
Well, I'll just say that it's unclear. Their actions are not always clear, right? I think there's a difference between Erdogan and the state, you know, his son, you know, the people who make the Bayraktar drones, but they seem to want to have it both ways sometimes, and that is annoying. But look, it produced this result. We'll take what we can get and hope for better things from Turkey as they come to their senses and realize that they need to get on the same page as their other NATO allies.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. Come back anytime. Let's go to, oh, we got that one. Shevchenko Lives, go ahead, and then we're going to go to Prince.
Доброго вечора, ми з України. Good evening, guys. Good to be with you. I'm super pumped, of course, to hear the news of the Azovstal defenders being released or exchanged for. There's a lot of hard work, of course, that went into that. I wanted to kind of shout out to the internationals, though, as well, that were released. I'm an American, but I spent 6 weeks in March, April, and May of this year in Ukraine, in Poland and Ukraine, going back and forth across the border. And I just did that again a little this time. And I met Andy Huen in Poland, who was one of the U.S. POWs that was released today. And I'm actually the one who drove him and his gear across the border. So just overjoyed that he and all the other internationals who gave a lot were also released together with their Ukrainian brothers in arms.
Wow, that's amazing. Go ahead, Craig.
I'm not. No. I was going to defer to you, Bloke. Actually.
Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you were doing and a bit about your experience? Maybe some people would like to ask a few questions about it.
Sure, I'd be glad to. Over those 6 weeks that I was there, I was working with a humanitarian aid group. And so I was driving vans in with a little convoy of all kinds of things that have been requested, all types of humanitarian aid, was bringing that in. And then we had some contacts in a church in Lviv, and people were getting in contact with them, women and children who were trying to leave Ukraine as well. That was still somewhat early days of the war, and so they would get in touch with somebody at the church, and then they would get us in contact with them so that we could get them out, meet them in Lviv, and then drive them out and try to get them settled. And we had a little shelter kind of set up in Krakow, and then a team there that was also helping to get folks further into Europe that needed assistance with all of that. So that was the crux of what I was doing.
Okay, and maybe you could talk to us a little bit more about the person you met and what he did and what you know about him.
Yeah, I didn't get a ton of time with him in one sense, because he made his way to Poland from the States. He had been struggling with, and just as he shared with me, just feeling sick to his stomach about what all was going on in Ukraine and how it was so clear. It's not often that way, but it was so clear the side of good and the side of evil. And he was trained by the United States Marines and knew that he had skills that could be used, and felt terrible not putting those skills to good use. So he had talked with his girlfriend at the time quite a bit, and based on what he told me, it sounded like she wasn't super excited that he was going, or was trying to convince her that he should go. And he then proposed to her, and then she agreed to let him go. Not because it wasn't a bribe of some sort, but that I think there was a clear intent to return, and so kind of against her better judgment, it sounded like she said, "I know you've got to do this, and you won't be able to live with yourself if you don't go when you sense this calling to go." And so he did. The time I had with him was really getting him from Krakow to Lviv, and then trying to get him to settle. He didn't know a word of Ukrainian. He didn't know a word of Russian. He didn't know exactly what his plan was when he got there, but he knew he was more valuable than the random Call of Duty players. No offense to Call of Duty players, but if that's your only combat training, Ukraine at that point was starting to say, we don't need just anybody coming here. Some of you all are more dangerous than you're worth. But with him having training and experience, he felt confident that they would get him. And so we kept he and two other colleagues of mine kept a group chat kind of going with him, and he would give us periodic updates. It was a struggle at first for him to get attached to a unit, but eventually he did. And you probably have all read the story or heard the story, or are generally aware of how they were in the Kharkiv area. This is now 3 months ago, so in June, when they got separated from the rest of their guys and woke up. It sounds like the guy, their guys went back to look for them and couldn't find them or any trace of them, and understood that they had been knocked unconscious by some type of an explosion nearby them and were taken captive. And then, of course, the rest was broadcast by Russia there as they went. So really solid guy, and I'm really glad that he's going to be making his way back.
Okay, thank you for sharing that with us. Just a couple of public service announcements. We seem to have sorted out all our Twitter glitches. Everything is sort of kind of almost working partially okay. So if you do want to speak, please come up. We ask that you mute your mic, raise your hand. We'll get to you in order. And please retweet this space. MriyaReport is a 24/7 space. We've been broadcasting since the beginning of this illegal invasion of Ukraine, this genocidal invasion of Ukraine. There have been lots of developments today. If you want to ask a question about them, please request to speak. And also, I just want to remind everyone that Ukraine needs our help. In this space, we support a nonprofit, a registered nonprofit called MriyaAid.org, which is also staffed by volunteers, meaning that the money you donate goes directly into non-lethal aid that can be sent to save lives in Ukraine. So if you can make your way over to MriyaAid.org, spend a few dollars there. It is needed. You can save a life. $30 buys a tourniquet, which will literally save lives. So by all means, please do so. Anthony, you're next.
Can you hear me?
5x5.
Sweet. I know there was an update earlier, so I just want to make sure. I guess my question is around the Azovstal POWs returning. I wasn't able to find this online, so you guys may be able to help me. Are POWs permitted to re-enter the battlefield once they've been released? And that's my only question.
I think that depends on the parole agreement. It is a fact of war that from time to time, some people were paroled back to their country under the understanding that if they fought and they were captured again, they would be executed. That used to be the way it was done. And those guys were understood to play no longer a part in the war. They might be able to help with support and logistics, but again, that was hundreds of years ago. The point that I'm driving at is that it depends on the conditions, quite honestly, of their parole. They may say you can no longer take aid or you can no longer help the war effort, or maybe you have to leave the country for such and such a time, et cetera, and report to the Russian embassy in whatever country you might be in, just so we can keep tabs on you, et cetera, right? So it depends on what the agreement was. And at least I don't have that language in front of me.
Does that help answer your question, Anthony?
He left. He dropped off. That's okay. Prince, what you got for us?
I have got a frustrated person sitting on the other end of the phone. That is me, because my mother and my brother keep calling me, and right as I'm about to say something, and they're done now. I've told them they're done calling me for the day. Bloke, were you able to share that little random piece of information that I sent you yet?
Oh, I was saving that up because
Okay.
it ties right into Craig's favorite subject.
Okay.
Which is this mobilization, which
Make it go away. Make it stop.
So it's not really mobilization. One of the things that I pondered today when we heard about the return of the Azovstal defenders was, Ukraine got 200 and some odd prisoners back in exchange for 55. Now that's a number discrepancy for sure. I realize that some prisoners may have more value than others, but one of the things I was pondering and chatted about a little bit earlier on the space, and finance pointed me towards a Camille Galieve thread about it, but Mocker sent me something that saying that the deputy prime minister of Ukraine says Russian soldiers should surrender. They won't be exchanged against their will. If you do not want to return to Russia, then according to the Geneva Conventions, the Ukrainian law, no one will transfer you back to Russia, she said. Because what I was pondering was, are there Russians who are POWs who do not want to be exchanged and be sent back to Russia? And I could see that as a real possibility. And so it's a very interesting idea. I don't know. If I were in that position, I think I might be happy getting 3 squares a day and a comfortable roof over my head and probably a flushing toilet than going back to Russia, and God knows what's going to happen to me.
That's exactly the tie-in, because the tie-in to all this, of all the babbling nonsense that came out of the Russian Federation today. Well, last night I guess they couldn't babble, so they had to postpone it till today. But out of all the babbling nonsense was this idea that you'd get 10 years in prison for whatever it means, voluntarily surrendering, right? So the idea is that, yes, quite frankly, if they were sent back, then I guess technically they would have to evaluate whether it was a voluntary surrender, which could, I'm no lawyer, but the Russian legal system will probably interpret that quite widely, that they'll get 10 years in prison after being returned. So I thought that was, quite a shrewd move, on the deputy prime minister's part, to say this. It's just more encouragement of the Russian army, which already has huge morale problems, just one more reason for them to surrender, because bluntly, they're probably going to be treated a lot better by surrendering to the Ukrainians. And this was a smart move. That's what I thought. And I don't know, Craig, if you want to start ranting, this is your cue to start ranting about all the nonsense that came out today.
Yeah, absolutely. So real quick, we do have Daryl coming up, so I don't know if he wants to add something, and if he does, I'll gladly step aside.
After this, I have one more thing that I wanted to add to the conversation, but we can get through this first. I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Well, unfortunately, just for the sake of expediency, I'm going to try and put this all together in terms of this mobilization thing. I'm going to try and put it into a neat little packet, so that way that's all we'll do for the night. And we'll just do 1 hour of just that and then nothing else. And it'll be out of everybody's system, right? We just put it on the table. But if you want to continue on to something else, I'll give you the discretion. Do you want to send it over to Daryl, because he might have a question or a comment, and then you can take the floor again, however you want to do it.
Yeah, this will just take a minute, and because it sort of relates to the Azovstal defenders, and I brought it up last week. The medic from MriyaReport who was released in June, who spoke with the Helsinki Commission last week. I believe, and Tina, I know you always give us great information, but I believe some of those photos that were spread around by the AP were actually hers, because she was able to get a flash drive of a bunch of photos out and videos that way. And my pinned tweet is the testimony that she gave to the Helsinki Commission last week. So we haven't been able to hear really a lot from the Avastal defenders who were just freed today. And I'm sure in coming weeks, we hope to hear more from them. But if you want to get a little bit of a taste of what they may have gone through, you can listen to her testimony to the Helsinki Commission. And I just wanted to add that to it. Thanks.
Yeah, if you could shoot that over, Prince, I'd be happy to throw it up in the nest for you.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Daryl, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's happening, Craig? Hey, I just got one thing to say about the Russian POWs. This is a perfect time to educate them beyond what they have been learning. I understand that, it may be illegal, but if they can see Western media that is telling them something different than what they've been heard, maybe they can do some Westernization to some of these folks and maybe wake a few of them up so that when they do go back, they may have questions that may need to be answered that they're not getting the right answers to, or they just don't understand why it's not being told to them where they're from. So I think that that's something that could be done to force a little change back home when they go home. Understanding, like when everybody was saying, that they're being treated differently. Of course, they're using bathrooms or actual toilets, possibly, something that they're not used to. And they may question their own system. Why don't we have this? And, I'm just saying it could be used as an educational point. All right, that's all I wanted.
No, actually, you know what? That actually has precedent in history, believe it or not. So during the Russian occupation of France after the Napoleonic Wars, it was actually found that a lot of the officer corps that was occupying France at the time learned a lot about Jacques Rousseau and Edwin Burke and all these different types of philosophers during the Enlightenment. They were finally exposed to it because they had never been exposed to anything like that before, right? Now they're in the heart of it. And so they actually took some of those ideas back. And it wasn't exactly the foundation of the Communist Party, but to say that the 1800s were not a period of upheaval in the imperial system in Russia, I think is not a fair statement to make because of what you just described. They're carrying ideas, and ideas are a very hard thing to kill. I don't know if anybody's ever realized that. You can kill a person, but for some reason, the idea just keeps going. And I think that part of what you might see is exactly what Daryl said. So Daryl, what you said actually has precedent. It has taken place before. All right, so let's go to, yeah, you have a good night, brother. Take care. Be safe. Rebecca, what you got for us?
I was going to point out on the subject of Russians returning to Russia after being POWs in Ukraine. During World War II, Stalin had a policy. Any returned Russian POWs were either murdered on the spot or sent directly to the Gulag. He was terrified of them because they'd been out of Stalinist Russia. And by the end of the war, the troops knew this and they would beg not to be returned, and they were turned over anyway. And Tim Snyder talks about it in his book Bloodlands. It was a searing experience for the Allied commanders who were under orders to return POWs that they knew were going to be murdered. And that's one of the reasons it's in the Geneva Convention, that you don't have to go back if you don't want to.
That makes sense. I mean, it's you kind of don't want them because if they ran away from the army, you don't exactly want them back in the mix, right? So they've kind of self-identified as the perennial non-committed.
Anyone who had seen life outside the Soviet Union.
Yeah, I mean,
it had nothing to do with how he thought about them as soldiers. If you had seen life outside the Soviet Union, you died.
yeah. So like I said, I think the person who surrenders is the perennial non-committed, right? They're not exactly the go-getters. So it makes sense to keep them, but also it's an insulation effect to what, excuse me, what Daryl was saying.
People people surrender in war for all sorts of time. I point out all of the surviving Azovstal defenders surrendered. Are you calling them the non-go-getters?
No. What I'm saying is that the Russians that are surrendering to the Ukrainians, that are proving not committed to an offensive, not in defending their country, but committed to actually committing genocide, then Russia doesn't want them, nor do they want their ideas that they might bring back with them.
Putin kills people he views as traitors. Yes, he will kill them because he takes their surrender personally, not because he thinks they're not go-getters. He doesn't think any of his soldiers are go-getters.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, no, I was just going to. I can see the point here. I mean, you know, any knowledge that people in Russia have that people live better under better conditions and in freedom outside of Russia is dangerous to Putin and that kleptocratic regime, right? And I think that's what Rebecca was getting at. They represent a threat, not because of you know, how they apply this weird law, but because they will bring back stories that say that our neighbors live better than we do because they've decided to take responsibility for their country and to build it the way they want. And why can't we do that here? That is an existential threat to any autocracy, and especially Putin. And that's one of the reasons that he might have considered this horrible genocidal invasion, is because Ukraine represented a threat to him. Is that? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yes, that's exactly true. He fears Ukraine specifically because it is similar Slavic nation and a successful democracy, and that's a great threat. But also, I think there is in the Russian governing culture the idea that you can just kill people and your POWs, since they let you down, deserve to die. There's just a certain brutality there that I'm not even sure is that rational. But I also agree with the point about fearing the West.
Yeah, understood. I think those are important points, and thank you for bringing them up, Rebecca. Do you have a follow-up, or could I go to the rest of the hands?
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Now, in order, I believe it was Prince, Lewis, and Sammy.
I'm going to be quick. I think just a little point of order. Rebecca said, yeah, the Avestal people just surrendered, but technically they didn't surrender. I think if it was up to the people who were fighting in Avestal, they would have fought until the last person died. I think if it was up to them, they would have stayed and they would have done everything they could until there was nobody left. They were ordered to surrender. And that's how that went down. They didn't just throw up their hands and say we're done. If they were going to do that, they would have done it a lot earlier. And I really think they would have fought. I mean, they fought with all they had anyway, but I think they would have continued to fight as long as they could. If you watch things like Winter on Fire and you've watched things as this invasion has happened, the Ukrainians aren't ones to give up very willingly, and I think they only surrendered because they were ordered to, because they were told it was time to do so. And as has been talked about just not that long ago, it did some very, very important things on behalf of Ukraine. The amount of time and the amount of Russian troops that were taken up trying to attack those people in Avestal. So it's just a minor point. I just wanted to sort of clarify that.
Yeah, Prince, that's a really good point. I mean, you know, they were holding out under unbelievable conditions, but yeah, technically, just for the record, so everyone knows, they were asked to surrender, and the specific words, I believe it was Zelensky who said this: "We need our heroes back," and that's why they were asked. Otherwise, I think they would have just kept on going. And, you know, Craig can remind us, because he's got a lot more details of what they did accomplish. I know that Craig says, you know, they were defeated, but I mean, define defeated. You know, that was a brilliant defense, actually. They held out for months. I mean, you know, there's legendary stories. I mean, I guess we could talk about Bastogne or whatever, but this was for months under insane conditions, fighting a particularly vicious enemy, and they, as Sergey said earlier in the evening, um, they bought time. They bought time. They tied up, I don't know how many BTGs. Craig would probably remember better than I would. They allowed Western artillery to start coming into Ukraine by holding up the advance and holding up tying up some of the forces so that they, you know, couldn't move. And then they bought, you know, the artillery. I wish it could have come in greater quantities sooner, faster, but it started arriving in the nick of time to turn the tide. And so their accomplishment is absolutely heroic, and I hope to be able to talk about that a little bit more. I know Craig has studied a lot of the logistics and a lot of the accomplishment of those defenders for a while, and I would love to hear from him a bit later.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I see what the hands keep coming, so we want to be respectful of our guests, because casa misu casa. So let's go to Lewis, and then Sammy, and then Fusilier.
Oh, just a heads up, everyone, we're getting a crash alert, so be aware that the whole thing might just blow up after all the trouble today. The space might blow up, but we'll be back in a few minutes if that happens.
Glorious technology. Thank you, guys. Are you hearing me okay?
I got you loud and clear.
Okay, fantastic. So kind of where my head is at right now on, you know, this is wonderful news, obviously, that the Azovstal, I probably can't even pronounce it correctly, the defenders there have been released. It's great. It's awesome. And we're talking about it here, but I know, you know, I'm in Texas. I'm surrounded by, you know, people who don't necessarily think the way I do, but you know, what I'm seeing is that Ukraine comes and goes from the news cycles. It's not something that a lot of people talk about every day. But what I'm trying to wrap my brain around, and what I'm struggling with, or what I'm thinking about, is how do we get the stories from these people and from other heroes in Ukraine and start to get that in more sort of into the popular culture? Can we get people to, I don't know, can we get big name celebrities somehow to promote Maria Aid and other, you know, there's some other fantastic charities doing great work that, you know, that I think many of us here have given to. And so that's kind of where my head is at, is how do we, you know, because I mean, the war's going on. We need more public support. We need more financial support globally. We need more weapons, which, I mean, the governments typically are involved in that, but we're also, you know, non-lethal aid as well, like you guys raise money for. But I think it needs to be top of mind for more people. And how do we reach people? And I mean, I know we can do it, 1-to-1 or 1 to a few, but I don't know. Are there people who are trying to come up with those strategies to do that sort of thing? And I'll just go back on mute here. Thank you.
Well, funny you should mention that. We've been doing this for 24/7. That's what we're trying to do. And Craig's a celebrity, certainly. But okay. No, I mean, these are really great questions.
Neither of you guys are Harry Styles, for example. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if you've seen my hair, dude. My hair's pretty badass.
Block, can I ask a question to Luis, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, Luis, I want to clarify something that you say, fellow from Texas. You say people don't exactly think the way I do. I want you maybe to decode that a little better for me, because my understanding was, of course, that Texas is a very red state, but my understanding was that support for the war was, support for Ukraine was really a bipartisan, topic. Are you seeing something different in your state?
It's, I mean, when you talk to people one-on-one and you can talk about specific situations, they will tell you what they think, and they will tell you, and by and large, I would say most people that I talk to, probably, 70%, 60 to 70% of the people I talk to are very favorable toward Ukraine. But unfortunately, there's some other people, whatever their background, they don't realize the truly existential threat that Russia has become. There are certain people who all they think about and care about is, oh my gosh, the price of gas went up. Oh my gosh, the price of bread went up, or whatever. Why do we have this? It's like, they're not thinking things through for whatever reason, right? And so, so that's why I asked the question in the way that I do, because there are people out there. There are still a lot of people who aren't highly engaged in this, who probably, frankly, haven't donated anything. I mean, I've donated. I don't want to talk about numbers, because that's, everybody, hopefully people are donating what they can, the people who feel, the call to do that, right? But there are other people out there who just aren't that engaged in it. And it kind of goes back to some of the earlier conversations. The gentleman was on earlier speaking about civic engagement. It's really important.
Yeah, Lois, maybe I can say, I think it makes sense what you're saying, trying to highlight the struggle of these heroes. And that is something that typically resonates across the board. And then I think what you're saying maybe a little bit like help me explain why some characters like our nemesis Tucker Carlson will often bring up these high prices and try to tie it into the war, and perhaps that kind of narrative does sink in and needs to be contrasted with some sort of like hero narrative like you were mentioning. I understand.
So I would just, if I could just very briefly just intercede, I think it's important to point out that no matter what happens, there's usually going to be malcontents one way or another, right? And those are to be listened to and to be respected, because we have freedom of speech, and they can say what they wish. But I think that it's important that the governments, even at the municipal level here in Texas, of which I am actually in Texas as well, and I can tell you that even our municipal government, our county government, has actually provided bulletproof vests. It's provided some fire gear. It's provided what it can, right? And so at the lowest level of government interaction, which is the municipal level, or even if you want to break it down, the precinct level, they are there, and the words Ukraine and the words liberty pass through their lips just as if it were the president of the United States. Those words are expressed at a local level, and I can testify to that. And
that is fantastic. I mean,
yeah.
Do you mind me asking, can you give me a hint where, like, what municipality or county you're in?
Central Texas.
Okay. Fantastic.
So it's getting there, and I think that it's important that Americans, we have our lives, we have our families. There's such a thing as called consequences still left in this country for not focusing on your job, and just getting people out to vote is hard enough, let alone mobilizing an effort to support Ukraine. But I think where the American people's heart is, and I think that the municipal and the county government can be used as an exemplar, that if their heart is there, then at the lowest level of government it's there, then you can magnify that and extrapolate that across this entire country. And so I think that that is the cumulative effect that you're looking for, because let's be honest, the United States has not been attacked. The United States armed forces have not been attacked, neither have our oath-bound allies. So in that instance, we're not necessarily on a war footing, we're just getting stuff to where it needs to be. And so God forbid that switch is ever flipped, but my point being is that we're ready, and we go about our lives, we make our country stronger, we start businesses, we have families, we have baptisms, we go about our lives and try to live rightly as Americans by supporting a just cause. And so I think that we need to understand, while there are going to be some that on the news, on TV, let's remember, the one who calls the shots is the federal government of the United States of America. And that government pulls a lot of strings and it pulls a lot of weight. So I think that our government's mind is at the right place at the municipal level, and I think it's in the right place at the governmental level, at the federal level. And if you could put those two things together, then I think there is your source of strength right here in the United States. It's devolution of authority to the local people, and then their moral values will rise throughout the federal government and then influence events that way. So I think Biden would be in a hard moral quandary, given the way the United States reacted to this was to provide more and more and more and more. If Biden had said, no, actually, we're not going to do that. Can you imagine the utter hellstorm that would rain down on his head from everybody if he had refused to help Ukraine, right? And so his action was transmitted from the bottom up, quite literally. He wouldn't have gone against what the American people wanted. So second benefit to being an American. So anyway, I digress. Sorry to intercede there, but I just wanted to kind of add that microcosm of an example.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very encouraged. I'll go back on mute now.
Yeah, thanks. Fusilier and then Benito.
Yeah, thanks. Listen, I just wanted to agree with a point that was made earlier and sort of flesh it out a bit. I think somebody made the point that the fact that the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine had offered amnesty to Russian prisoners who didn't want to return to Russia after the war was encouraging. I thought actually, as working sort of at the other end of the spectrum, was a small piece of social media I saw today. I don't know if anybody else saw it, but it was a prank call done by, I think, 2 Russian radio hosts on the son of Dmitry Peskov.
Oh, that was brilliant.
The Russian spokesman. And I mean, I'm not going to try and paraphrase. I'd recommend people watch it. It's quite amusing. But in the conversation, this huge dichotomy between the average Russian citizen and the children of the elite came out. And this kid said, look, I'm not going to turn up for conscription. You know, I'll work through other means, or I'll pull strings, and you don't understand who I am, sort of thing. And any Russian listening to that will understand exactly what that means, and how there is a absolute barrier preventing the children or the elite from actually shedding blood in Ukraine. And that is incredibly corrosive to a society. You know, there's a reason the late Queen Elizabeth II, and I think virtually every other British monarch, has served in the armed forces. There's a reason that Prince Harry served in Afghanistan. You know, I'm sure, you know, he made a great military contribution, but the actual contribution was a demonstration to society that the children of our elites will put their lives on the line. And I know that in the United States, I think, you know, the Kennedy clan, who were incredibly powerful, their sons, I think one of them died over Europe in a B-17. even Stalin's son, I think, was actually captured by the Germans. But for a Russian sitting listening to that spoof phone call, the message is incredibly corrosive to the national morale. I'd be interested to hear what the panel thinks.
That age-old, what is that? That age-old prescription, right? Noblesse oblige, right? The nobles are responsible for their position, and thus they're responsible for defending it, and not so much their people. It's a very, very old way of doing things, I will admit.
If I can speak to that, I think it's a really good.
Yeah, agreed. And look, one point occurred to me when Daryl was talking. I'm not sure how necessary it is to re-educate or educate Russians in the Western way of life. In the times when I've been back to Europe from Australia, it strikes me just how many Russian tourists there are on the beaches of the Costa del Sol or in Cyprus or wherever. I think they've got a pretty good idea of what goes on in the West. But what did strike me was a comment he made about exposing them to the truth of what's going on in Ukraine. And I seem to recall there was a very famous photograph of German prisoners of war in America being shown a film of what had been going on in the concentration camps. And it's a black and white photo, and a large number of those prisoners are covering their faces. Some are crying as the realization of what they'd been fighting for and what the Nazi regime actually was hit them. And I think, I'm not sure what the impact on Russians would be of exposing them to the truth of what some of them have been doing in Ukraine would be, but I suspect, it would be quite significant.
Yeah, if I can speak to that, I think we should be cautious by which to judge too much Russians by Western standards or values. Peter the Great attempted to westernize the country, so to speak, in the 1700s, but Russia is a smorgasbord of different cultures and in many ways doesn't fully have a clear-cut identity. So I don't think we should, just because they come to the Costa del Sol or they go to the Riviera doesn't mean that they are, they're going there because it's a nice place for a holiday. And it doesn't necessarily mean they have the values that immediately correspond to, particularly say the Anglosphere. And that's evidential, I think, from even something as simple as the 2018 World Cup in Russia, or when the Russians were in the south of France. I'm sure you'll remember the British and the Russians had a pretty bad fight. There was like Spetsnaz apparently sent over to sort of parts of the French area when they hosted the games, the cup. So there's a fundamental disconnect, I think, with Russians in that regard. But the one thing I would say, just on the slightly other side, is that there is a distinctive difference between the generations in Russia at this point. The quantity of younger Russians who are at least in some way in the know of what's going on don't want to remain in the country. Now, I'm not saying 100% of all Russians are like that. A lot of Russians have only started gathering in city spaces to protest, not because they want to get Russia out of Ukraine, but because they're now like, oh shit, we have to go and mobilize our men to fight, which is not, well, that's a fundamental difference. So but there is still quite a large array of Russians who want to leave the country, because if you think about it, Russia has no future. There is no alternative industry aside from energy. There is a demographic crisis, and now with the sanctions which are going to reap the economics of the country for years to come, what really future does the Russian economy have for younger Russians who are going to be seeking, to make their way in the world? So I would say that you will likely see a huge shift in it from a generational standpoint.
Fusilier, I saw that go by in my Twitter feed. If you could DM that to me, do you know if that was actually broadcast or if it was just on social media? Oh, I think Fusilier has dropped. If you can still hear me, please DM that to me. Oh, there you go. Right back again. Yeah, so Fusilier, I don't know if you can still hear me. I hope the mic check is good and the audio is good.
Yeah.
Okay, I would love to. I saw that go by in my Twitter feed. Could you tell us if that was actual broadcast or strictly social media? Because if it was broadcast, I could see that being incredibly damaging, right?
Yeah, it looked like a lift from a broadcast. I mean, it was certainly on social media, but it did appear to be a broadcast originally. I'll see if I can find it again and post it up in the feed.
I mean, so it was literally like, are you going to volunteer? And the guy says, if I recall correctly, do you know who I am? I will arrange this through other means. I mean, if there's nothing more damning, you know, to the state of Russia, that's got to be it in a nutshell.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, I thought the most amusing bit was when they said, you know, you need to report for duty tomorrow. And he said, I'm not reporting for duty. You know, people like me don't report for duty. And you know, it struck me because, you know, having served with, you know, Australians and Americans and New Zealanders and with a definite insult to my ex-French colleagues with Neuf Division Infanterie Marin and the Legion, you know, our officers, our NCOs are taught, you know, the soldiers eat first, you look after your men first, and yourself second. There is absolutely, somebody mentioned noblesse oblige. You know, we're taught serve to lead, and this is clearly an elite that will not bleed for its country. And if that's the case, then, you know, I can't imagine that the average Russian, male or female, is going to want to bleed for a country or for a leadership that isn't willing to bleed for him or her.
Yeah, they definitely don't get the definition of country before self, although they do try to impose that on everyone else. So it's shocking. Well, maybe not so shocking. We have a lot of hands up, so I'd like to get that in order. I believe it was Sammy, Luca, Nafo, and Dr. Paul. Go ahead, Sammy.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, I think Sammy's audio is not working, so we'll drop you down. Sammy, you can always re-request. In fact, he can't hear me until he... Okay, there you go. Sammy, we couldn't hear you. You can re-request later and we'll bring you back up. So then it's Luca, Nafo, and Dr. Paul.
Hey guys. Sorry, I was eating a burger here. All right, so I had something a little bit related to what was just being discussed by Fusilier. But I'm gonna broaden it a little bit. I'm starting to get like the vibes that this mobilization order, but specifically the way it's being implemented, is probably more about you know, putting in the regime saving their own ass than about Ukraine. Reading the tea leaves, including the fact that yes, they are like releasing prisoners at the same time. That's interesting, but also this fact that the people that don't watch that, I think Putin clarified the order and said that if anybody is protesting against, you know, this mobilization, they should be sent directly to the army or to the front. And apparently, this is happening, even in Moscow.
Yes, it is.
Right. So think about it. Right. It feels to me that this is like a regime that is like really fearing for their own life. I mean, they might see the end of the regime. So you kind of say, hey, you know, we'll do this mobilization. Some of the like more, you know, crazy heads, the ones that are even more aggressive than Putin, are slightly placated, and then the dissent. Now you can just say, hey, look, you know, you don't agree with it, to the front, you know. And so it's almost like it's helping him domestically even more than it's actually going to help him and the regime him is being put in, you know, in the Ukraine theater. That is kind of like what I'm starting to get the vibes, you know, of.
So I would just say that we you know, that's a conversation we can leave till later. I'm not gonna go down that road right now. We have plenty of people with their hands up. Thank you, Luca. Appreciate it. Look, yeah.
Also, I have a public service announcement. Language Learner will be coming up for his military update in an hour, roughly, from now. So we should have Language Learner up within, actually, it'll be faster than that, probably maybe even a half hour. So just to let everyone know, the military update is coming.
All right. Let's go. Sammy, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say that the duty to remember remains important. I would like with my photo of Auschwitz to show that nothing has changed since the Second World War. History repeats itself, as Eagles say.
Go ahead, Luke.
No, I can only add that if there's any comfort to take, it's that we are standing with Ukraine. We're mobilizing support for Ukraine. Our governments are standing with Ukraine, and the Ukrainians are fighting to liberate their country from this genocide. So take comfort that people are fighting on the right side, and the Ukrainians will be victorious with our help. Peace through victory.
Thank
I
you,
hope
Blake.
that offers some words of comfort. Nafo Moose was next.
Hi guys, thanks. Thanks for letting me up here. So Nafo Moose, formerly Benito Mussolini. I wanted to talk to the Portland's number one Henry V tribute act there. He came up saying, can we get some big name celebrities in on the support of Ukraine here? Something's been lacking in American media and Western media in general. And I'm going to say, yeah, we absolutely can. I'm looking at just this chat, and we've got a couple of hundred NAFO members in here right now. We could very easily start taking the NAFO message and pointing it towards Netflix or Amazon Prime Video, any of the major, sort of indie type studios rather than full movie studios, and demanding that we see a Azov style movie or miniseries. They listen to their people, and we have enough force here to amplify the hell out of that message. We can get it across Twitter, and we can get the NAFO members mobilized to actually start going and giving feedback on the websites. They do pay attention, and sometimes it only takes a couple of thousand items to have a show not be canceled or to continue. It just takes that little bit of work, and we have a lot of power behind us if we want to pull something like that off. Our biggest problem has been we are completely decentralized and we don't really have any focus, but we can absolutely do that.
I didn't know that NAFO was decentralized. I thought it was all run by CSIS.
Yeah, no, the CSIS guys do a little bit, but it's when it comes down to it, we do have a lot of power here on Twitter. We've got thousands of volunteers. If we can amplify it, like a few hundred retweets just from the people in this chat right now, will push it way beyond the spread of of what we'd normally get. Like, I don't get very much response on my stuff. I don't have very much amplification in general. I'm usually just wandering around making sarcastic comments and, making fun of the Russians. But if we actually take a little bit of effort to do something like that and deliver a message to a major corporation, I think we could actually pull something off. And, having an Azovstal movie being made by Netflix is definitely going to draw entertainment news. You can start tagging some of the famous directors, the Vince Gilligan who did Breaking Bad, or whoever the hell you want, really. And when they start getting enough traction online, they're going to notice. And you can absolutely get that message out into Hollywood. And I guarantee you, we have members who know people. And we've got to have a bunch of members in Los Angeles who actually have contacts in the movie industry and know actors and the like, even through just secondary means. And we could probably get that message amplified pretty strongly.
Okay, well, thank you for your comments. Let's see, there's lots of Shibu in news listening in, so let's see if that word gets out.
For sure. I'm going to go make a post right now.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Dr. Paul, you're next.
Hey, thanks, Bloke and Craig. Brief comment about Mariupol. First of all, I think today's a very important day. It's a precedent set. So more should be coming. And, I had this innate feeling that this day would come for those men and women in Mariupol, that, there would be a prisoner swap at some point. So very good day in my view. So Craig, I just wanted to turn now to another comment and question. So, you don't like the word general mobilization of the two words, but, I think the right way to coin it is stop, loss, and replace. Like, this is not a general mobilization, right? And I don't know where I got that term from, but it came out like when you were saying that in my brain. I feel like that came from Vietnam era, potentially even. So I think that's what's going on here. But even if it was a general mobilization, like what does that buy Putin, right? Their armored formations and air power, precision munitions are all like heavily depleted and have been decimated. So like at the business end of warfare, it's completely missing, right? So what does general mobilization get Russia? It's essentially a bunch of guys armed with AK-47 and RPGs like the Taliban. Am I wrong in that? Because I've been tracking a little bit, like the armor, the pre-war total armor, active armor divisions, and the number of tanks and how many are in reserve. And those numbers have been hit hard, right? And so what does if it was quote unquote general mobilization, what would that actually get Putin? Because he cannot manufacture replacements for all this lost armor, etc. So what are your thoughts on that?
I'm of two minds. I feel that in my gut, it's a general mobilization of labor for a specific job. That's the way that I view this. Yes, I'm sure there's going to be some troops that are converted into combat soldiers, maybe a third, maybe a half, give or take, will be converted into combat. But the rest, I truly feel, again, this is my gut here, that Russia understands that its position in Ukraine is now completely untenable, that it's going to fall apart. And the lie has been exposed, right? And so when you have Ukrainian troops advancing on Severodonetsk, that means that they're a month and a half away from Luhansk, or maybe even encircling Holovika or Donetsk or any of these other large cities. That's all on the table now, right? It's all on the table. And I think that this is a mobilization of labor to get as much ammunition and artillery that is in the stockpile that has not been moved to the Russian border, create a very large reserve somewhere around the central Donbass region. Focus all your munitions and everything you can in this area, so that way you might be able to hold on to the coming battle of Luhansk, or you might be able to help out those that are advancing on Donetsk, right? And so I don't feel that this is a mobilization of combat. I feel like this is a mobilization of labor and support to get ready for this massive amount of ammunition and stuff that they have coming up. I don't think this is mobilization to fill the trenches. I think this is mobilization to move stuff, to get stuff back in the Donbass and form a good, strong defensive line around Luhansk. That's my 30,000 foot view of it.
Craig, can I ask something though about that? Like, you know,
Well,
since
Paul. Well,
the
Dr. Paul was next. So if we can go to Dr. Paul, and then we can go back to you, Dr. Paul.
Yeah, so Craig, it's interesting, right? I think there's been some qualifiers about this 300,000 that Putin's mentioning, like certain MOSs or, what is that, military occupational specialty? Like certain people's professions in the military, those are the 300,000 that are going to get drafted or whatever it is. What that's going to do, right? It's like they're building that pipeline that Ukraine is actually already doing with our allies, right? UK, Canada, Norway, whoever, Denmark, I think is training folks, probably the United States, et cetera, right? So they're behind the power curve here. But what it's going to do is push the current potential trigger pullers, wherever they are in Russia and elsewhere, into the front. And then this is the stopgap, right?
So you're saying take what's left of the regular Army Reserve and replace it with these conscripts, and then move what's really left, because I think Putin did a little dog and pony show with 50,000 troops in eastern Russia, right? I don't know if everybody remembers that, but there were military drills out there, not in coordination with the Chinese, all by themselves. And so it could be that was a training exercise for what those 50,000 are going to go into. And I think what Dr. Paul is saying is that those, quote unquote, those 50,000 will go to Ukraine, and the replacements, the conscripts, go to what their positions used to be.
Exactly. I mean, there will be more trigger pullers going to Ukraine, but I agree with what you're saying. They're backfilling, right? I don't know how smooth this is going to work with Russian logistics and planning and coordination, but yeah, it's not going to be pretty. But in Craig, I would push back ever so slightly, as you like to say. I don't think there's this massive reserve of ammunition that you're talking about. Like I've been talking with CJ about this, and who stood us up to the space, frankly. And so, I'll give him some crap about that. We're supposed to talk about artillery, but long story short, I really think, that's going to be the next myth. We can't quantify the volume they're firing today. I've heard a report from the Ukrainians, right, since like the Severodonetsk days, right, where Ukraine was saying they're outnumbered 12-1, 20-1 sometimes on artillery. Like, we haven't heard anything like that in a while, but like that's what I'm very eager to hear, because they got to stop firing those volumes to sustain any fire volume for the war.
No, you're right, and that's where I'm getting this idea of a central reserve army, right? They have their field army. They're building, whether we like to say it or not, right? It's not just troops. There's a lot of logistical guys, a lot of truck drivers, a lot of people who handle stuff and get stuff to where it needs to go. So not all of them are trigger pullers, as I like to say, right? And so the idea is that in order to form that reserve, that's going to require a massive logistical effort that, if focused on, is going to take away from the field armies in Ukraine. And so you need a logistical call up, if you will. You need extra hands. And so what do? You conscript 150,000 people to do this separate job, because there are currently people who are dedicated only to Ukraine, only servicing those field armies. But what you might not have enough of right now are those that have the ability to move stuff to form a central reserve that will allow Russia at least some kind of fighting chance, through sheer manpower or what have you, to at least hold on to something, right? You can't do nothing. And so I think that this is an activation to centralize that reserve, and then those guys will go home, because those ones that are serving the field army won't have one, because the field armies don't exist. And so I think that this is a mass buildup for something. Now, to your point about ammunition, you're 100% correct, but that's not to say it doesn't have any ammunition, right? And it's not to say that ammunition isn't concentrated. So there's two factors. They have some, but where is it, right? So you have some over here, you have some over there. You have to get that within reach of that reserve at a pretty good time, right? And so you have to move that stuff around to get that done. So that's where I see this M word coming from, to be quite honest. It's mobilization for labor, I feel like.
Yeah, and real quick, so it's not that Russia doesn't have lots of ammo; they have lots of ammo left. And I read there was a great thread by one of those, foreign policy type of expert accounts. Don't recall who, but listen, Russians' artillery problem and ammo problem, that's not going to win the war, But you know what it's going to do is it does turn the tide in the sense of building that parity on the battlefield, I think, right? Because Russia can sustain fires for a long time if they want to. They're not smart enough to do this, though. That's my humble opinion. They're going to outfire what they can actually and should be firing, and they're going to face like epic shortage at some point. When that is, I have my own like estimates, not that they're right, but just to say, if they fire anything above 15,000 rounds per day, that's going tick tock, Craig, towards zero over time, right? And so therefore, like that's like what I really want to hear from somebody from Ukraine, or the Ministry of Defense from Ukraine, come out with some estimates on this, or of what they're receiving on that end of the fire. Like, what is that volume compared to the past, right? 60,000, 30,000 rounds per day. If it's anywhere near those numbers, tick tock.
And that's kind of the whole point. And Luca, I know your hand's up. We're going to go to you next. I'm just going to put a pin in what Dr. Paul said. I use the phrase TikTok because it comes with the idea that there's only so long, and this M word is, I'm not going to say it anymore. This M word is something that was held off for as long as it possibly could have, because of the economic damage that this is going to cause by, one, taking labor out of the workforce, so therefore you're less productive. Two, you're going to have to requisition or take economic engines of growth, which are trains, trucks, take people's attention, right? You'll need civilian help to help move this stuff. It's not all just people in uniform. A lot of these are civilians that you're going to have to distract. So this is a massive, basically last-ditch effort that Russia's going through right now, and it was held off for as long as it can. And I think their hope is that they are going to wait this out over the winter, hopefully if they can hold on with this quote unquote, this term I just invented, a central reserve. So apparently somebody thinks I just coined a phrase. It's not a phrase. So this reserve that's there, that everything's going to focus its stuff on, it's going to eat away at the body of the economy. And so I think that they are trying to beat the clock. They're trying to hope that Ukraine will advance and that they'll be defeated or be checked in time for this to be lifted, because this is a temporary conscription, as far as I can understand. I didn't see anything in the language that said for the duration of the war, right? Because there is no war. So somebody can fact check me on that, but I think it was only a 6 month to 1 year call up.
Craig, I'll just say two quick comments and then I'll drop down. Essentially, I did see some tweets, not that they're real or authentic, that that the current contract soldiers is now indefinite. So whoever's a contract soldier in the Russian army is.
Yeah, I mean the conscript. Sorry if I said the other one.
Okay, and then the other thing I was to say, the last comment in question, kind of, Craig, is okay. 300,000. What's the tooth to tail ratio for logistics versus trigger pullers? It's 7-1 or something like that, right? Or is it 3-1?
That's a combat formation, Dr. Paul. That's not domestic logistical support and operations. Those are two very different things, right? So in a brigade, in a division or a corps, what have you, you have your own organic, or you're supposed to have your own organic logistical support. Well, sadly enough, the Ukrainians have blown up 3,600 Russian heavy logistical trucks and refuelers. That's 3,600 and counting. Okay, so you have the organic destruction of those tactical logistical deployments. But what I'm talking about is more of an inside of Russia operation, where they're trying to form something around Luhansk, something in that general area, and that's going to take a lot of people to do. I'm sure that some of these guys are going to pull a trigger. I'm sure some of these guys are going to end up on the front. But I think Dr. Paul is onto something, if I could just conclude with this. I think you're onto something when you say this is a rotational force. This is going to go quote unquote protect the East, while those soldiers that are left and haven't seen anything have been trained, have gotten experience, and then hopefully could hold the line somewhat against Ukraine for the fight after Donetsk falls and everything else, right? And so I think that's where we're going with this. But to your point, the tooth to tail only applies to combat. If you magnify that, then instead of 2 to 3-1, you're talking 100-1, right? I think it was 16 people. I think the famous statistic was that a box of ammunition went through 16 hands before it reached a frontline soldier. I think that was the United States calculation. From the person who produced it, to the person who handed it off the truck, to the person who handed it off the truck, to the person who put it on the ship, the person who took it off the ship, to the person who put it on the truck, to the person who took it off the truck, so on and so forth, right? And so that's a strategic magnification that turns into 20 to 30 tooth to tail, right? It becomes insignificant. But at the tactical level, it's supposed to be, yes, closer to your estimates, about 3 to 1, maybe 1/2, give or take. All right, enough on that. We have language learning coming up, and he will give us some of his update here shortly. So let's go to Luca, because I know you've been waiting patiently, and then we'll go to Phil.
Oh yeah, no, nothing. I see what you guys are saying. I mean, in reality, it seems that like the Russian logistics is very much based on trains, and once the Ukrainians start to hit the train hubs, then perhaps throwing people at the problem will slightly help, but like the mass is really on the train line. I don't see how they would fix that just with people. So, but yeah, I think I see what your point is. I think though it's probably not gonna work very well. That's kind of my feeling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Luca. Did we lose Luca, by the way, Craig?
I did.
No, I'm here.
Okay. All right. So I guess that comment was finished. Craig, was it Irish Ting or then a fella, then so it was Irish Ting next? Yeah. Go ahead.
No, it's me next. It's me next.
Oh, sorry, Phil.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah, so I had a comment actually to NAFO fellow, and it kind of could also tie into what Dr. Paul was saying. So the question I had was, like earlier, I was reading a thread from Thomas Steiner about ATACMS, which I still think need to be given ASAP, particularly given this mobilization crap garbage from the Russian side. I think the ATACMS need to be given now, and Thomas Steiner's thread from earlier this morning just kind of proves it. And I think for NAFO, one thing that hasn't been done, I know, bombing the Russian propagandists and bots is what you guys specialize in, but what about mass sending emails to American government officials saying we need ATACMS to Ukraine, and this is why, sending that thread from Thomas Steiner, because basically, like what Craig has been saying this entire time, there are these strangle points where Russian logistics have to go in by train, and obviously we know the Kerch Bridge, but then there's 2 bridges up through Crimea, and his thread basically said, we just need a few ATACMS, like 12 ATACMS could take those bridges out, which will wipe out their ability to supply the whole southern front. So could NAFO, in a nice way, like every member of NAFO say, hey, congressmen of Florida, California, New York, everywhere, like this is what Ukraine needs, this is what Ukraine needs now, and we all support this. Like, could that be done in a positive way? Like, we are all for Ukraine. We all want Ukraine to get what they need. They need ATACMS to destroy Russian logistics so that Ukraine can end this war before a mobilization of 300,000 anything even matters from the Russian side, because they won't be able to supply what they have there now. And that was just kind of my big picture 300,000 foot view of the situation. Give them the ATACMS now. We don't even need 100 ATACMS. Just give them the ones to destroy these bridges and then make their supply lines horrible. And that's it. Thank you, guys.
So can I respond to that?
Of course.
All right. So yeah, we absolutely could. The whole thing with NAFO is we have not had any sort of leadership or direction. I'm happy to step up and take a bit of a leadership role. If the folks on this call can go ahead and make sure they are following me up in the chat here, I will start organizing some of this stuff and actually trying to make some of these things happen. Phil, please DM me on that, and we'll have a chat about it, because I'm not American and I don't really know the processes there, but a quick chat will take care of it. I've posted the first tweet targeting Netflix and Amazon Prime there, and I dropped it in the chat for the group here. So if you guys could go in there and amplify the hell out of that and write your own, please. Because just coming from one is not going to help. We need 20, 30, 40 different people talking about it at once, and we need to all amplify the hell out of each other. But yeah, please click follow on me, and I will happily start organizing some of that. It's kind of right up the line of what I do for a living anyway, so why not? So
I
yeah,
can
if we're doing-
DM you the link to Thomas Steiner's tweet. Just amplifying it would be a good thing, but amplifying it kind of to people who matter, who can make decisions about attackums. That's my whole point.
Yeah, and I know
hey guys,
writing
this is
physical.
important.
Oh, sorry. I know writing physical letters is a lot more helpful too. Yeah, please connect with me directly, and I'll step up a little bit if we can get the NAFO people on this call to just sort of, get following and amplify that tweet that I just dropped, please.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's go to, I think Bloke had it right. Let's go to Irish time next, and if for no other reason, it must be Gaelic. Please go ahead.
Hey, how you going? It's actually Thai for crazy. Ting tong. I'm kind of wondering, like, everyone's kind of downplaying like the 300,000. Like, I think it's a lot more serious than people are talking about. Like, even they could land 100,000 guys up next to Belgrade, or they could send 200,000 guys to Siberia to train for 6 months. Like, it's a serious matter, and I don't see how it's like funny. Like, guys, they're going to become with just the Taliban. Like, it's I think Ukraine people, like the world, needs to step up as much as they did at the very start of the war. Right now, I really see this as being a lot more serious than people are saying. Like, I know that there's Russians are a mess in how they fight, but like, they've got the manpower, and if they're willing to spend lives to win, it's going to be, without our support and more equipment and getting there very fast, I see big problems ahead. And that's all. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
just
sir.
not. Yeah, go. You want to take that, Craig?
No, that's fine. I think that when it comes to certain aspects of this, it's easy to get lost in the mist or get lost in the fog, right? And so it's important that at times we try to shine a light through the fog as best we can, but then sometimes the fog is just too thick and you just have to let it pass. And so I think that those times come and go. Yeah. If that's all you wanted to add, we can definitely go to a fella against fascism and then Explorer.
No, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hey guys, so I just wanted to jump on with the mobilization discussion, and I apologize. I've been drinking a little bit today, so if this is a little bit too forward, do apologize. I guess, Craig, I'll just casually accuse you of being a little too logical, I think, in reference to the mobilization and how these people will be used. I think you're, thinking about it from, how a smart person who knows logistics would use these people, and I think that's a very reasonable thought. But I think what we've seen from the Russians is that, usually when smart people in the West think something, they try and apply logic to the situation. They usually do the opposite. And so I fully expect that there's a good chance that we will see Adidas tracksuits on the front line.
I don't doubt that there's going to be some combat troops there. I mean, let's be clear, right? I mean, let's just say it full-throatedly. Russia has not deployed the remaining active duty, quote unquote, armed units that it has in the Far East. It has not redeployed every single thing over to Ukraine. It has not done that yet. And they don't necessarily have to, but they can certainly pull a third or a half from a certain unit or a certain corps and they don't have to transfer everything, but they can kind of pull from different units, push them together, and then create a core out of that, or at least maybe try and create two core out of that. If you want to talk operationally, how you would structure it. So You'd want enough that you'd pull from those active duty. You then reform them under a different Army Corps, whether it's the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, etc. In that is the composition of the units that you pull from your different areas. And that creates, ideally, you would like to get at least 2 corps out of that, but maybe they don't have that. Maybe they only have enough for a corps. And so if that's your limit, then those troops that Dr. Paul is saying would be rotational or something. Of course, I'm going to end up on the battlefield. Somebody has to lug the crap around. Somebody has to die so I don't have to die, says professional legend soldier, right? That's kind of, I think, where they're at now, right? Let this idiot die so I can live, right? I'm only a veteran because I let somebody else go, because my commanders have no idea what they're doing. And so I think it's fair to say that there will be some form of combat power left. But the question you have to ask yourself is, against what, right? Against HIMARS, radar-seeking missiles, against M777s, against an ton of 105 millimeter howitzers and artillery shells. That's a whole phase to this war we haven't seen yet, but we will soon, is that short-range artillery fight for mobile units who are well supported and have good logistics, able to generate much more offensive firepower as you move forward. So the average tactical brigade or battalion, let's say, might have some of these that can help with what they want to do. And they can try, you can tether that thing behind a Humvee. I love the 105. But I think that even if they do assemble something, it's still fait accompli. I mean, the job, it's game over, right? I mean, it's game over for Russia. All they're trying to do is hold out as best they can, with as much territory as they can, to try to say we still hold some foothold in Ukraine and therefore we're relevant. And it's just too much of a reach for Ukraine to be able to do that. I think that's not the case, but I think that that is their calculation, because let's face it, what other calculation do you have? I mean, your game theory into this last-ditched effort for the last stitch of the Donbass, because everything else you did was failed, right? And so this is the culmination of strategic failure, is hoping and praying that these last units will provide some sort of stalemate that they can affect some sort of deal and still walk away with their dignity out of this, right? That's what I think it's there for. So that's my 2 cents. And they're in a race against the clock, economically speaking, as well. The economy will be slowly affected by this, generally affected, and then whoa, what happened here? And then hey, and then the guy that used to deliver your bread anymore isn't there anymore, or your mailman, or so on and so forth, right? It will take a toll on the economy, and the political like architecture, no, but economically, it will be a pain in the ass for a very long time.
Yeah, and I do, realistically, I do agree with all the points you made, and I'll just say it is just a little bit satisfying to see the bubble burst a little bit there. You can't really casually just
yeah.
I
mean, you want to. It's funny that we're here because I said it 2 weeks ago, but I'll say it again because I actually like saying it so much. It brings me some sort of satisfaction. If everybody can remember to the 2014 invasion of Ukraine, when Russia had quote unquote annexed Ukraine, or attempted to. They held this victory parade that they do every year, defeating Germany during World War II. It's their victory day parade. And I just remember those guys in 2014 and 15 and what we thought of them then, right? How the world saw them, how we perceive them. They're dangerous, they're professional. You've got to look out for Russia because they're better than they look, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And then they show you their ass, right? And then those guys that paraded so proudly are either dead, a POW, wounded, or running for the hills on a plane to Iran or points east, west, south, anywhere but Russia. And so this transition has been a slow one. And for the Ukrainians, it's not been a pleasant one, and we're sorry that they have to go through it. But take heart in the fact that in 2014, we thought they were invincible. Now fast forward to today, and we're talking about the last-ditch holdout, right, that could be on the offing in the next 3 or 4 months in the Donbass, right? It's quite the transition that we've had, but a righteous one, right? What's that expression? The arc of justice, the arc of the universe bent towards justice, but it's just so long and it takes so much time, right? And so I think that it's an important thing to remember, and that we are hopefully coming to the end of that arch. And we have met that moment that Bloke described. And with that, let's go to Explore.
Good evening, guys. How are you? I came online when I wanted to speak because I heard what NAFO said, and I want to throw in a little bit of word of caution here. Just because someone has NAFO in the name doesn't mean that they are officially, like, especially if it's a large-scale project or something like this. He doesn't even have a Shiba, and I'm sorry, but there's a lot of people that are trying to monetize and or jump on a bandwagon and or pretend to be someone they're not. And I would just caution that. If there's anything that is being officially done by NAFO, it would come from Kama or any of them. I'm a forger. I just think that just operate with caution. And this whole idea of course, Hollywood takes note of all of these things that are happening of the war. War is a fantastic, popular movie. You know, they love to do that. But that just, we're not going to initiate that. I'm sure they thought about that a long time ago, and I don't think they need our help to push them to do any kind of Netflix series or anything like this. As far as and just as far as it's about this NAFO person. Yeah, it's not an official person in my book. For me, it's official when it comes from leadership. And I'm a forger, and
I totally agree with you there.
yeah, okay, but
I'm not
asking
an
for
official
but asking for like followers and then like throwing these ideas out, you don't even have an avatar of ours. So it just raised a lot of flags for me, and that's all I wanted to say.
You're absolutely right, and I am happy to assist the official leadership if we can get in there.
Yeah, well, then you need to contact them. But when you're coming on a call like this and you're speaking like this and you're having that in your name, I just want to caution people to just exercise just caution when it comes to what you hear and see on Twitter and who you might support. I mean, I've got approached a lot too, and it's the internet.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Do you mind if I DM you?
I tried to DM you and you had it blocked. So because I wanted to do that privately. But yeah, this kind of thing, this is the MriyaReport. It's a highly respected chat, in my opinion. I've listened to it for many months now, and I don't want to. Yeah, let's keep it to war. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry. Like, I literally just had to say that, and now I'm going to step down.
I've sent you a PM. You should be able to connect directly now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. I do not have a NAFO tag, so therefore I will not involve myself in family matters.
I do have a fella. I'm just not wearing my fella today. But
welcome aboard, Language. Good to have you as always.
Hey, good to see you, brother. I threw up the text and map for this evening up in the top if people want to follow along. Whenever we get to it, we don't need to rush into it right now, especially because there's a few folks here already talking. So if they want to go first.
But here's the deal of this update, folks. I'm going to use my co-host privileges. Every single time that Language says the M word, okay, I want to see what people think. Should we spam with our microphones to make sure people don't do that? Or should we all just take a drink every time Language says the M word? Kind of in favor of this.
M as in Mary. Let's just be very clear on what we're talking about here.
Yeah. So every time he uses the M word that ends in an N and has something in the middle, we're going to take a respective drink of whatever we have in front of us, right? Whether that's grape juice or whether that's a beer or what have you, because I am determined to make it out of this conversation a happy man. There's nothing that is more frustrating than having this conversation.
I'll go get a beer.
Let me grab a beer and I'll match you guys if we go, drink for drink on how many times we say mobilization. And with that, you guys.
There's one. There you go. There's one.
Okay, it's the language learner update and drinking game.
Can I propose a
Okay.
mediation here?
What's that?
Can we supplant the word mobilization for Vatnik draft?
That's two. That's three. That's 1, 2, and 3. So for those that are playing along, that's 3.
What, 3 drinks or 3 beers?
3 of whatever you have in front of you. Ryan, I'll take Ryan's side, but I was kind of looking forward to drinking, so I'll let language make the call.
I'm going to go out to the garage fridge right now, just in case.
Yeah, go nuts. But here we do encourage healthy drinking. If you have a problem, talk to somebody. But otherwise, you'll grab your beverage of choice, whether it's adult or not. But I see we had I Am a Cat up here as well as a few others. They want to go first while people kind of make themselves as comfortable. By all means, I don't want to interrupt right after the current conversations.
Hi, I have a quick question around Russian propaganda. So we hear the Russians talking shit about using nuclear weapons all the time, but like a few years ago, North Korea, they launched like nuclear weapons into the ocean just to kind of have a propaganda win. So why don't we see Russia doing like nuclear tests in Siberia or something?
So that's a good question. I had yesterday, actually, somebody explained to me that with certain provisions of the nuclear test ban treaty, that's probably a bigger part of it. In fact, apparently Russia did a much better job of adhering to the atmospheric nuclear tests treaty than the U.S. did, actually. So they may not be quite in a hurry to overturn that apple cart as of yet. But that's more speculation.
Okay, thanks.
And we have JJ.
I wanted to quickly add on to Craig's game, and you have to make it a double every time somebody says 100%. Thanks.
Make it stop. Oh.
I think it's going to be a long update.
It is. I have that feeling coming on. Language, take us home, brother.
All right, then. Well, with that, let's dive right into it. As always, the text and audio, I'll throw it up afterwards if you missed part of it, and then we'll do questions. So, starting from Belarus, proceeding clockwise, ending with some general statements. This is the military update for September 21st, 2022, day 210 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Hasn't been any major changes in Belarus. Both sides continue to drill along the border, although Belarus did state that they were going to prepare their troops for defensive war operations, which essentially means nothing will change. They're just trying to stay in the news cycle. And Lukashenko's trying to sit on both sides of the fence there. Moving towards Kyiv, President Zelensky said that he does not plan to cancel the liberation of the occupied territories, even despite the veiled nuclear threats from Putin. Zelensky emphasized he does not believe that Putin will use nuclear weapons. Zelensky put forward a 5-point peace formula for United Nations General Assembly today, broadly including punishing Russian aggression, increasing protection of Ukraine via weaponry, restoring food and energy security, as well as maritime safety in the Black Sea, security guarantees from third-party nations, and widespread international recognition of Ukraine's right to defend itself against aggression. There's also been some calls for Russia to lose its veto power in various UN assemblies, specifically in the UN Security Council. The Ukrainian government once again asked for ATACMS long-range missiles and modern tanks such as Abrams and Leopards in response to the Russian escalation. The Ukrainian SBU intelligence service exposed an FSB agent group in Kyiv, which was transmitting the locations of the capital's regional heating infrastructure as well as energy infrastructure for possible disruption. And the first wave of partial mobilization announced by the Russian president will probably cover some 40 to 50,000 citizens of Russia per the Ukrainian government. In Sumy and Chernihiv, further east, harassing strikes continued over the day with no other major changes. Russia went and shelled another mental hospital. Moving to Kharkiv city, further east, Russian troops shelled into North Kharkiv Oblast on some of their abandoned positions that they had left several weeks ago. However, the overall intensity of fire into Kharkiv has decreased significantly, but we did see some more long-range rocket attacks onto the city itself. There were allegations that some kind of Russian chemical or bio research lab was found near Kharkiv city in the liberated territories. Having seen the video evidence of this, I can guarantee you that the significant lack of any personal protective gear, literally not even gloves or masks or anything, better than an undergraduate research lab, indicates this is not the case. Russia possesses very capable chemical and biochemical engineering capabilities in Russia proper, and absolutely does not need to jury-rig things together in a basement in Ukraine. So, because I saw a couple of things trending about, oh, they're making bioweapons and chemical weapons in Ukraine now. That doesn't seem to be the case at all. Moving east towards Kupiansk, eastern Kharkiv, cleanup continues in the eastern Kharkiv region, and another Russian assault was repelled on the east side of Kupiansk, where artillery fire continues to go back and forth. More torture chambers were found in Kupiansk and a number of the other liberated cities. And further upstream, Ukraine engineers continue to repair the damage done to the Vecheny Dam, which lies along the Seversky Donets River, just to the east of Kharkiv. This is a dam that was targeted yesterday, but thankfully only had some relatively minor damage done to one section of it and is not at risk of breaking. Moving south towards Izium and Liman, sporadic Russian shelling continues to the east of Izium towards Liman in an attempt to slow the Ukrainian advance here. It appears that Ukraine is continuing its push towards Liman from the northwest, west, and south based on artillery fires, while Ukrainian artillery fire into the city itself indicates it is contested and not yet liberated. The additional Ukrainian artillery on the main supply lines leading into Liman from the northeast will hopefully reduce the capability and supplies of any Russian defenders here. Russian shelling targeted the Sloviansk coal power plant, the latest in attempts by Russia to destroy Ukrainian power and heating infrastructure. Further east towards Seversk and Lysychansk, Ukrainian troops are believed to be broadly pressing more east from Seversk, with Ukrainian artillery continuing to range towards the oil refinery and industrial area at Verkno-Kamyanka. Ukrainian troops are believed to have their grace extend eastward just past Bilohorivka and are not yet currently fighting in Lysychansk. Moving south towards Bakhmut and along the highway, while fighting continues in the northeast suburb of Soledar, Russian troops have been broadly pushed back into a small industrial area. The highway further northeast from Soledar, though, continues to be fought over broadly by Russian shelling. Ukraine, or rather Russia, has made some incremental gains towards Bakhmut from the south and the east, and is engaged in fighting along Odorivka, which is along the main southern highway about 2 towns down from Bakhmut proper, although there does continue to be footage of Ukrainian forces holding position in the eastern industrial area of Bakhmut itself, and thus stopping any main Russian offensives there. Moving to Mariupol, there appears to have been a large prisoner transfer regarding Mariupol defenders and foreign fighters today, with some 215 Azovstal defenders exchanged for Viktor Medvedchuk, former close Putin confidant in Ukraine. Additionally, some 5 Azovstal commanders were exchanged for 55 Russian soldiers and 10 foreign fighters who had been previously threatened with the death penalty under DPR and LPR sham trials. These included 5 Brits and 2 Americans. The 5 Azovstal commanders will remain in Turkey until the end of the war per negotiations in comfort and protection of the Turkish government. Russians have been broadly displeased with the trade on social media. Viktor Medvedchuk, not exactly a super popular guy, and there's a lot more allegations of, we didn't even get an equivalent number of soldiers back, so you were just getting Putin's friend. What the hell is this? Moving along to Zaporizhzhia on the southern axis, Ukrainian troops continue to shell along the front lines with Russian forces and accumulate supplies in at least 2 locations. These continue to cause concern for Russian forces in the region, who fear an imminent Ukrainian assault. Reportedly, Russian troops repelled a Ukrainian attack from the grouping at Vuhledar towards the south at Yehorivka in the general direction of Mariupol. Russia continues to claim there's a sizable Ukrainian accumulation in this area, and Russia continues to bring more manpower and equipment through the region to shore up their defenses. Ukrainian strikes towards Melitopol and Poloy, just to the west, destroyed a large quantity of Russian equipment and 50 soldiers over the past couple days. And another strike occurred near the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant today, damaging the power supply to reactor number 6 and requiring the usage of diesel generators to power the cooling pumps for about an hour until a workaround was found. Moving west towards Kherson, ongoing Ukrainian operation continues. There were 21 Ukrainian airstrikes, which along with over 280 artillery strikes, eliminated some 41 Russian soldiers, 4 tanks, 12 armored vehicles, 3 artillery guns, 1 anti-air system, 4 command posts, including some in Kherson City, and 5 ammo depots. Starting from the west of Kherson and moving clockwise, Ukrainian troops continue to shell around Kislivka and have targeted Russian positions at or around the Chornobyka airport, both of these lying just to the northwest of Kherson, along the main highway to Mykolaiv. Russian forces in Snihorivka, along the west bank of the Inhulets River, continue to be struck by Ukrainian artillery. Ukrainian troops in the Inhulets crossing pocket continue to be the subject of the largest concentration of Russian shelling, although there's additional evidence to suggest Ukraine has pushed further east towards the highway and the Russian main base in the region at Ishenka. Additionally, the disparity between the Ukrainian and Russian airstrikes has dropped, thankfully. We're no longer seeing a 3-to-1 or 7-to-1 ratio in favor of Russia, and in fact, we're now seeing a more abundance of Ukrainian airstrikes, which seems to indicate that Ukraine has achieved air parity at the very least, or been able to tamp down on whatever Russia was doing in the region over the past 10 days. Further along the northeast frontier, Russia has stepped up its usage of drones. There's been speculation that this is being done because they simply don't have enough physical boots on the ground to patrol everything. To the northeast in general, Ukrainian and Russian forces continue to conduct artillery duels, although there has been a noted increase in Ukrainian artillery strikes deep behind Russian lines on the town of Dudchany, which lies along the eastern major Russian supply line highway. These strikes have been apparently targeting Russian logistics and command targets that supply the rest of the broader region. And Ukrainian forces continue to shell Russian transport operations across the Dnipro River, especially around Novkakovka, where both a pontoon bridge and an actual attempt to repair the bridge at the dam were both stopped. Moving to Crimea and the Black Sea. In the Black Sea, there are 3 Russian ships with approximately 24 missiles available for use, and stormy seas have intensified. And in Crimea, a strange craft washed up on the shores of Sevastopol today, an unmanned naval drone, approximately the size of a kayak, with numerous cameras on it. The closest Ukrainian-controlled shores are over 150 kilometers away, and this boat appears to have traveled from there and slipped past whatever Russian patrols were around. This drone could be a recon instrument, or given that Russia apparently blew it up in place, which would be an unlikely course of action with a never-before-seen enemy drone, it's been suggested this could be an explosive-laden craft designed to hit Russian naval targets at sea. There are additional unconfirmed claims that a second drone was also found and blown up. So keep an eye out if Ukraine really does have the capability for moving things at 150 kilometers, getting them past Russian defenses, and they're laden with explosives. Well, I imagine there's going to be a few sailors a little more nervous in the Black Sea this evening. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 300 soldiers for a total of 55,110, 24 armored vehicles, 11 tanks, 17 artillery guns, 23 cars and trucks, 1 airplane, and 7 UAVs, with the losses most pronounced in the Kherson front. Putin's announcement of partial mobilization, which effectively applies to any military-age male in Russia, has been met with protests in a number of Russian cities, with at least 1,200 people arrested. There has also been noted violence towards protesters, with at least 1 woman being filmed beaten unconscious in Moscow and dragged away. There are unconfirmed reports that some of these individuals arrested are receiving summons for forcibly conscription or mobilization activities right away. Per the Russian Defense Minister, Sergei Shoigu, some 300,000 reservists are due to be called up. The time period to adequately train, equip, and deploy these soldiers will likely be expedited and thus pose logistical problems for Russia while resulting in broadly less capable soldiers. Russia is allegedly lying to people in the far eastern regions while recruiting them for construction work before bringing them to military units. and the indefinite suspension of active soldiers' contracts in the Russian military will likely prove to be continuously damaging to Russian morale, as stop-loss actions usually are. U.S. President Joe Biden spoke at the meeting of the UN General Assembly, condemning Russia for invading Ukraine, blaming Russia for the global food crisis, and they also announced the allocation of $2.9 billion for humanitarian and food aid. And a number of European countries, including Finland, are preparing to ban Russian citizens from entering the country or just using it as a transfer point en route to other countries. With that, a bit of a quicker one this evening, actually. I didn't want to talk about mobilization all night. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
I think that's 5 or 6.
Yeah, I think I counted them. We were like at 6, but we can say mobilization like Beetlejuice, and we can all have another drink.
Now I think you're just trying to get us all to have fun. Yeah. So I guess if I think a good place to go from here is to understand. Let's try to extrapolate this a little bit, right? What does it mean to actually form a mobilization effort, right? So there's economic, there's political, and there's actually outcomes on the ground. I didn't hear, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't hear anything that was going Russia's way, right? And so I don't hear a lot of good news coming from that side. I think that when we have this concept of what mobilization is, I think we have 2 ideas in language. I'd like your thoughts on this. I don't know if you heard what Dr. Paul had said, but I think it's still salient. He had mentioned that these conscripts were just going to be deployed to take the place of those units that still are in Russia domestically and move them to the east. In fact, I think I snagged one on you here. Russia redeployed part of its air assault brigades out of Syria, I believe, whether today or yesterday. So it took yesterday. So I think it's safe to say that they're repositioning. So I guess my question to you is, how many realistically, forget about logistics, forget about support, forget about all that nonsense, do you think of the numbers that are actually going to be combat troops? I mean, do you really think we're at that point that they're just going to use cannon fodder like this and not send what's left of the regular army? Or at least a portion of it?
So I suspect that Russia, while they've done the rob Peter to pay Paul operation before, in that they're like, oh, hey, you don't know what you're doing, so we're going to use you to replace a guy who's supposed to only be driving trucks, but he at least fired a rifle in the last year, so now he becomes a frontline soldier. They'll probably do some of that, but at this point, the level of desperation that we have seen with where Russian troops are being sent is so extreme that I have no doubt that a number of these reservists are going to be more press ganged either into artillery units or just to try and hold defensive positions, whether or not that was their original combat specialty, their MOS, as you were, or rates if you were in the Navy.
All right. Yeah, I don't want to monopolize the space the whole time. I think also an area I wanted to talk to you about was Kherson specifically. Can you kind of try and see how far deep we can kind of go into that? Because I think a lot of people are a little confused as to why we're not seeing the type of offensive in Kherson that we saw in Kharkiv against substantially reduced forces. So can you add on a little bit more context to what you know about Kherson specifically? And then maybe we can kind of walk that down the path a little bit and see how far we can go.
Sure. So, there are more Russian forces, allegedly, north of the Dnipro River in Kherson than there were in East Kharkiv all the way up to Kupiansk. At least it stuck around. The big thing to recognize is that the Eastern Kharkiv offensive worked very well for a number of reasons, a number of them due to the fact the things that Russia did poorly, a number of them for things Ukraine did well. One big thing was that Russia had really more than a month before, I want to say the better part of 6 weeks, had moved enough of their forces out that they had stopped garrisoning these small villages. They essentially just would try and find some local collaborators, give them a gun and a radio and say, hey, call us if anything goes wrong, because they didn't think that there'd be any Ukrainians there. They basically just operated out of the major cities. So once Balaklia fell, they didn't really have anything. And then the Ukrainian just constant day and night assault with rapid movement was able to break through these very much undefended villages. And then by about day 3 or 4 of this, the bulk of the Russian military there was actively retreating, in some cases, in many cases actually, before ever coming in contact with Ukrainian troops. So they didn't have to fight their whole way through, which is a good thing, right? You know, the goal here is to take territory. It's not to kill every last Russian soldier. That's just a side effect of it, right? In Kherson, there's more Russian troops. They've been more dug in here than they have been in the east for a while now, because it has been an active battle line. It's very much an artillery fight, and the conditions have been, prior to the offensive, more described as sort of entrenched locations, a lot more strong points here for Russia. And also the fact that there are other benefits for Ukraine in taking this territory back. They're not on a clock. There's no date that they have to have this all done by. If they can, excuse me, find a way to degrade the Russian forces here and do so in a methodical way that also doesn't result in tremendous damage, because there is still a large civilian population, especially in Kherson city, then that's all the better, right? Like, yeah, Ukraine could take the Russian playbook tomorrow and fire, thousands of MLRS shells, rocket artillery shells into downtown Kherson, and they'd probably kill a bunch of Russians, and it would probably accelerate the overall defeat for Russia in this region, but at a tremendous cost that's really not necessary. So that's the bulk of what we're seeing here, is the fact that A, there's a benefit to slowly but surely whittling down these Russian troops. B, there's more Russian troops here, and they are, or were, better entrenched. They also have more artillery fire that they're able to bring to bear. And D, sort of the availability of units here is a little bit different without getting too much into it. Plus, Russian air power is more easily concentrated over Kherson than it was over East Kharkiv for a variety of reasons. And it's only in the last 2 or 3 days that we've seen Ukraine bring its own air capabilities back up to what we were seeing. There was a brief worrying period of about a week where Ukrainian airstrikes were reportedly dropping to like 2 or 3 a day, down from 30. And the Russians went from 5 to 10 a day up to 30 plus, and that got a little worrisome. So, if there's any other specific questions about it, I think it's just there's two more different situations, I guess, is to say. They're not all going to be like Kharkiv.
Exactly, right. And I think that's kind of what we're getting at, is that I think a lot of people, myself included at times, I'll throw myself in that list, have said that, right, time might be on our side, but we need to do this sooner rather than later, right? And so, or sooner or later, I should say. And so I guess the quandary is sooner or later. Now, obviously, we're not privy to those conversations, nor should we be. But I think the thrust of Kherson is that it's not going to work out long term for the Russians, right? It has just become an absolute suck of resources to get things that far without proper logistics, without trains, without all the other stuff that we've talked about before. It is going to be a pain in the ass. I'll just say it straight, right? And it's going to absorb so much resources. Somebody was actually on here, I think Colonel Spencer was actually on here. We were trying to compare whether or not Kherson is Russia's Stalingrad, right? What are you fighting for, and what is this going to gain you? Well, I don't really know. Then why are you fighting it, right? Like, then what are we doing here? It seems like the Ukrainians, I don't want to say they have, but it almost seemed like an ancillary effect, is that Kherson became this focus, which allowed them to focus other places as well. Now, not to say that that was the plan, but I think it's possible the Russians said, we're going to really try and hold this. This is going to be a real in it to win it sort of scenario. That means they would have had to pull from somewhere else. And so in that aspect, I think it's safe to say that maybe Kherson allowed the Kharkiv to open up, right? I think that's a reasonable thing to say. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that, especially given when Ukraine did it and how they did it, because if they just wanted to get all of the Russian troops out of there, then blowing up the bridges may kind of hinder that, right? However, if you're trying, and they certainly would have chosen the wrong time, because why are they attacking now and blowing the bridges in the middle of Russia reinforcing or technically replacing their troops? There's more troops on the north side of the Dnieper River in Kherson than Russia had planned for, because they were in the middle of bringing in new units to replace older units. So if you want to fight less guys, why wouldn't you let that happen, right? The argument that I've seen and I've been told is that the goal was to trap as many Russian units on the north side of the river put them in a position where they don't have adequate supplies by blowing these bridges, and now that you have more troops there than you were originally planning and budgeting for, it means that the Russians are going to go through their supplies even faster, which means A, you can drain Russian supplies, B, you can drain Russian morale, C, you kind of have these guys all bottled up here. They can't really just teleport over to other areas of the front should you start an offensive like in Kharkiv or elsewhere. And D, if things go well, then you have the opportunity to capture or kill thousands upon thousands of Russian soldiers.
Right, and don't forget that old military maxim: never fight with a river to your back. That's not a quaint old saying. That's a logical outcome of that. If you are defeated, and you do eventually, the Russians will eventually reach that point. What exactly are your lines of retreat? I mean, how exactly do you plan on getting these guys out of there if it does go bad? You need to be able to plan for that. That's proper professional soldiering. What is our strategic or operational way out of this, right? That plan has to be put in motion, because if it's not, you're going to see a lot of Russians trying to swim across that river, quite literally. And it's not going to be pretty, I can assure you of that. And so what Russia's, I think, doing is it's holding on to something that has no real strategic value, except to hopefully maybe occupy Ukrainian forces that'll be used in the Donbass. But I think they're hoping that if they commit more, Ukraine's forced to commit more, and they can match them, when that's not necessarily the case, because as language just said, they're trapped there. What's your way out exactly, right? And not just like a company or a platoon. I'm talking about, how does a brigade get out? How do these guys actually get out of there when you have artillery in range of pontoons and other things, that when they see you stacking up and they see you going, it's not going to be pretty. It's going to look like the Donetsk River looked when those two BTGs tried to cross the river. And there they tried to like pontoon across, not take a ferry, etc. But anyway, I digress. We do have hands up. I just wanted to throw that in there. Leonard, and then we'll go to, excuse me, I beg your pardon, Leopard 2, and then we're going to go to Stan with Ukraine.
Hey, thank you, Greg. A mic check, please.
Loud and clear.
Two questions for language. One question. In the prisoner exchange that happened today, in the second exchange where they traded 50 Russians for defense, do we know who those 50 Russians were, who they asked for as an exchange? Were those specialists like pilots, were those officers or children of important people? And
that hasn't been specified yet by what Ukraine's released. So we really don't know. We do know that Russia doesn't really care about its individual, conscriptoviches that they send out. So if I was a betting man, I'd say it's either pilots, officers, or maybe Chechens, because they have a real hard-on for getting those guys back. But otherwise, we don't really have any much more information there.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Stan with Ukraine, and then Keeper.
Hey, Slava Ukraini.
Heram Slava.
Heram Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Yeah, is there a question? Or?
Oh, pardon me. Thank you for the good updates, you guys. My one question would be a little bit broader. I've heard a little bit about the mobilization and a little bit about land lease, and I'm kind of curious about how the timing would tie up between the two. Thank you. I'll step down.
So good questions. Lend-Lease is something I want to say. It's more what Lend-Lease represents, in that it opens up the floodgates to whatever people feel is prudent to send, or the U.S. government. I want to say that should be kicking into effect within the next week or two. I could be wrong. I think Craig can correct me on that. And as far as how long mobilization will take, the million-dollar question is Russia going to do the same thing they're doing with, conscripts from the East, these volunteer battalions, where they're literally taking these people with essentially no experience, giving them, in some cases, fewer than 10 days of training and sending them to the front? or are they going to take the time to properly outfit these units, to try and sustain their combat operations into the next year? I've seen statements for and against. I can't tell you one way or the other. If they try and do this in a way that isn't just bullet sponges, then it's going to take them months. If they simply just try and rush people into the front lines, then they're going to run into massive logistical issues doing so as well. Sitting a bunch of guys in the trenches in the winter without proper equipment, ammo, food, water, etc., is not a good look. So until then, we'll just have to see. But Craig, what do you think?
Yeah, so I gotta kind of say it, right? The truth is that Russia's logistical capacity, as it sits right now, is extremely bad. Right, it's not good. But I would say that they have had a lack of two things: equipment and labor. Right, and this is what I was getting back to earlier, and it's important to say it again, because I think that if it's one part of this that's left off, is that if Russia really wanted to focus all its energy, and it was willing to sacrifice its economy, it was willing to pull people out of the labor force, it was willing to inflict deep, deep harm on its economy by doing this. This is not a free roll, folks. This is not a free thing. This is going to cost a lot. To move what they need to move, to get what they need to get, to supply what they need to supply, is going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars in man hours, supplies, gas, attention and focus. Military railways will take priority. Commercial traffic will have to wait. Some commercial traffic will be requisitioned, but if they wanted to, they could do it quickly, but at what cost? What domestic cost are we talking about? And I think that it's important to see that Russia's been hedging its bets, because if they're able to do this throughout, why didn't they do this sooner, right? What's the point? The war's over, or supposedly is, or near over. Then why are you doing it sooner rather than later, right? And the question goes into why now? And I think it's because it didn't want to harm its economy in the way that it's going to have to harm it. And so I'm trying to say this delicately without swearing. It's a real crappy stew, right, that Russia's made for itself. Because if it wants to do all this stuff and it wants to create this phantom 50,000 man reserve army that I'm kind of imagining in my head as a logistical guy, going through what all these hands can do and what they can actually move around and actually help kind of remass or recenter, then they can do that. They can get the troops where they need to be. They can get the ammo to where it needs to be. That can be done. But again, I have to say it again, at what cost? And that is a cost that they've been putting off for quite some time. They could requisition, they could take, they can move anything they wanted to. But how much is that going to hurt the economy and thus create political domestic when people start losing their jobs, bread, food, money for rent, etc. These things pile up.
And if I could just add to that, we have to understand that right now, this is actually going to complicate because things for the Russians, because the defense they're trying to do right now is very difficult because they don't have the initiative, and now they're at a tech disadvantage. Their troops are demoralized. So this will absolutely not get them anything other than bringing the death of more of their citizens until the inevitable outcome of this war, which will be a Ukrainian victory. And some of this is from a friend of mine who was pointing this out to me, who knows the stuff, and they don't have the initiative anymore, right? And this is just going to complicate that defense. And the language is that Russia is very fooled by the situation. They're basically fooled. So it's not going to help them at all. And everyone should have no doubt about this. Russia is now starting to find themselves at a tech disadvantage. It's clear, right? They're starting to pull out. I mean, what was the oldest one we saw? It was a T-62, eh? They pulled out a T-62 that we saw and giving it to some of their best units, imagine. So this is inevitable. Ukraine will win. And Russia is just throwing more of their citizens, who they clearly don't care about, into a war that they didn't ask for. It was imposed on them and most of all the Ukrainians, and it just makes no sense. It's pathetic, honestly. And I'll stop there.
Well, that's more than fair. We got a lot of hands in the air, and then we're going to swap out the host just very briefly. But just in case you have anything else for language, please do retweet and share the space. It'd be greatly appreciated. Once you're up here, you can request the mic with that button in the lower left-hand corner. And then once you're here, you just raise your hand using the heart with the plus symbol. Language, how much more time you got?
I could probably do another 15 minutes. I got to cut off early this evening. I got some stuff I got to do.
All right.
But, yeah.
Well, just don't say the M word anymore, and you'll stop drinking and stop passing out.
Okay.
Anyway, let's go. Yeah, let's go to Daniel, and then we're going to go to Keeper. Daniel.
Morning, Craig. Glory to heroes of the Azovstal. First, 50 Russians for 200 Azovstal. Look, very, very good exchange. What I read from Russians will be these 50 prisoners plus Medvedchuk were high-ranking officers captured at Izium. And they say even generals, not generals, and aviation pilots. I don't know how much is copium, because it's very hard to justify. In fact, most of the Russian military bloggers are on planes. But it looks plausible, because probably the most important prisoners for Russians were the heroes of Azovstal, because it was not only the Azov there. And I'm pleasant surprised, because usually I don't give a crap about Saudi Arabia. I'm very pleasant surprised because there were British Ukrainian fighters there, and we know how bad turn that same trial took. My question for language was this: if there were generals there in the prisoners exchange, and after that maybe we'll talk later about Russians, what happened there. Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything about generals being sent, to be perfectly honest. I haven't seen anything about Russian generals being captured. There was one statement earlier, which I had also believed, which turns out it probably wasn't a lieutenant general. It was lieutenant colonel. The lieutenant general in question, I believe, had actually already resigned from the Russian military some 2 months prior. So I don't really know. I imagine I wouldn't be surprised if it's high-ranking officers, but I haven't seen any hard and fast numbers on it. We'll just have to see if those folks get publicized or they get put on a media tour once they get back to Russia proper.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Keeper and then Blues and then Gurmi Mosin. Go ahead.
Hey, language. I was just curious as it relates to the language that was used, since you're a language learner, during Zelensky's speech today, when he was talking about what he needs. The obvious and what has been stated over and over again was obviously weaponry, and he laid out that. But something else was, he said, time. And he said we tried to speed it up. And then it kind of drifted off. But I thought it was very interesting that he said time. And that has been brought up in this space in the last 4 hours several times. So if you can speak to that, I'd really appreciate it.
Has anybody ever heard of the Azov Battalion?
Yeah,
sorry.
Excuse me, don't mute me. Has
Oh,
anybody
boy.
ever heard? Excuse me. Has
Here we
anybody
go.
ever heard of the Azov
Hey, buddy,
Battalion?
you got like answer. Yeah, we're done with that.
Sure, DJ. We've heard of the Azov Battalion
quite a bit. We've been here for over 6 months now. Have you ever spoken to anybody who was embedded with the Azov Battalion or the Azov Brigade?
Yeah, we're not going to disrespect the memory of those that have just come back to Ukraine by entertaining this this evening, folks. We do respect opinion. We do respect freedom of speech, but this is a pro-Ukrainian space. If you haven't noticed the flag that's in the headline, we do support what Azovstal did. We support the victory that they achieved for Ukraine. They achieved a victory that no Russian to date has been able to achieve themselves. So if you want to compare an Azovstal to a Russian, then let me just put it to you this way. Azov kicked Russia's ass, right? And you point to me a unit in the Russian army that did what the Azovstal unit did. Give me the name or DM me a unit badge, and I'll be glad to promote them. But I'll tell you what, you're not going to find one because Russians, generally on average, are pretty big cowards. And I think that the offensive in Kharkiv and everything else kind of proves that man for man, the Russians are kind of crappy, right? And Azovstal kicked their ass for much longer than it should have. So we're not going to disrespect their memory today by entertaining this evening, folks. Sorry, not going to happen.
Craig, I'm sorry. I was asking about
Yeah,
the
you
reference
would
to time in the
a
speech.
Yes, yeah, Keeper, no, go ahead. But we had a gentleman try to interrupt.
Yeah,
Oh,
Keeper, if I
okay.
understood it correctly about the time statement that he made, as I understood it, just based on what he was talking about around that, it's that they want to get more equipment and they want to train up on it and use it in a more time-sensitive way. So this seems to be more oblique references to Western, be it aircraft, armor, whatnot, saying, you know, hey, we want this stuff, and we know it's taking time. You know, drawing reference to the fact that people are saying you're not going to be able to use F-16s, you know, for the better part of a year. And he's saying, well, but we're going fast on things, and we're trying to move as quickly as possible. So that excuse of it's going to take too long doesn't really work anymore. That was the sentiment I got from that phrase.
Thank you, language, and thank you for understanding the question that I was asking. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, and I was just trying to address somebody, Keeper. I'm sorry to overstep you, but I just wanted to address where that conversation was going. So I digress. If you had anything else you wanted to add, Keeper, please go ahead.
No, it was really just that I found that curious, and I had written out a whole timeline and sent it to all of the typical speakers of the group on purpose to help. And that was the one thing that stood out to me. And I just wanted to see if the people that usually are the individuals that have been following this for the longest, if they can address that. And I respect that. And again, I just want to thank Language for identifying the fact that I wasn't speaking to something deceptive or anything like that. I just was asking if there was anything relating to the time, because I thought it could mean a few things. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Keeper. I do appreciate that. And thank you for those that are telling me about my mic. They know that it's crappy. That's kind of the reason I'm stepping off is I don't think this is going to last much longer. So Ryan, I don't know if we're ready to go, but I will just simply say good night to everybody, language yourself included. Thanks for taking time out of your day as always. And yeah, Slava Ukraini.
Heirloom Slava. Thank you, Craig. I'm glad to know you're not co-hosting from the bottom of a mason jar this evening.
Thank you, Craig, so much. Although I had to take a couple of slugs every time the mobilization question came up. Thank you, Craig. Let's give Craig a big round of applause. Always really helps here, eh?
Thank you,
Ryan,
Craig.
I guess you're popping up to co-host, eh?
Here I am. I'll be on until the Euro ship comes alive.
Right. Okay, we've got a lot of hands up, so I'm going to try to recall the order. I believe it is Jerry, followed by Blues, followed by Liberal. Daniel, I know you spoke before, so that's why I'm going in this order, unless you had a follow-up, and then Leopard.
Okay. Hi, yes, this is Jerry. So I apologize. Obviously, it sounds like you've been talking about the mobilization the whole day, and I'm just joining the conversation. I'm feeling sort of good about my predictions that I made yesterday about not doing declaration of war, not doing a full mobilization. In my case, my prediction was that with the addition of the once the occupied regions of the Ukraine are considered Russian, then Putin would send the current crop of conscripts there, and so I was a little surprised by the partial, quote unquote, partial mobilization. I guess my statement is that I still think that that's going to happen as far as trying to get into what is Putin trying to do with this. It's not as no, it's not going to work. But I'm just trying to get into his head and say, okay, what is he thinking he might accomplish? And the only thing I can think of that he could accomplish is he's just going to buy some time for himself for maybe a miracle to come along. So obviously, if he does nothing, the Ukrainians are already have a good momentum. They will win, maybe even sooner than we all thought. If you just pull the troops out of Ukraine, he's dead because he lost the war. He's dead. So my thought is that I think he's still going to, once the referendums happen, I think he's going to send the conscripts who have been in for at least 6 months, so at least know how to fire a rifle and an RPG maybe, and just to stabilize the line, try to create a barrier. Meanwhile, they try to figure out the quote partial immobilization and try to get that squared away, and then hope for that'll last until the mud season, the fall mud season, the winter snows, and the spring mud season, and just hope that with a what seems like a line that's not changing, that maybe a some sort of diplomatic thing will happen where maybe he's hoping that Germany will freeze out during the winter and will make everybody agree to some sort of a ceasefire agreement or something ridiculous like that. I don't think any of that's going to happen, but that's my thought of what Putin is doing. Is like, well, let's buy some time. Let's see what happens, and maybe a miracle play will come along that I can take advantage of later on. And I obviously I don't think that's going to work. I definitely encourage everybody in the West, including the United States, where I am, to flood Ukraine with weapons and training. But that's kind of what I'm thinking is going to happen. That he's going to put in the conscripts just to hold the line while they try to get this partial mobilization going, and then just play for time and see if maybe the situation will look better in the spring.
I don't think he's going to pull any rabbits out of a hat at this point. My personal opinion is he waited too little for too late. He now wants to have his cake and eat it too by calling the partial Vatnik draft, which just means everybody between 16 and 60 that has prior military service. But as we've heard from some people who at least claimed they had prior military service, and judging by the information provided, sounded fairly accurate, even the guys who are tasked with pulling the triggers in the Russian military, at least before this war began, we're only getting about 30 rounds of training per month, which is laughably small. Guns aren't really, private gun ownership isn't really a big thing in Russia, so nobody has any personal skills handling a rifle, and they're now using AK-74s instead of AK-47s, which are basically built the same. But if you haven't fired one in 20 years, you're probably going to be a piss poor shot when you end up somewhere in Luhansk or Donbass trying to fend off people that are fighting for an existential crisis in their position, and a whole bunch of disinterested Russians who have been forced into the fight by their dictatorial ruler, Putin. They claim their deep bench is 300,000 people, but I can only imagine how many of those folks are going to be turning up with broken arms and ankles in all of the hospitals across Russia in the next week to 2 weeks. Some people went and did some Googling last night, and from the Russian-speaking side of Google, how to break an arm skyrocketed through the search queries just in the last week or so, as did things like how to get out of Russia. So I don't think there's any serious appetite for people who have moved on past their military careers to go and pursue some kind of genocidal, maniacal conquest on behalf of the kleptocrats that have taken over Moscow.
Right. No, I agree completely. And as I said, I don't think any of that will work. I'm just trying to say, okay, what is the thought of someone who realizes he's in a corner?
Jerry, he knows he's getting steamrolled on the battlefield in Ukraine, and he's trying to do anything he can to put a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. But I think primarily what's going to happen with those folks is they'll be plugged into the defense manufacturing side of things wherever they can, and people who actually have more current experience will be throttled to the front lines, along with some of these drug-addled prisoners and former rapists and murderers that are being conscripted or voluntold that they can join Wagner now, with no expectation that they're actually coming home. The fact that Russia decided to pick up a whole bunch of nobodies and people in mental health facilities and tell them that they would be going and collecting the bodies out of the trenches speaks volumes to the fact that Putin and whoever his subordinates are in Russia don't want to acknowledge how badly they're getting their backsides handed to them. In the same speeches where he and Shoigu or whoever the hell's in control now were saying that they were going to conscript 300,000 people, or at least recall them into some kind of active duty through a draft of whatever, they only acknowledge that less than 6,000 people have actually died in Ukraine so far, which is only a tenfold underestimation.
Absolutely.
So they're flailing and looking for ways to fix this and right this ship that's already hit the iceberg. They're sinking like the Moskva or the Titanic, and reality's slapping Putin in the face. But I don't really think he can do anything but attempt to forestall the loss of all of the rest of Ukrainian territory that they've illegally been contesting since 2014. Ukraine has no intentions of slowing down during the winter. They know exactly the terrain they're fighting on because they live there, and their grandparents live there, and their aunts and cousins and everyone else do. And they're willing to fight to the death to keep it and make sure that they're not subjugated once again like they have been for the last few centuries.
Right. You're preaching to the choir. I'm just saying that there seemed to be some question about, like, what is Putin doing? That's what I think that he's thinking.
So
it's not going to work. It's not going to work, but I'm just saying that that's what he's thinking. As far as what the Ukrainians are going to do, we can sit there and say that they're going to fight through the winter and all this, and I mean, obviously they'll have to fight on some lines, but the fact is that Rasputitsa, sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, the mud seasons are real. My expectation has been that Ukraine, that things will slow down during the late fall, winter, early spring, and then once the mud dries up in the spring, then there'll be this wave of the Ukrainian army will with Western weapons all trained up. They'll just roll over the
just
Russians.
Makes it harder for the Russian rabbits to run.
Yeah, and if I could just jump in here for a second. First of all, Jerry, try not to overthink it too much. The guy could also just be an idiot or be advised by idiots. That's absolutely possible because he did start this war, right? And that was pretty dumb. So it may not be any 3D chess at all. It may be him being lied to by his toadies being dumb enough to believe it and being dumb enough to think that people won't fight for their freedom. So he could just be an idiot, and in which case you'd be wasting a lot of mental energy trying to figure out what was going on in his mind, because there were just crickets, right?
Yeah, it's just desperate.
Yeah, thanks, Jerry. I appreciate it. I just wanted to wrap up with one thing before you left.
Okay, I did have one last question, but go ahead.
Okay, just to say that any slowdown due to weather will affect both sides, right? So it doesn't necessarily advantage or the defenders necessarily that much. But okay, that's it.
Okay. Okay, that would be an interesting question in its own, because that was my impression, was that it would tend to slow down the offense rather than the defense, but that could be a discussion for another time. The last question I had was just talking about the partial mobilization, so, quote unquote, and the initial things coming out was saying like, okay, it'll be people who had military experience or had previously been contracted soldiers, so they had several years of experience. In some senses, okay, that made sense. At least you're pulling from a pool of people who at least had some experience with it. But at the same time, I'm hearing these, anecdotes, on Twitter and various places about police having mobilization papers and just like grabbing people off and grabbing, men of eligible age off the street. And I'm wondering if that's just, information warfare propaganda, or if that's actually real and that's what's really happening, and that these are really going to be, conscripts off the streets rather than at least some sort of veterans that had some experience.
Have you even seen where they've been trying to get their conscripts lately? Like Wagner in particular, they've been going straight to prisons.
Well, yeah. But I'm just wondering about this batch. I mean, it would make sense, and like in the like, okay, if you're going to try this, it makes sense to try to get some that at least have some training and experience. Maybe you could use them a lot quicker. But yeah, I mean, if it's really just completely unplanned and just random, then yeah, they're really
Jerry. I'm telling you, it's bonkers. The whole thing is bonkers, right? They even had. I'll read to you one of the speeches that was given by one of the speakers in the Duma. Member of the Duma said today. Oh, I lost it. Oh, that's too bad. But basically said, yeah, 2 weeks should be fine. So they're planning on 2 weeks of training to send people off, right?
But wait, bloke, there's more. Another member of the Russian Duma said that while these people are conscripted, they'll still be due to pay the interest on any loans they've taken out. So not only are you going to have to take a pay cut and join genocidal, maniacal military who's trying to subjugate their neighbors, you also still have to keep paying the payments on your Lada and your iPhone 13.
Really and I just thought yeah, that's great for morale. I just thought I'd throw in one last little thing. Okay, so this insane, fake, absolutely illegal and sham, don't even call it a referendum because it's not a referendum thing that they're trying to do in Luhansk and Donetsk and Zaporizhia as well. Funny thing is, if you're a soldier deployed on Russian land, you're not getting the same pay as if you're sent into a foreign country, right? So you're actually going to get paid less on top of it. It's like, it's really, really bonkers. I don't have, I could give you all sorts of data, but yeah. So first of all, in regards to people being picked up the street, from the street, there is video evidence of that. We don't know what happened to these people afterwards, so there's I guess no proof at present. But yeah, so it's happening, and those orders have gone out, so it's happening, and it's nutty. nutty.
If
I don't
it's
know what
random
else.
people off the street, then it'll fail even faster than that. I was at least saying like, okay, at least they're trying something that looks kind of logical. But if they're just going to pull people off the street, then it's really bonkers.
You're gonna
they've
have
announced. Go ahead, Bloke.
You're going to have to stop trying to think logically, okay? Because none of this makes any sense. You're just going to be banging your head against the wall all night. You just gotta. They've just got to get their butts kicked.
They
That's all
also
there is to
announced
it.
that because there's so much pandemonium going on in the Russian Federation, they're intending to set up checkpoints in between the oblasts. And if you're leaving your oblast of origin without a good reason, they'll remand you to custody if you're within the military age, because they don't want you sneaking off where they can't find you when it's time to get sent to the front. But I think it's rather convenient timing that Putin chose to make this speech while the rest of the world, the civilized world, is at the UN roundly decrying that this man is an idiot and a maniac and needs to rein in his colonialist aspirations. I think as much as anything, this was a distraction and a smoke and mirrors operation to suck all the oxygen out of the news cycle in most of the Western countries and just look over here situation, trying to make sure that none of the people who were speaking in the UN in unison claiming that this guy is just totally gone off the rails gets any oxygen itself. Instead, we're talking about some mythical 300,000 people in Russia that can be called up, even though they couldn't properly equip their existing soldiers, and that's why they got decimated, and now they're running for their lives with Ukrainians hot on their heels. If he can, if he can do this, then he can probably conjure up Puff the Magic Dragon and ride it around saying Dracarys and take back Kyiv tomorrow. It's total baloney. I hope as many Russians recognize that as Westerners do, and many more of them pour out into the streets and start protesting against this. But I'm not going to hold my breath on that.
Yeah, and we should put a pin in this because we have a lot of hands raised, so we want to make sure that we get to other hands. Is that okay, Jerry?
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem. I just kind of felt like Ryan took up most of my time. That's all right.
Sorry,
Yes, okay.
I'm a little hot under the collar. I was just about to take a early evening nap, and then somebody came in here spouting nonsense about
the Azovstal.
Yeah. But
yeah,
I'll put a cork in
I
it.
dealt
We
with
do
those
have
guys
some
too.
hands, and I want to be respectful of everyone else's time. So let's get through some hands.
No worries. Thanks a lot.
Feel free to stick around. We can discuss this a little more, but I want to let everybody else have an opportunity to talk as well. Bloke, if you knew the hand order, great. I think we only have 5 hands up at the moment, so.
Yeah, I believe it was Leopard Blues, followed by Liberal Gunther, and
Liberal
let's
Daniel
just go.
Gunther.
Yeah, let's go with Leopard.
That's
Herm.
Herm.
Thanks,
Herm,
Bob.
go ahead.
Yeah, it's Herm. Yeah, I'm just advertising for a product from Germany. I had a question that is not. Yeah, I know. That's not totally relevant right now. It was up there a month ago, and it was more for Craig, and he left. But I think maybe the question is probably asked and answered. So maybe somebody of you remembers that. So Ukraine, they spent 100 of gimbalers to cut off the Novakovka Dam and the Antonovsky Bridge. And looking at, I realized they cut off both of those bridge access points at the southern side of the river, like close to the Russian-held territory. And I was just wondering, why is that? I mean, if I would have done it naively, I would have done it on the northern side, that when I take over the Kherson Oblast on the northern side of the river, it's easier for me to repair them. And vice versa, it would be more difficult for the Russians to repair them while they still hold the territory when they would be in the north. Is there a reason why that happened that way that I don't understand?
Beats me.
It's very easy because you make Russians to repair the bridge, get resources, get logistics, consume your resources, and hit again, and repeat, and repeat, and repeat. And you cost a lot of soldiers, a lot of resources, a lot of trucks.
There you go. That is as good as explanation as I've got. I don't know. Does that make sense to you, Herm?
Well, that would work. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, we understand it, but that would work on both sides of the river, on the north and the south. And I was just wondering, I think it would be easier for Ukraine after they take back the territory north, just to repair the bridge on the north side and use it for their own purposes, versus having to go all over the bridge and then start repairing. I just don't get that point. So, yeah.
Get them hope they can repair. Get them hope, and they start to repair, and you hit again, and they believe they can repair. If you blow it in the middle, they will have problems and say, "Oh, we cannot repair." And now they think they can. It's baiting. It's very easy.
Daniel, remind me to make sure that you're always on my side.
You are American. You're always on my side.
I'm just waiting for Daniel to start up the Romanian Legion.
Just allow me to correct you. Although you do me honor by calling me an American, I'm actually Canadian, just to be on a technicality.
We'll take
shall we
you,
go?
Bloke. You have to take back Bieber.
No way. Let's go to Hans. Save me. I think it's Liberal next. Or did I get that right?
Yeah, I got that works. So yeah, I had a question for language. He dropped off. He gave us more than 15 minutes. I appreciate that. So I'm gonna go to Daniel. I want his hot take on why, as elated as I am that the Azov fighters were exchanged, the POWs, why are they being relegated to stay in Turkey until the war is over? Is Putin afraid of Azov leaders? I think language said that there were 5 commanders that have to stay in Turkey until the war is over. Daniel?
I have no idea.
Or Bloke?
I don't know enough about this yet to give you a proper answer, so I can't say.
He doesn't want the television optics of them being given a hero's welcome when they return to Kyiv.
You know, Ryan, that makes sense. Yeah, it's just baffling. They should be allowed to return to their families, just like the Russian POWs are being allowed to return to their families. It kind of pisses me off. And I thought there has to be a specific reason. Of course, we don't know. We're speculating, but I was curious as to what language might have said. I could DM them, but that was my question. Thanks, guys.
Liberal, if I remember well, when Azovstal defenders asked for a third country to free them from Azovstal, they specify and they asked Turkey to mediate, and they said they will go to a third country, neutral country, and they will not join the Ukrainian forces. This was declaration before their surrender ordered by Kiev. And possibly this remains something like a contract, a deal, so they can be freed. It's possible to be this. Also, Turkey is not viewed like very pro-Ukraine or very pro-Russian. And maybe this mediation was instrumental to keep the bargain. This is only thing I can imagine.
Yeah, that's another salient point. Thanks, Daniel.
Blues.
Hello there, guys. First off, I just wanted to say, just so you guys have a heads up and you guys can keep track of everything. You guys have skipped over me like 2 or 3 times when it was my turn to speak. I just want to let you guys know that. So just
I'm
make sure.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Just make sure you guys are keeping a good order of that for for future reference, so that others don't get skipped over. No big deal. Just want to let you guys know.
No, that's a fair point, and we should actually take notes. It's just that sometimes we're doing this for a couple of hours, and we want to go and make some food and stuff like that. No excuse. You're right. We'll try to keep better order in the future.
Sure. And so my question being, as a native of Luhansk, born there, and correct me if you've already, if a language already covered this, or if one of you guys have already covered this. What is the current update for Luhansk right now that you guys were talking about earlier? I kind of joined in like in the middle of everything, and then when I joined in, you guys started talking about things going on in Western Ukraine. So I think you guys already talked about it. So could you just give me a refresher real quick? Yeah,
we can do even better than that. If you go up into the nest, which is, if you scroll up, it's that place at the top there.
Yeah.
Of your screen. Language Learner always records and produces the text of his updates, so everything is there, and you can listen to it again and listen to the parts you're interested in most, or you can read about it. At the time he was speaking about that section, I mean, I guess I know they're attacking, right? I just don't know what has happened. Hang on a second. The best thing for you to do would be to read the update in the nest. If you click on the nest, you'll get everything. You'll be able to listen to it and read it, and then one of us in our while the other person takes a speaker, will try to get back to you and either DM it to you or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. And then while I'm here, one more thing, and I think you guys were talking about earlier how some of these Russians, who are against the war, they're taking to the streets and whatnot. I really hope that they look at these women in Iran and just take I hope they take the baton and just run with it. And I hope more and more people that are more Russian civilians are against this war. I hope they really just kind of wake up and unionize and get just really just form a revolution and just protest this to the highest degree, to make sure that the world knows that this is not who Russia really is. This is Putin's war. I know there's some Russians out there, there's some civilians out there that are for the war, just because in my opinion, I think they've just been just brainwashed. But I think a majority of that country is against all this, and honestly it's a recreation of World War II, just from a different angle. And I just hope that more Russian civilians take to the streets.
Well, they haven't done it so far, so we'll see. But they do bear responsibility for allowing this to happen.
Exactly.
Yeah. So let's just hope for the best. But what we're really doing here in this space is we're focusing on Ukraine, right?
Of course.
So the key to every good outcome you can possibly imagine is through a Ukrainian victory. That's the best possible thing that could happen, ironically, even to the Russians, to be defeated.
Oh, of course. And every little thing it just tastes great. It's so much, it brings me so much joy for every little victory we have, every little news article I read. It makes my day.
Thank you, Blues, and I will
and
keep
thank
an
you
eye
very
on
much.
you.
Slava
And
Ukraini.
Heroям Slava.
Heroям Slava.
Gunther, followed by Fusilier.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I wanted to make a comment to what Gary was mentioning about things necessarily slowing down, and I don't think that's necessarily true. My understanding is that the South is actually drier, and that the mud is less of an issue there. Konstantin mentioned that he thought the Ukrainians would have a better time of it in the mud, regardless. And I would not expect that things are just going to be kind of static without, I mean, we may not see as much, but I imagine there'll be like artillery dropping every single day. And, you know, if you're on the offensive, like in the attacking in like rain or sleet or snow or something that is just absolutely crappy weather, can be a real advantage if you use it correctly. So, I don't think there's anything that necessarily is true that Ukraine just is going to have to sit it out until spring.
I
Fair
agree with
point.
you.
Fusilier.
Yeah, hi guys. Good day, everybody. Just a comment actually on the handling of prisoners. Unless things have changed since my time, I don't believe that Russia is a signatory to the Geneva Conventions on the handling of prisoners. So I think we may find that the exchange that's just been done actually goes back to an older convention, which was an exchange under what was called parole. And the military historians amongst us may be able to educate us more, but prior to the Geneva Conventions existing, there was a sort of, I think it was an unwritten convention that both officers and enlisted men could be exchanged under parole, and those parole conditions were usually that one undertook not to engage in hostile activities against the country which had paroled you until the end of hostilities and such like. The reason I mention it is that actually I think it's quite a positive thing that Russia's engaging in the exchange of prisoners, because traditionally the Russian handling of prisoners has been probably only second to the Japanese. They've been shocking. I can't remember what the statistics on the number of German prisoners who returned home was, but I think it was something like 1 in 3. And you know, apocryphal story, well, not apocryphal, allegorical story. My ex-wife, who was Hungarian, her grandfather had been captured by the Red Army on the Don River Bend, I think in 1944, when the Second Hungarian Army was destroyed. And he was just a private soldier. He remained in captivity until 1952. He was in a Soviet gulag in Siberia, and he was the only one of his company to return from the war. So their handling of prisoners is notoriously bad. So if they are actually working towards that older convention around parole, and one of those conditions may be that the released prisoners stay in the third country which is arranged that exchange, that actually might be a positive thing rather than a negative, because as far as I understand, they're not signatories to the Geneva Convention, although I stand to be corrected. Message ends.
Yeah, I did not know they were not signatories. I thought they were, but I could stand corrected. And yeah, it could be under parole. My understanding was that that was never really formal. It was more of an honorary convention or tradition.
Yeah, correct.
Is that correct?
It was a sort of unwritten convention as opposed to a formal treat, you know, something a formal convention.
I think Colby wanted to jump in and address that directly. Is that correct, Colby? Otherwise, I'll go to Hans.
Russia is in fact a signatory to the Geneva Convention, except for there's a third amendment that was adopted in 2005, which they are not a signatory to, but most countries are not a signatory to that amendment. So, but Russia being, a signatory, obviously hasn't precluded them from violating the Geneva Convention so far, and pretty much all the entirety of international law. But they are in fact a signatory.
just one more reason not to trust anything that has a Russian signature on it. I think Gunter was next.
Hey,
Oh,
just another.
sorry, Fusilier dropped down. I just want to tell you, re-request, I'll bring you back up. But go ahead, Gunter. And then, whoops, Butterfingers. I muted everyone's mic. Try again, Gunter. I promise not to fat finger anything for the next 5 minutes anyway.
Oh, sure, no problem. I think one advantage to having them sort of waited out in a third part is that if they were in Ukraine, they would probably feel a lot of personal pressure to sort of rejoin, redo things, all that. And they've done, of course, more than enough. And so, you know, I think letting them just sort of be safe is probably, that's an advantage. Although I imagine for them, it's kind of a psychological torture. Like they probably really want to get back in it. But anyway, I think it's maybe a little bit of an advantage in the long term.
Thank you, Gunter. Jerry. Oh, no, it was Daniel, Jerry, or which one of you guys was next? I'm sorry, I should have written that down.
Probably Daniel.
Okay.
Initially, I wanted to brag about Russians at the border with Georgia and Finland and morale of the Russian captured in protests and taken from the streets yesterday of Moscow and St. Petersburg. With their morale, they will be soon prisoner. But I have a real question and something useful. First, I think the best troops ever saw from Russian Federation in this war are marine infantry. They are the guys who plug the holes, and I think they are the guys who were very active in Mariupol. My question is, I hope Cody can answer. If I remember well, when Nazi Germany fights British, Americans, even Russians, they didn't stop to admire good soldiers, good generals, good tactical moves. They have some respect. I know Russian prisoners were treated very, very, very badly by Germans, also the Polish. But I know various generals talk about the bravery. Remember Arnhem, for example. And I wonder, and I don't know, maybe we'll find this from historians, if Russian express admiration. So don't talk about military bloggers or extreme right people which are now the opposition of Putin. I mean real professional Russian officers, Russian military. I saw some admiration for the move, for the some, I don't know, counteroffensive in the east, but I mean real recognition of the skills of Ukrainian army. I just wonder, maybe even Azovstal defenders. Anything transpired to you? I'm very, very curious.
I feel like throwing that question out to the audience. Yeah. Go, Colby.
I don't think any Russian commander has spoken on the record about that. Welcome to be corrected if I'm wrong. If anybody is aware of that, please do share it with myself or the co-hosts. Be very interested in seeing it. But I don't believe that any Russian commander has gone on the record and said, had any recognition or praise for their adversaries. Even off the record, perhaps there's some things that have been, attributed to Russian command off the record. But certainly, no names attached, because the consequences for any Russian commander admitting that would obviously be severe. So even off the record, I haven't seen any of that. So if anybody in the audience has seen any of that, and most likely it would have been in Russian media, I would assume, if it exists. And I'm not a Russian speaker, so I'm at the mercy of people who speak Russian and can translate those primary sources. So if anybody in our audience has any information on that topic, I'm sure we'd all be interested in seeing it.
I'm checking DMs. Ryan, could you fly for a little while? I'll check. I think I got a DM on that topic.
Sure. I'm trying to remember if that was commander or not. I don't know all the ranks in the Russian military, but I know there were some guys that were taken captive as POWs by the Ukrainians early on in the war, and maybe he was just the most senior guy that they had captive, but I could have sworn it was an officer. I don't know if commander's a specific rank. I'm obviously not a military buff.
By the way, one of my DMs was sent by a listener clarifying that the reason they were quote unquote paroled or had to sit out the war was because it was part of the agreement before they actually surrendered. It was part of a negotiation. I don't have third-party verification of that, but at least that's one comment by someone who's knowledgeable on the subject.
Well, and if it's not a significant number of people, even if Russia didn't honor their terms of that agreement in the beginning, it would behoove Ukraine, presumably, to go ahead and keep those guys in Turkey. I don't know if Erdogan's insisting upon that or not, but it might be in the best interests of Ukraine in order to facilitate the release of additional POWs.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
Okay. I think this night about the possibility there is fraction in all this stuff from Russia. Fraction, I mean commanders, these so-called popular republics, the mercenary units, the right-wing volunteers, the Cossacks. I think we are in a speculation. The Putin have in the iron fist all the directions. I sense something is different and is very, very, very broken. That's why they are not coordinating. They don't have strategical planning. They don't have a unique commander. And add to that what he has done yesterday, which in my opinion is just brewing revolution in Russia. You know my theory. Russia will break away and Putin will die soon.
I love that theory. I was going to say I like it, but I love it. I don't know that they will be so eager to put a rifle in the hands of all of these young and some old men that they're conscripting back into their military. I suspect they will be directed into the munitions manufacturing facilities in order to try and alleviate some of the logistics and supply chain problems that they're having. But the failure of foresight on the part of the Russians is that it's not just the production of artillery rounds that's causing them problems. It's that those artillery rounds are being destroyed by the tens of thousands every time they move them up and amass them in large enough quantities that the Ukrainians decide they merit a HIMARS strike. So even if they can make more, getting whatever more they make delivered to the places it needs to be has so far proven to be an insurmountable task for the Russians. and they're not going to get any better at what they've been doing. They didn't have enough trucks and armored vehicles to deliver equipment and troops to the front the first time. Even if they pour more men onto this fire, if they didn't have enough trucks for the first 6 months of this war, they're not going to magically pull enough trucks out of their ass for the next 6 months of it. So I tend to think you're at least in some degree right, and I don't want to speculate too far here and get out over our skis with forecasting how wars go. I'm not a general, and I don't have nearly that much education or intelligence to be able to predict the future, or at least give an educated guess. But I can see the writing on the wall, even if the Russian military planners can't, or Putin himself can't, because I'm not blinded by an unending desire to win at all costs, because I know it's the end of my political career, or kleptocracy, or whatever you want to call Putin's reign on power for the last 20 years. He doesn't want to admit that he's defeated, because it might end up with him in a Muammar Gaddafi situation. That's typically how Russian kleptocrats lose their grip on power. When they waged their war in Afghanistan for a decade or two, I guess it was probably just a decade, but the massive amount of losses that they suffered then partially led to the downfall of the Soviet Union, and they've lost way more people this time in a much smaller amount of time. They're just not willing to admit it to the larger population within Russia, as evidenced by yesterday when they claimed that they had only lost 5,700 or somewhere just below 6,000 people so far. And we all know that's impossible. I really think the man is grasping at straws. I wonder if he wasn't pushing for a full mobilization and knew that nobody would be able to stomach that. So he's splitting the difference with words and calling it a partial mobilization. So that way he doesn't offend or upset too many Russians, and he can still pick from the ones he wants and try and get them to pursue this genocidal conquest that he's been trying to pull off for the last 6 months with absolutely no success. They thought they had this in the bag because they assumed they had bought off enough people or gained enough inside information that they could do a quick coup and take over the country in 3 days' time. And we're way past that now, and they still can't manage to take over anything. They're actively losing ground. If you ask me, the tide has turned, and I don't know if anybody here remembers who Baghdad Bob was, but I'm starting to feel major Baghdad Bob vibes from anything I hear out of Putin or the Russian military.
Daniel, I threw up an article in the nest for you that a friend sent me. I think it speaks to some of the points you were mentioning. So if you get a chance, have a look at the nest. I think it might speak to you.
Okay, Block, thank you.
And with that, Ryan, I've been on for a while, so I might punch out.
Sounds good. Get some rest.
Thank you,
I think
Ryan.
Camille Galieve, if anybody wants to go over to his Twitter page, I know a lot of people are familiar with him now at this point, but he had a pretty, I thought, excellent summary of what Russia's trying to do with this partial mobilization situation. They're essentially relying on the old Soviet model of keeping a whole bunch of skeleton crews available and packing conscripts into them as needed in order to keep their military up and going. The only problem with that is they haven't been keeping their military spit-shined and in operational condition, and that was made abundantly and painfully clear to anybody who observed what they've done in the first 3 months of the war. Their tanks have no engines or optics. when it's time to pull them out of reserve. And they're using commercial vehicles. The Kadrovites moved in some more people just a week ago, and they looked more like a band of Taliban or shoot, I don't even know what, ISIS fighters. They're driving Toyotas with a Z painted on them. They can't even get those guys armored vehicles. And the Kadrovites are supposed to have a whole bunch of money. It's a joke.
Let's be real. They're probably dusting off the Nerf guns at this point.
Well, they might hit more people with a Nerf gun than they manage to hit when they're shooting those wild John Wayne videos in the forests of Ukraine. Gary, go ahead. Jerry, I'm sorry.
No worries. I'll try to keep this fast. I'm responding to probably somebody 10 people back, but just regarding the what's going to happen with the fall mud season, winter, and the spring mud season. I would be interested. I guess this would be a request if there's, the next time there's a general on, to ask about what he thinks about what will happen, and as far as, is there an advantage to the offense or defense. I'm admitting that I don't have an operational idea of modern warfare. Most of my stuff is thinking about World War II. Just to say, the reason why generally it's considered harder for offense to work during those mud seasons, at least, is because you don't want to be approaching a target town, say, along a very predictable road. It would be helpful. It helps to be able to surround a town or a city with your armor and attack from multiple directions. And if you can't do that because it's all, all the fields and open areas are just this thick, thick mud that even tanks can't traverse. That's going to make offense a lot harder to. It's going to be a lot harder on the offense rather than on the defense. So that's basically what that's my impression. We'll see. In World War II, it was basically the mud season. Neither side made any progress. They would make some progress during winter when things actually got solid enough where they could drive across the ice or snow. But during those mud seasons, those were, neither the Germans nor the Soviets did anything during those times. So that's all I had to say.
Well, again, the topography and the meteorology or the weather in Ukraine is vastly different from region to region. I don't know that the mud season is nearly as bad down towards the coast as it is further in the north, where things get a little colder and rainier. But I guess we'll all know in the next couple of months exactly how things will play out. I do think that Ukraine is much more prepared to fight on their home turf than the Russians will be. And right now, with the advantages of HIMARS and being able to outshoot Russian artillery with M777s and Crabs and the other mobile artillery units that are currently in custody or in possession by the Ukrainians, I think they do have an advantage, even if they are somewhat limited by their ability to spread out and surround a town. They have the ability to resupply their troops. And if they can keep making some key strikes in particular areas and cut off the ability of Russia to resupply the people that are already in Ukraine, Russia's going to be between a rock and a river and a hard place.
Yep. Sounds good. Yeah.
Hey, Ryan, I would just add that I would agree with everything you said. And I think that the Ukrainians are making efforts to secure major highways. It's not to say that they're not capable to be attacked, but if we can attrit the Russian forces at a distance, then they would have access to some of the main roadways. So it's not as if the Ukrainians have to, traverse wheat fields and mud and in that respect. Thanks.
Thanks, Liberal. Sorry, I had to run out in the backyard real quick and make sure my dog wasn't trying to murder another baby bunny.
We hear the crickets.
I guess I've been inducted into that club too now. I'll go back on the porch so you don't have to listen to the sounds of nighttime insects here in Oklahoma. I promise I really don't live in the country.
This ranks right up there with Whiskey Tango Foxtrot and the frogs in California.
Yeah, well, thankfully my neighbor fixed their pool about a month ago, so there's not a mosquito nest next door where they're eating me alive if I try to co-host out in my backyard in the evenings. I'm trying to bring up a couple of new speakers, but it appears that I cannot add people right now. So let me see if I can cycle through some of these menus here and open up a space or two on the speaker panel.
I can drop if you need me to.
No, you're fine. I'm sometimes if we have invited speakers already on the list, I think it ties up speaker spots, but I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm just having phone issues and need to restart in a little bit. We can make it for another hour or two. If anyone is manning the host account, they might check that for me. I don't know if Ghost or who's on the North American host phone at the time. There we go. Good evening to Portland. How goes it?
Well, I have read that Aiden Hansen is.
Portland, your connection is awful.
Hold on a second. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Sorry, that was my air conditioning. I read that Aiden Aslan and a bunch of other guys from Azovstal are coming home soon. So that improved my day considerably.
Same here. I was really in a good mood about that until some jackwagon got onto the space here a little bit ago and tried to sideline it by claiming the old Nazi propaganda crap. But I'm trying to correct my mood now, so hopefully I won't be so heated when it comes time for me to sign off later this evening. Portland, your audio has gone to trash again. Inside. Mic check on Portland. Maybe he's having issues. He can come back later.
I'm back.
Gotcha. I think we do have a couple of other spots open on the speaker panel. So if anyone would like to request the mic, hopefully I'll have the ability to add you. I guess the only unfortunate thing about this prisoner exchange was they gave up Medvedchuk. As far as I understood it, that was the only person that Ukraine handed over. But somebody correct me, because I could have sworn that some pilots had been freed as well, and I wasn't aware of how many pilots had been taken as POWs by Russia of Ukrainian pilots. So I don't know if it was Ukrainian pilots freed or if there were some additional Russians released along with Medvedchuk.
I think the language said he was unclear on that, and I think a speaker said that he believed that there were some high-level Russian POWs, possibly generals, and
Okay.
Your buddy Medvedchuk.
Not my buddy.
I can't.
I know. We do have a couple of people trying to come up, and unfortunately, I'm having technical difficulties and cannot add new speakers. So bear with us until
Yeah,
we.
I think. Yeah, I
Go
think
ahead.
our panel is full. I'm going to drop and free up a spot. I think we're at 10. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Nope.
6.
I'm also probably seeing ghost people on the speaker panel. I don't know if Rebecca is still here, but it looks like she is as a speaker, and I don't see her mic muted, which lends me to believe that I'm probably having some tech issues on my end. Amos, go ahead, and then Gunther.
Yeah, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in. I did read somewhere on Twitter today, a little while ago, that I believe they said there were 15 Russians released in addition to the Ukrainian traitor. Of course, I don't have a link to that right handy, but just also wanted to comment that somebody mentioned in one of their tweets that Aiden Aslan's going to have an amazing story to tell, and I hope when he's ready that he does kind of tell the story of the treatment that they received, because my impression is that the treatment, not just the British prisoners, of course, but them in particular, their treatment was pretty bad. My impression is that they were tortured, and some of you may remember the video of him obviously coerced to sing the Russian national anthem, and it was really degrading, really sick.
I remember it vividly. I also remember that when he was initially taken into captivity, he weighed significantly more than he did at the time that video was shot. And I also remember that his face had a number of obvious injuries to it, which would indicate that he was indeed tortured or beat. So
yes, and
I can only imagine what a harrowing story he'll have to tell.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, they believe some of the survivors from that POW camp that Russia tried to claim was a HIMARS strike also were exchanged today. So I'm not sure if they'll be able to confirm or deny or provide any additional information about what happened that night, but it's not like anybody in Russia is going to believe it either way. So.
Right. I also had
I'm
another
glad
item.
you're free.
Another item for speculation. You know, I understand that, or at least I've heard that some of the Ukrainian prisoners are going to have to stay in Turkey, and I just wonder, does that not? I mean, does that preclude them from possibly giving remote direction to Ukrainian command, even from Turkey? There's no reason I can see why they couldn't at least do a covert back channel to Ukrainian commanders and just be military, you know, strategic advisors, tactical advisors, Ukrainian high command.
I'm sure they could. I don't know if they have the requisite training for that, but I'm sure their opinions are highly valued in Ukraine. Those guys are heroes in the modern era.
Indeed.
They actually didn't want to give up, but they followed orders to do so and submitted themselves to the mercy or lack thereof of the Russians. And we all know how Russians treat anyone they want to subjugate.
And I was also thinking, you know, I heard you mention a little while ago that somebody said that, you know, maybe the Russians don't want them to have a great homecoming celebration in Kyiv or wherever.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, they could do that remotely. Have a Zoom session on a giant screen and thumb their nose at the Russians by, you know, taking that route.
Well, I wonder if Ukraine will press to repatriate those guys prior to the end of this war, and I personally have a curiosity about whether Erdogan will side with the Ukrainians and NATO on this one versus the Russians. But like I said before, it might be in the best interests of Ukraine to allow those guys to sit this one out, just in the hopes that they can free more prisoners.
Yeah, that's a good point. I also wanted to ask, I haven't, this is the first time that I've tuned in all day, but does anybody have any thoughts or news on the United Nations General Assembly and what kind of dialogue is taking place there? I know President Biden made his speech and I haven't had a chance to see it yet, but is that General Assembly meeting being used as a forum in some way to denounce Russia? Because I've been kind of busy and haven't been able to keep up with
That's pretty much been the keynote of nearly every speaker who's taken the podium at the UN General Assembly this year. The most recent thing I've seen floating around on Twitter was a hashtag insinuating that Sergei Lavrov might be defecting, and I don't know that there's any truth to those claims, but if it were true, that would be a monumental sea change. Not that anybody would want him. I'm not sure who he would defect to. If he tried to defect to the US, I think we ought to render him to the Ukrainians and let them decide.
Yeah, I was going to say he could defect to The Hague.
Yeah, that's a good start. I don't know that he personally has committed any war crimes. He's more of a court jester than a shot caller. But I'm just fine.
Isn't even being a propagandist for genocide considered as a war crime? I'm not
that
sure.
I do not know. I doubt it, but I'm not an international law expert, so I would defer to somebody with more education than myself.
Ribbentrop was hung.
Sounds like a plan to me. Where can we sign him up? I don't think there's any truth to this Twitter hashtag that's floating around about Lavrov defecting. I think it's more of a tongue-in-cheek thing to get in the head of the Russians, but I'm just fine with that as well. Let's go to Gunther.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I wanted to ask a question about tanks, which is a sort of a change of subject. Is that okay, or do you want to stay on Avastal? That's totally fine.
I've spoken my piece about Azovstal for this evening. I wish those guys the best, and I hope they get to meet up with their loved ones, even if it is at a resort in Turkey for the next few months.
Yeah, for sure. So there has been sort of talk about getting main battle tanks to Ukraine, and I think that will happen eventually. But I was thinking about that today, and I really don't know, like, how much better is, say, like an M1A1 versus like a T-72? Like, what is, and assuming you have the right training and all that. I know it's not the vehicle, it's just how you use it and all that. But my question is, like, how much better is like a Leopard or a Abrams over some Soviet armor?
I think they're infinitely better. I'm probably not the best person to ask on that. I know Daryl used to be a tanker or a tank recovery guy. I don't know what his specific MOS was. As far as I understand it, the M1A1 and the Leopards have sighting systems in them that are extremely advanced as compared to a T-72. Rather than them looking out of some sight glass, they can put on like a VR headset and look around and have almost complete situational awareness. Their armor is obviously superior. I think they can go fast. Some of the hiccups with getting those delivered into Ukraine is securing sufficient amounts of fuel, because I think they run on maybe some kind of kerosene blend instead of straight diesel. and the supply chain for repairing and maintaining those hasn't been established in Ukraine. So furnishing enough spare parts and having the people that know how to repair them on the ground as quickly as they need to be tuned up and sent back out into the field is the main hindrance right now. I'm crossing my fingers and gritting my teeth in the hopes that we'll be releasing some M1A1s with the start of the Lend-Lease program here in a couple of weeks.
May I, Ryan?
Yeah, I think you know more about tanks than I do.
Now I'm biased because my grandfather actually designed the fire control system for the M1 Abrams. So I'll just broaden this to any Western main battle tank compared to a T-72 or a T-90. They are all vastly superior in essentially every conceivable category. That said, a good tank crew is far more important than a good tank. But luckily for the West, we have better tank crews as well because we actually invest in training them. And General Hertling, who's been a guest in the program before, was a tanker, and he's written some very good threads over the course of the war about differences in training in Western NATO armies and the Russian army, in particular how it pertains to armor training. And there is, again, no comparison in the training regimens that the two armies have. The amount of time spent training on this, the amount of regular training on just operating the vehicle and firing the vehicle. Apparently, Russian loaders and gunners were basically getting one round to fire off every once in a while, which is just ridiculous because, that's not going to prepare you for battle compared to, in Western armies, you're training regularly, practicing your gunnery skills. But this is where the technology comes in because Western main battle tanks have very sophisticated fire control systems that are doing a lot of the work for you and mean that you have Western main battle tanks that can engage targets while moving at distances in excess of 2 kilometers. And Russian tanks, to say the least, cannot do that. And this was proven in the Gulf War, and a common refrain from Russia and Russian apologists is that, oh, well, export models of Russian tanks are always worse. They have worse electronic systems, and everything about them is just worse, which is, it is true. But again, we're finding out that it doesn't matter which tank Russia puts on the battlefield, because again, you come to the problem of tank crews, and having a good tank crew is much more important than having a good tank. And it doesn't matter how sophisticated your tank is. If you have a poorly trained crew operating it, it won't be an effective platform. And there is no amount of armor that you can put onto a tank that is going to be effective in protecting it from a top attack weapon like a javelin, because it is just, John could explain the physics behind it, but you just cannot put enough armor on the top of the turret to where it's going to be able to defeat that weapon system, and the tank will still be an effective fighting vehicle because you would be so laden down with armor that the tank would no longer be mobile at all, and it just wouldn't work. So the T-90 or the mythical T-14 Armada, which doesn't really exist in any real sense, they can't field it. None of these vehicles will make a difference for Russia. As to the question of whether Ukraine should get Abrams, Ukraine should get whatever they need. It wouldn't be my top choice of what they need the most right now. More artillery attack guns in particular is what's going to make the biggest impact on the battlefield right now, I would say. But Abrams is certainly something that shouldn't be taken off the table for any reason at all. And it is obviously a better platform than anything Ukraine's currently fielding. And I have no doubt that given enough time to train, they could make effective use of it.
Thank you so much.
I think we've got Portland next, and then Jimmy.
think the less.
I can't hear Portland. I'm not sure if anybody else got more than.
No, I didn't hear either.
I'm sorry. I have to turn my air conditioning off every time I try to speak. No, I said that I was just going about how much